Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Barista Deku had coffee shop? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The classic sound of shutters lifting brought a smile to his face as he began unlocking the front door. Stepping inside, he hummed lightly at the state of the place. It wasn't much, just a small shop-like area. It had long since been left as the store chain had gone under and sold all their locations. It was how he managed to get the prime lot for such a bargain. With a sigh, he rolled up his sleeves and slung his bag off his shoulder, taking stock of his items. A single high-end corporate-style Wi-Fi router, one laptop, ready to do some web surfing, a Bluetooth speaker and his phone. The bottom of the bag was a mess of wires he dare not untangle just yet. Turning his phone on and checking the time first, he wiped the sleep out of his eyes. Sure, he was used to getting up at the crack of dawn, but that didn't mean he wasn't tired each time. Powering the speaker up to max volume and connecting his phone, he set about choosing the right playlist. Clicking his tongue as the music flared to life, he looked towards the shelves and other parts he'd have to dismantle before really getting to work. As he began, his thoughts drifted back through memories. He sat on the corner of his street, manning a small stand. It was only homemade lemonade and smoothies. Each plastic cup he sold for 5 yen. He wasn't that fussed about price as a boy, only about helping where he could. There was even a small radio so he could garner attention. The day went by like any summer's day. Other kids were playing around with their friends and/or parents. Oi Deku! Oh, hi Kaken! What are you doing? I'm selling lemonade and smoothies. Mom helped me make them. Would you like a cup? It's only 5 yen. What, why? The young blonde stood on the opposite side of the stall. Well, I can't give it away for free, Kaken. That'd be silly. Don't you want to play heroes? I can't be a hero, Kaken. I'm quirkless, so I won't be a pro hero. I'll be a guy that helps heroes. I'll own the place they go to for a break. Heroes don't need help. Everyone needs help, Kaken. Even All Might has a sidekick. Plus they get hurt all the time, so someone's got to help them once the fight is over. My, you are clever for such a young lad. A third voice. Both boys looked over to see a tall man in a business suit smiling down at them. Who are you? Me? Oh, how rude. I'm Shigaraki. I've just been visiting some associates nearby when I saw the stand across the way. Now how much did you say it was, young man? Only 5 yen, sir. I'm not looking to make money, just make people smile. I'll take 2 then, please. I'm parched. Thank you, sir. So, what made you want to set up the stand? The man sipped at one cup, holding the second in his free hand. Well, I want to own a cafe someday, where everyone can feel safe and relax. Really? Somewhere everyone is welcome. Even villains? He paused before nodding. Really? Well, so long as people didn't do anything bad in the cafe, I wouldn't have a reason not to welcome them. Deku, you can't serve villains. That would make you a villain. What if he didn't know though, young man? What if he served a villain lemonade today without knowing? Kaken grumbled as he folded his arms. See? Would you willingly serve villains if you knew though, young sir? I don't know, Mr. Shigaraki. Maybe if they didn't do it for fun. Fun? Yeah, like some of the villains on TV, they only do bad things because it's fun. That's not right, but if they needed to or they were forced to, it's not their fault. You are a smart one, aren't you? How old are you, young man? I'm 8. My mama says I'm super smart for my age. That you are? I'm sorry, I didn't catch either of your names. I'm Midoriya Izuku, sir. And what are you going to call this cafe? Green Tea Coffee. An unorthodox name, but it's definitely unique. I wish you luck, Mr. Midoriya. Please, sir, I'm just Midoriya. Mr. Midoriya was my father. Shigaraki chuckled at that. All right, young Midoriya, I'll be keeping my eye out for your store. You might end up serving little old me again. I'll see you then, sir. Izuku grinned as he watched Shigaraki finish his second cup as he walked away, putting both cups in the bin. His eyes were shining with excitement. His first real customer. The doorbell chimed as he looked over. Christika, how can you ever hear anything? Katsuki Bakugo put his hands over his ears. Can you turn it down a bit? The blonde cried. Izuku just laughed and lowered the volume through his phone. You didn't even hesitate, did you? He currently sat taking apart a unit, surrounded by screws and parts he'd taken off already. Nope, he chuckled. Gotta get it done quick if I'm going to open on time. Katsuki just sighed. Alright, where do you need me to help? Oh, Kats, you don't have to help little old me. The greenette waved a hand. I'm sure you've studying to be doing. The entrance exam is only half written for you. So should you, business course is harder than they give it credit for. It's UA's course. It's going to be 7 circles of hell difficult. The explosive teen shrugged and picked up some tools to begin dismantling another shelving unit. Are you sure you still don't want to go for the hero course? No, Katsuki, I can't. Being a pro is dangerous. Too dangerous. A shake of his head. I'm going to be a hero in a different way. Once I pass the course at UA, I can officially open my cafe to heroes instead of just their civilian identities. Dude, we're 15, you're thinking about things when we're what, 22? Yeah, about there. Since I'll keep it open for a year before going to UA, if I can get a few staff in before I go, I can leave it open while I study. A rather loud groan over the music. Could you think like a regular teenager for like 5 minutes, please? Sure. Pawn, SSC, melons, F dash, drags. Stop. It's even worse, God, I take it back. Katsuki groaned as Izuku descended into a fit of laughter, kicking his legs out. You are something else, Dikairu, he cried as his friend just kept laughing. The lackeys heard a rumor today, had to tell me about it. Oh. Yeah, some underground pro, been on the scene a few years already, rubberhead or some sheet, eraser eye, something like that, disables any transformation or emitter quirk for as long as he looks at you. A gentle silence. Figured you'd like another guy to analyze when you have some downtime next. Thanks, Cats. Tell Auntie I'll be home late for dinner tonight. I'm going to get as much done as I can. Tonight? Katsuki just sighed. It had been 2 years since Izuku had moved into the Bakugo household. 2 years since Izuku Midoriya died. She wasn't a victim, or someone caught in a crossfire. No, she had a heart attack in her sleep and passed in the night. Doctors said it was due to her overworking herself and stress about her job. Masaru Bakugo sued her workplace on her behalf. Izuku had been awarded a hefty sum as compensation for losing his mother. Originally it had set him off that they'd just thrown cash at him instead of saying sorry, but after crying for a few days and grieving, he'd come to terms with what happened. His mother would never be replaced, not by anyone. But he knew better than to live life seeking retribution, seeking revenge. After a week of isolating himself, he'd walked out of his new bedroom determined to live for her, in her memory. To honor what she'd done for him, he'd live the best life he could and make something of himself that she could be proud of. Of course the Bakugos had been supportive and kind. Katsuki had never once steered away from his course of heroism, dragging Izuku along with him to the UA festivals so they could analyze together. They had an interesting dynamic, the duo, and it came from a day when they were just little kids playing in the forest. Katsuki had slipped off a log into a small stream and Izuku had called down from the edge to him, offering a plaster when the blonde scrambled back up. Ever since they'd been nearly inseparable, with the greenette reigning in his temper on more than one occasion. Aldera High, their school, had tried separating the dup on more than one occasion, claiming that the blonde didn't need a hopeless quirkless following him like a lost puppy. Another lawsuit and a news article later, the school had garnered the attention of Nezu himself, who despised seeing such a mockery of an educational institute. Cue a complete overhaul of the school and they boys found themselves in a much better environment. They still often wondered how they had failed to notice so many MLA sympathizers around them. Alright, but if you stay too late I'll be coming here to drag your butt back, be it by your hair or by your toes if I need to. Katsuki's aggressive supportfulness was a surefire way to get the message through. Yeah, be back by 8 latest, got it? He grunted as his friend got up to stretch. You better have, hey nerd, the bell chimed as he opened the door. Says the straight A student. Izuku shot back as the door closed. Nerd. His shout permeated the glass. Izuku sighed as he took apart the last few shelves. The music shifted to a more relaxed playlist as he set about organizing the stuff ready for disposal. It took little under 6 hours to take everything apart. Thanks to Katsuki's help, he could now spend an hour taking apart the empty freezer aisles, which he did. Settling into a RHM rather easily, he listened to the music waft around as the large appliances fell apart. After that, he set up the router and leant against a wall, cracking open his laptop. One window displayed his current account, which was a rather healthy-looking account considering he was only 15 and hadn't had a part-time job. His inheritance from mom had combined with the compensation and given him an amount he could have lived off of for several years. What did he do instead? He set about making his dream happen. It wasn't going to be incredible stuff to start. Maybe 3 machines, some tables and chairs, a few sofas scattered against the back wall, some booths down a side. He'd bought the entire building, so he could extend upwards if he wanted to. The apartment at the top would be his to live in once he left UA. Maybe even while he was in UA. Beat student accommodations anyhow. With his current savings, he could afford some decent kit and some regular stock. With a small grin, he added what he wanted to his cart and hit buy. "Look, Mom, I'm doing it," he whispered softly to no one in particular. Sighing as he cleaned up a teacup, he grinned to himself. It had been a busy day, but he'd managed again. Green Tea Coffee Shop was doing well for itself a year on from its grand opening. Thanks to the prime space, it was victim to high foot traffic and quickly garnered a nice crowd of regulars. "Oi, nerd." The door chimed again as he looked from his position behind the counter. "If it ain't my favorite customer," he smirked. "So, the regular?" "It's just an Americano, and yeah, please, the grunts wanted to come see your shop." "Yo, Midori." A teen with wings raised a hand. "Some of the girls in class were comparing your shop from last year with Starbucks. Wanted to weigh in on it ourselves." "I'd hardly say it's that good, Tsubasa, but I'll take any good press." He turned his back to use the machines. "I mean, it's been doing quite well for a weekend-only joint. It's mainly tourists on Sundays though, always looking for places to have a quick lunch." "Hey, any profit is still profit." A boy with long fingers stuck up a thumb. "Too right, Kaneki." Izuku nodded as he turned around, setting 3 cups on the counter, leaving the 4th in front of him. 4 Americanos fresh out of the press. "Thank you," the 3 boys chorused before sipping their drinks. Katsuki grinned as he put his cup down. "Whoa, Midori." Tsubasa nearly slammed his cup down. "This is great. Where'd you get these beans from?" "This must have cost a kidney." "They're just regular beans, same as the stuff you'd find in Costa or McDonald's. I've managed to get better machines since I opened though. I should have enough to start stocking a snack counter soon." "Don't you need a display for those?" Kaneki raised an eyebrow. "Well, yeah, but..." He turned around and pulled a small string. A shutter opened up, revealing a glass display case for different desserts. "I got this with the profits I made last month. I just need a down payment to prove my validity to the supplier, then I'll pay for monthly stock of fresh treats, biscuits, cakes." "Apple turnovers?" Tsubasa leant forwards. "Yes, even those," Izuku chuckled. "I won't be ordering much since this place is only open after school and during the weekends." "Dude, you really know your stuff?" "I have to in order to get onto UA's business course," he shrugged. "I mean, if I can say to them that I'm already running my own café, it should be qualifications enough, right?" "Too right." Kaneki grinned widely. "I bet that once Bakugo gets on the Hero House, you'll have dozens of students doing their homework in the booths." "One can only dream." They shared a laugh before drinking in silence. After the boys were finished, he began cleaning and getting ready to close up shop. As he locked the safe and left his office, someone burst into the cafe and hid behind the counter. Cautiously, he walked over to them. Their eyes were wide and clearly hyperventilating. "Are you all right?" They stared at him like a deer caught in headlights. He stood up as he heard more people come charging in. "Guys? Can I help you? Did someone just come in here?" Blonde hair in buns, so tall and... "I mean, I probably served someone like that earlier today, but I'm just closing up shop right now. No one's been in here for, good hour and a half?" He smiled as he lied through his teeth. "What do you need her for?" "Stole some money off me, I want it back," the leader growled. Izuku shrugged. "I mean, I can keep an eye out for you gentlemen if you want, but it'll be hard looking for someone so generic." "All right, thanks." They stalked out of the door and he counted to 10 before ducking below the counter and putting a hand over his new arrival's mouth. You didn't steal any money, did you? A shake of their head. They wanted you for something else, didn't they? A nod as I began tearing up. Gently he removed his hand. They followed me for a long time. When I sped up, so did they. Kept making comments about a good time. Thank you. She was clearly a teenage girl, about his age and scared for her life. I wasn't sure you'd protect me, since I'm And how is a young lady like you a villain? You're about the same age as me. My quirk, it works off blood. So does Vlad King's. I need to drink it though. And? I do bad things when I crave it. How often do you crave it? Every 2 weeks, she sniffed. But it's been getting stronger, I'm scared. Sighing gently, he took her hand. Come with me. Leading her to the stairs, they moved to the upper floor. Like he'd planned, the cafe had expanded upwards, the second floor being solely a seating area, several sofas and booths around the area and the balcony used for outside seating. Fortunately, he hadn't begun offering table service just yet, so he could just man the counter while doing rounds every hour to clean up. All right, firstly, name. Himiko. Himiko Toga. They moved through the staff door into a back room. Nice to meet ya, Toga. Izuku Midoriya. Call me Midori if you want. Next, age. 16. Crossing the room, they went through another door and began walking up the stairs. Same age, just like I thought. Third. Are you currently in education? No. He opened the door to his apartment and turned on the light, not even pausing at her reply. I dropped out of high school. Perfect. You're hired as a full-time barista of Green Tea Coffee. The door shut and locked behind them. You start tomorrow. Uniform is already in the storage room. Go back there before you go to bed tonight. It. Fourth question. Are you currently missing or wanted by the police? They arrived in his kitchen and he opened a cupboard. No, folks kicked me out a few months ago. They don't like my quirk. Final question. Are you planning on doing anything illegal at any time soon? No. Good, you can take the guest room, but before we do any of that, turning to face her with a med kit in hand, he looked her in the eye. You're going to bite me. Come on, man, you gotta get me her number. Tsubasa leant over the counter desperately. She's so effing gorgeous. She is also not deaf. Izuku would forever deny that Tsubasa screamed like a little girl. Himiko would do no such thing. And can hear you even over this noise. The blonde slid behind the counter, putting a tray down and cleaning up the cups she collected. As cute as you are, Tsubasa, you can find a girl way better than some high school dropout. Hey, you're doing the online courses, don't sell yourself short, Himiko. Izuku shot over his shoulder as he worked the machines. It had been a few weeks since his first staff member joined and Green Tea Coffee had yet to stop benefiting from it. Thanks to Himiko not being at school, she could work the counter most days until Izuku came in from school. Since there weren't any rushes during school and work hours, she never found herself overwhelmed. With the new leaf came a bunch of new experiences for her, such as cooking food herself, getting takeaways, late nights watching movies. Izuku was mortified when she admitted to not knowing what popcorn was. Something he wasn't able to help her with, though, was the guys trying to get her number. After her run-in, Izuku was the only guy she trusted, maybe Katsuki too, but his aggressive support was a tad intense for her right now. The offers for dates didn't much scare her, though, as the cafe was a safe zone for her. No one in the place would act like a creep. She would just kindly decline and give off a negative about herself, like the fact she was a biter, or that she never finished high school. A gentle put-down, but a put-down nonetheless, and more often than not they'd return back to the cafe, remaining polite and friendly. That was another first for Himiko, friends. Izuku counted himself lucky that he'd had Bakugo since forever and Tsubasa and Kaneki from middle school. Both duos were friends from birth and had gravitated at lunches towards the other. Katsuki's way of showing his respect and care for them both was calling them lackeys and grunts. Everyone he didn't respect he called an extra, so to be called otherwise meant you had his favor. Even Himiko was called fangs, stemming from her sharper canines. To others it wouldn't mean much, but to those that knew him, it meant he would fight tooth and nail for you. Himiko openly expressed how she didn't feel like part of the group, but they counted her in anyways, dragging her to the arcade on her days off and coming over to Izuku's through the street entrance for things like game nights and such. Even Masaru and Mitsuki had met her and Izuku had to debate them off of adopting her, since it would probably get on the news again and nobody involved wanted that. "You're just saying that, Midoriya?" she pouted. "Seriously though, Tsubasa, I'm grateful, honored even, but you can find someone better, much better." Okay, sorry Toga, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Don't worry about it, Tsubasa. I hope we can still be friends. Of course. It's always fun hanging out with you, Toga. He put down his empty cup. Right, I should get home now. Mom said we're going to visit Grandpa tomorrow and I need to be up early for the journey. Standing up he waved as he walked to the door. Thanks for the drink. Both waved him away as they got back to work. Slowly the customers began leaving until they closed up. Alright Toga, you count up the till. I'm going to take stock and see what we need for this month's order. The shortbread has been selling well. Maybe see if you can get a few more of those, this time, she nodded, opening up the cash register. Izuku moved into the back room and took a list off the wall, counting all the brown boxes along the shelves. He was about to finish when there was a loud knocking at the front of the store. Darting towards the noise, he opened the door to meet an old man at the door. "Excuse me, young man, is the owner of this establishment in?" "I'm the owner, can I help you?" "You are younger than I expected, that makes this a tad more difficult. What can I help you with? Do you have an office we can discuss this in?" "I'd rather we didn't have ears listening in." Pursing his lips, Izuku stepped aside. "Come in." The man nodded and walked in as Izuku closed and locked the door. "This way," he led the man towards the small room he called an office. "Himiko, go upstairs please." "Alright, but if he—" "I mean no harm or ill will." She nodded with narrowed eyes before leaving the room, closing the door behind her. "Talk. You are Midoriya Izuku, correct?" "How do you know that?" "I knew your parents, Inko and Hisashi." "What about them?" "They were good friends of mine. Well, until Hisashi jumped ship. Rat BS fed off when they found out I was quirkless. Mom worked several jobs to keep us afloat. I remember, I offered to help more than once, but she said no repeatedly, didn't want to be in my debt. Had we not been friends I would have said it was a wise choice." "Who exactly are you?" "The boss of Shy Hisaiki." Izuku froze. "Are you trying to get protection money from—" "No, the complete opposite actually. I'm coming here for help. I didn't speak to Inko often after Hisashi fled, but every time I did, she spoke of Izuku and how much of a wonderful young man he was. I didn't realize how young she meant, but it is irrelevant at this time. I need your help, young Izuku. Tell me the problem and I'll see what I can do." It is my granddaughter. Her name is Eri. I believe she is in danger." His hand lifted. Izuku let him continue. "From one of my subordinates. He is useful but overestimates his place. I believe he is staging a coup in the near future, because he believes Eri is the key to the Yakuza revival." "What's Eri's quirk?" "She can rewind organisms to previous states. She rewound her own father to the microbacterial stage. Her mother abandoned her to me shortly thereafter. I believe my subordinate wants to use her quirk to create a drag that can control the market on heroes versus villains. Something that can give and take quirks, right?" "Exactly." Boss nodded slowly. "I fear for her safety in the compounds should the coup occur." "You want me to take care of her?" "You must understand, I believed you would be much older than you are currently. From the way Inko spoke of you, I assumed you already an adult. To be fair, I didn't see her during her PRDNSY, so I didn't know you were so young. The Midoriya family has been a great aid to my family in the past." "Meaning? Did they tell you nothing?" "Your father, he was part of the Yakuza himself. Obviously he left shortly after meeting Inko, and since he was simply going to live quietly, they let him walk away. After swearing he would never go against them." Izuku found himself frozen in disbelief. "Hisashi Midoriya, cowardly conman, part of the Yakuza? You're lying." Hisashi Midoriya was a fire quirk user, breathing powerful flames. He worked with the Yakuza on robbery missions, breaking open safes, collecting danger money. He was one of the highest-ranking members, which is why they let him walk away. Why I let him walk away. Had we known he was going to run when he did, we would have stepped in. The Yakuza are a clan with a sense of duty. To abandon your family is one of the highest insults in the clan. Hence why Eri's mother was made to leave the clan. When she gave Eri to me. And you want me to take care of her? It is the only place I believe it would be safe for her. The rest of the Shai Hisaki are unaware of your existence. Simply because all record of Hisashi was destroyed when he left, I would have taken her to Inko herself, but… You heard of her passing? I attended the funeral, young man, he said roughly. You probably don't remember me because you were so angry and sad that day, but I was there. Who do you think aided the Bakugos with the cost? Are you? They do not owe the Yakuza or the Shai Hisaki. I paid from my own pocket, as I would have to Inko had she listened to me long enough. However, she did not, and now we find ourselves here. Why not take her to the Bakugos? I do not trust a Bakugo as much as I do a Midoriya. The Bakugos are civilian, you are legacy. Izuku closed his eyes and sighed through his nose. I'll do it, but on one condition. If Himiko recognized the four faces on the news a few days later, she never said anything. Izuku was busy going over the books as she watched the TV. Boss would be dropping off Eri as soon as she was packed for at least a few days' stay. Both knew she'd be staying much longer than that, but neither wanted to admit it. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek as he carried out some sums. The cafe would be fine, it still made profits. Himiko wasn't paid nor did she pay rent. They'd agreed it was a useless loop of money going from him, to her, back to him. So she worked in exchange for living in his apartment. The moment she wanted to move out, she'd get paid accordingly. Izuku kept all the profits, and despite his living costs for food and utilities, he still had plenty to go to savings. Eri moving in changed that ever so slightly, but he wasn't going to mind. Honestly, he didn't want business with the Yakuza, so as soon as Boss dropped her off, they'd work to change her identity for several days. Come to think of it, Boss hadn't mentioned if she went to school or not. Izuku knew he sounded like a BSRD for thinking like this, but it would be a major benefit if she didn't. He and Himiko could teach her basics and she could get into a semi-decent school when the time came. A sudden crash on the balcony and he stopped writing. Himiko looked over to him and he simply shook his head. Getting up from his seat and walking towards the door, he opened it suddenly and stepped out. A teen laid on the floor, face down. It was clear they'd just fallen from the rooftop and landed the worst way possible. Help, he groaned, lifting his head up. Izuku paled as he saw the serious burns charring the man's skin. Help me. Please. Without another word, Izuku hefted the man in and took him across the room, laying him on the sofa. Himiko, medicine cabinet now, she nodded and dashed for it. Izuku darted into the bathroom and soaked a flannel in cold water, squeezing water out until it was just damp enough to be cold. Resting it on the man's forehead, he rolled up the sleeves to check for injuries. Aside from more concerning burns, there were a few bruises and scrapes, but nothing dangerous. Sir, can you tell me your name? T-to-do. What? Todoroki T2. To-do.ro.ki. Touya Todoroki. Todoroki as in NG Todoroki? Number 2 pro hero. What the F was the son of the number 2 doing on his doorstep, burnt to F, with injuries like he'd been in a brawl? I got the kit and some water. Taking the glass from her, Izuku supported Todoroki's head enough to let him gently drink the water. Any idea? Touya Todoroki, either his name or the name of the guy that did this to him. It's mainly some gnarly burns, but if we act quickly with the burn cream and get him hydrated, we can prevent the worst of it. He'll have blisters like nobody's business, but we should be able to prevent his skin from peeling away. Yeah, I'd rather not see that, thanks. Himiko shook her head slightly. Is he out of it? He's awake, just in bad shape, probably exhausted too, but he'll be wide awake in 3-2. He counted down as he scooped the burn cream onto his fingertips and applied it to Todoroki's arm. No, I'm here, I'm okay, Mai. Todoroki, please calm down. My name is Midoriya Izuku. You just fell onto my balcony covered in some severe burns. What you're feeling is… burn. Cream. You've had it before? Old. You gotta said to these things. There was a pained smirk on his face. Ma normally applies it not as much tea though. Doesn't want BBZ to can no. He spoke between grunts and coughs. Izuku frowned, pausing the application long enough to give Todoroki another drink. Well, I'm sorry to say, but you're going to be sleeping on the couch from now on, buddy. No way I can let you back there after that. Sounds like he's abusing you. Did he'll say I'm dead soon. C caused the training room to collapse because they left me there to die. And you were on the rooftops because? I wouldn't get K killed in my sleep on the. It's alright Todoroki, just rest for now, I'm going to keep applying the cream. Forgive me but I'll have to remove some of your clothes to make sure you aren't in danger of skin peeling away and getting infected. SF-Phi and E. Todoroki smiled as he closed his eyes. Gank, you. Izuku grunted as he kept rubbing the cream on in rather generous amounts. Todoroki would shine like a Christmas light and slip around like an ice cube on an ice rink, but at least he'd keep his skin and thusly not get infected. The greenette just frowned to himself for another moment before shaking his head. For mouths? Yeah, he could feed them, he'd have to dip into his savings for the start of it. But if Todoroki agreed to work downstairs, he could keep the shop open all day, every day. Weekends they could offer table service and get more in, plus he did get the order of takeaway paper cups. Plus, with 3 staff members, they could even begin a schedule and he could start advertising jobs. Katsuki was groaning about needing a part-time job this year, meaning there'd be more time to help Eri learn. He could make this work. He would. I didn't want to have to do this so soon, but he currently sat before 2 of his 3 flatmates. I have little alternative. From his pockets, 2 keys were produced. Wait, what? The teen with black hair stared in shock. Izuku? Touya, you didn't think this 2-bedroom studio apartment was the only one up here, right? The greenette chuckled. Look, you're next door, Himiko is the one after that. So I get the smallest bedroom? You got here last, he shrugged. Touya just stared in shock. Ever since he'd crashed onto the balcony a few days ago, he'd gone through a metamorphosis. His snow-white hair had been dyed a void black, eyes had been changed to a chocolate brown with some contacts. He still had scars from the burning, but they were fading already. I pay the utilities bills and you don't pay rent, because you work downstairs. There's going to be a monthly shop for all 3 apartments. Have a list ready because we're going to have a rota every trip. Got it? Understood. Got it? Mr. Midoriya? The 3 turned to look over at their newest roommate. Eri stood, barely 5 years old and staring at them all. Are they going away? No Eri, no they're just. We're too big tyke. Touya smiled warmly. If we stay here we'll just eat everything in the fridge. Oh okay. We'll only be next door though, so if you need us, bang on the wall. An eyebrow was raised as he faced Izuku, right? Yeah, her bedroom borders your place, but you'll need to knock on Himiko's door. Touya nodded. Alright, that being said, let's open up shop. Eri waddled after them and Himiko tooted before picking the girl up and supporting her on her hip. Let's get you on a private table and learning, she mused. Yeah, wanna be smart like Mr. Midoriya. Eri nodded with a mile-wide grin. They marched out of his apartment and scaled the stairs, moving through the back of the café and arriving in the storefront. Grinning to himself, he led Himiko to a small table in a corner, setting up a laptop and some books. They weren't complex books, only some picture books and basic maths for her. Once she was happy they began turning everything on and taking chairs off tables. Touya, care to do the honors? A large grin. With pleasure, the shutters were lifted as he unlocked the front door, pulling it open to flip over the sign. The 3 simply began to fill time until customers began trickling in. And who is this little bean? A voice spoke from behind Izuku as he continued making drinks. Oh, Miss Yaoyorozu, I wasn't aware today was a shopping day for you, the usual? If you please, Mr. Midoriya. It's just Izuku, ma'am, mister. Midoriya is much too formal for a place like this. Ah, alright, then please, it's Yamamo, a nickname those I am comfortable with call me. Alright then, Miss Yamamo, but to answer your question, that's the daughter of a family friend. He's in a spot of bother at the moment, so the Green Tea Coffee staff have taken her in for the time being, he sighed, due to circumstances. Less than ideal, she hasn't been able to start school, so for now she's being home or rather, shop-schooled. Would like me to help? I could never. He turned around, sliding a china cup in front of her. 1 butter coffee, fresh and steaming. Yamamo gave him a wry grin. Thank you, honestly it'd be no bother to come over after school every day, My parents know I enjoy coming here. If they were to learn I was aiding such an adorable young lady, they'd let me stay here. As wonderful as that sounds, Miss Yamamoto, I'm afraid that I only have one guest room and she's currently using it. There would be apartments upstairs I could use? I supposed you could bunk with Himiko, there's enough bedroom space. I'd obviously earn my keep if you were to let me. Miss Yamamoto, how about you try tutoring little Eri first, then we can see about getting Himiko to accept a flatmate. Sup, nerd? They heard a friendly growl as Izuku pulled out another cup. The regular, please. You got it, cats. Extra. He greeted Yamamoto. My name is. I heard, I don't care. He nodded as the drink was slid in front of him. Thanks, Dikair. No worries, I know you're good for it after all. Izuku shook his head. Miss Yamamoto, Katsuki has this system wherein a name from him is earned, rather than given. He respects the workers here, so they get a nickname. For example, I've been Dikairu for as long as I can remember. Cats uses it as a form of encouragement. You can do it, nickname. Blondie over there is Fangs, sharp teeth, burns. I think I'll call him Quispy, Izuku snorted. Quispy? Oh, that's perfect. Better than KFC face. Even Yamamoto giggled lightly. You are quite abrasive, aren't you? It's his way of showing affection, Izuku substituted. Honestly, I blame his mother. Woman shouts twice as much as he does. Poor Uncle Masaru somehow hasn't gone deaf just yet. Oh, are you cousins? May as well be brothers. Our folks were friends when we were younger. Were. My father abandoned us when I was younger. Mom died of a heart attack when we were 13? Yeah, 3 years ago now. You are only 16? I had assumed that I was 20-something? She nodded, rather embarrassed. I get that a lot. It's always been my dream to run a successful café for heroes and civilians, a place for both to feel safe and where ex-villains can come and be free of judgment. Ex-villains? Those whose circumstances forced their hand or left them no alternative, people who had to do something desperate and were punished for it. They, too, will be safe in green tea coffee, he nodded, cleaning out some more cups. Yamamoto nodded. When Mom died, Kat's parents sued the company on my behalf. Because her heart attack was from being overworked, we won and I got a rather large payout. When combined with the inheritance fund, I could afford some decent starting kit to get this place up and running. Over time it's become a hotspot for students and tourists, mainly tourists during the days though. Yo Midori! Tsubasa sat the opposite side of Katsuki. Can I get a latte? Medium please. Izuku nodded and turned to use the machine. Hey, have you guys heard? Heard what? Endeavor's kid died, like a couple days ago. Izuku's eyes widened. Yeah, I saw that on the news. He nodded, not turning around just yet. He was using his quirk when he went overboard and burned a room down on top of himself. Shame, Katsuki grumbled. He must have been a strong kid to do something like that. Wonder if they'll ever share his name. Touya? Izuku truly froze at that. His name was Touya, Yamamoto stated, almost with finality. Shoto Todoroki is in my class. He spoke of his older brother when we could get him to talk to us. He remains quite the shut-off person. Maybe bring him round here at some point? Izuku was a businessman. He knew how to say two things at once. Nearby, Touya was walking over with some cups to clean. After all, this place has quite the social atmosphere. It may encourage him to open up slightly. I don't think Shoto's a coffee person. You never know. Besides, we do serve more than just coffee here, Miss Yamamoto. Touya remained unreactive as they spoke, tapping Izuku's ankle. It may just be he is grieving at the moment. Having someone there is the best thing for him, I guarantee it. Putting on a sad smile, he watched Yamamoto mentally react before nodding very lightly. I shall bring him tomorrow. For now I have a little bean to introduce myself to. She turned and hopped off the stool, wandering over to Eri's table. The two engaged in a quiet conversation before Eri was vibrating with joy and Yamamoto sat down opposite her. Say, Dikairu, did you ever actually look into that eraser guy? Not much, I'm afraid. I know his name's Eraserhead. Quirk is like you said, when he stares at you, he can prevent your quirk from activating. You know what that means, right? Izuku shook his head. You could be a hero. Except even Eraserhead levels the playing field. He's not bulletproof though, or able to lift cars with one arm. You could easily be an underground hero. Katsuki, I appreciate the support, honestly I really and truly do, but, well, it's not for me, not anymore. It's a shame too. Tsubasa shook his head. You'd be an awesome hero, dude. What we talking about? Kaneki fell into the seat on Tsubasa's other side. Midori being a hero. You kidding? He's already a hero, cappuccino please man, they debated while he made the drink. He's saved our buttes with studying several times over, not to mention the life elixir he brews in this place. The boy lifted the cup to his lips and downed the contents in a mouthful. Another please. Should I add it to your tab or can you? A large wad of bills was placed on the counter. Wow. That should cover the tab. Won it last night playing card with Dad and his friends. Who knew poker was so easy to bluff through? Izuku quickly counted the cash and extra said a small amount. There's more in here than you realize, Kaneki. The majority of the money was handed back. This should cover your tab and the cappuccinos for today. You'll be going through 5 as usual? Yeah, another. Late night tonight. Quadratics is so hard. Once you get the gist, you'll have it down pat, Kaneki. Cats could always give you a few pointers. The blonde's eye narrowed. After all, he wouldn't want a lacking lackey, would he? Curse you and your ability to appeal to my good nature. Come on, Grinch, I'm dragging you through those equations before you leave today. Tsubasa nearly sighed when, you 2 wings. Midori, help me. Tsubasa wailed before climbing from his stool and following the blonde to a booth. Izuku just chuckled as they walked away, cleaning up the cups. He'd be lying if he said Katsuki didn't have a point. Eraserhead fought quirkless, it was worth a shot, right? Eri was asleep, he'd locked up shop and everything was quiet. He'd taken his break and bought a cheap Halloween mask earlier in the day. A plastic All Might, with only holes for his eyes. Grinning as he let himself out onto the balcony, he nearly jumped when he heard. And where are you going this fine evening? Christ, Himiko, you nearly gave me a heart attack. She was currently standing on his balcony, grinning widely. Doesn't answer the question, are you going out to be a vigilante? Oh, you are, aren't you? I'm coming too. She put a hand into her pocket. All right, let's. Rugrats, they looked over to the next balcony. Touya was already climbing over. Do you really think I'd let you 2 wander off without me there to save your buttes before you got yourselves killed? He revealed his own best genist plastic mask. Let's get to work. Yeah. Himiko cheered quietly, putting her own plastic Endeavor mask on. Touya's sweat dropped. What? This way they'll pause just long enough for us to run. The 3 scaled the building to the rooftop and began jogging quietly. We need some gear if we're going to do this properly. That can come later, right now we just need code names. Already picked mine, Dobby, you too? Ooh, vampire. Himiko hopped as she ran. What about you, Izu? I was thinking Jade. Nice, I'll find us a broker at some point to get gear. Nothing much, just stuff to help with parkour. Himiko and Izuku nodded to him as they leapt across an alley. Any idea how we're going to cross streets? Izuku just grinned behind his mask. Jade? Just one. He leapt off the edge as Himiko and Touya came to a stop. Reaching out with a gloved hand, he grabbed a telephone wire. It sagged under his weight, but remained tight enough to swing him back up. Letting go, he reached for the rooftop. As his fingers latched onto the ledge, he kicked off the wall and flipped over it. Standing up, he looked over to Himiko and Touya, who just stood there, masks hiding their emotions. Himiko was next, retreating back to throw herself off the roof, landing in the wires and using it like a trampoline to spring up to him. Touya just shook his head before taking a few paces backwards. Izuku and Himiko watched as he broke into a dead sprint and jumped, pushing off with all of his strength. His other foot landed on the top of the telephone pole and he crouched low before rocketing off again. Rolling as he landed, the older teen stood up and lifted his hands in victory. All 3 cheered as they began running again. Jade. They called as he dropped down an alley. Landing on a thug's shoulders, he knocked the man down and rolled along the floor. Himiko giggled while Touya sighed. Cowabunga it is. Himiko began climbing her way down the fire escape as Touya landed in a dustbin, using the trash as a springboard to attack the second thug. As the brawl broke out, Izuku ducked away next to the man's side. He laid against the wall, beat up but alive and conscious. Sir, are you all right? I'm fine, he groaned. Who are you kids? Couple of any erdowels trying to do good is all, sir. Can you get up? Course, these punks don't know the first thing about fighting. Now I got some backup, we can take 'em out easy. Sensei, what are you? Izuku looked over to see two figures approaching. Who are these guys? A man in an All Might hoodie was sliding over on all fours while a woman in a very revealing outfit floated down next to him. Endeavor Mask and Best Jeanist Mask are friendlies. The others were trying to 1 versus 7 your friend here. Izuku pulled the older man to his feet. Any reason why? Punks don't much like me, the man grunted. Knuckle Duster, runt is Crawler, this here's Pop Step. Jade, Vampire, Dobby. Izuku introduced himself and the others. Now can we aid my friends or not? The four jumped into the fight. It was now 1-on-1. Izuku had trained enough with Katsuki to know his way round a fight. Moving around a fist, he delivered a gut punch followed by a rising knee to the face. The thug stumbled backwards and he followed it up with another strike to the face. My friend's faster than you, he grunted, blocking a haymaker and returning with his own. Katsuki was fast, his explosions could propel him at incredible speeds. Izuku had to keep up with him, so he had some fast reaction times. Blocking a jab with his forearms, he kicked out the thug's knee and socked him around the face. The thug fell soundlessly to the floor. Izuku changed targets and charged at the guy fighting Touya. Dobby, go high. Sharing a nod, the older teen charged forwards and threw out his arm. Izuku hit the floor and slid, kicking the man's ankles out from under him at the same time. Touya capitalized on the airborne man by quickly punching him headfirst into the floor. Together they moved on to the third, fighting Himiko. Touya put his arms out. Up. He called over his shoulder. Izuku understood immediately, jumping onto a trash can and bouncing off his shoulders. Himiko punched one side of his head while Touya struck the other side. I'm here too. Izuku yelled, punching the man's head down as he was caught between the two other fists. Flipping to land on his feet, he saw that Crawler, Kunkle Duster and Pop Step had taken out the other four. We all good? The three nodded at him. Good, you guys need healing, let's move. Crawler knelt down and whizzed up the wall, Pop Step following him. Himiko pushed off a wall and twirled back up the fire escape while Touya kicked off and scaled a drainage pipe. Knuckle Duster jumped and free climbed his way up as Izuku leant against the far wall. Taking a deep breath, he took several steps before hopping. Kicking off the first wall, he twisted back round to kick off the second, repeating the process until he rolled onto the roof and stood up. You guys can come with us to get healed. Why should we trust you? Pop Step, we're 3 teens in plastic masks. What about us seems organized enough to spring a trap? Touya grunted. Just come on, we got medkits. Ooh, a medkit sounds great. Got some bruises that going to be coming out soon. Crawler put a hand to his ribs. Lead the way. Knuckle Duster just grunted as they began moving. Getting to the streets they crossed, Izuku swan dived off, swinging from the wires again as Touya and Himiko matched their previous ways, both cackling with excitement. Crawler just sped off the edge as Pop Step jumped, bouncing from his back and grabbing his wrist. The two levitated as Knuckle Duster leapt. The trio formed a chain and swung, Knuckle Duster hitting the roof followed by Crawler, who had dropped into a roll, and then Pop Step, who glided down. The 6 began running again as they heard. Freeze, you scum. They turned to see Endeavor charge them. Some punks fighting again? Who are the new brats, huh? Wouldn't you like to now, Silver? Touya called over. The group kept running as he charged on a collision course. Jade, tell me you've analyzed him. Of course, Izuku grinned. Who do you take me for, Dobby? Vampire? Oi! The 2 boys rushed to meet Endeavor, while the other 4 kept running. Izuku fell to his knees, ducking under a flaming fist, the heat prickling his skin. As he slid, he began to spin on one leg, sticking his other out to trip the hero up. Touya grabbed his ankle and began spinning. The hero roared in anger as Izuku grinned. Dobby, it's time to spin. The shit stick. He held out his fist as Touya kept spinning. The older teen picked up on his message and angled himself. Endeavor's face routinely struck Izuku's fist as they spun in a circle. And you've won an all-expense flight to downtown. Dobby, show the man his prize. He released the hero's ankles, sending him flying over the rooftops. As they turned to leave, a gray cloth trapped Izuku. A new challenger approaching? You're both under arrest for assaulting. Razorhead, you see him try and kill me with that flaming fist? He wiggled and escaped the scarf. That being said, and you're being live-streamed right this second? The trio looked over to see Popstep and Crawler on the nearby rooftop holding up their phones. Say hi to the world, guys. Izuku waved a hand. Glad people could see us stick it to the silver streak. Hope this doesn't mean trouble for the rest of his kids though. Touya cheered as he lifted a hand. Another training incident would be so heartbreaking right now. What's you game here? Eraserhead growled. No game, Eraserhead. We're here to do a job, protect the guys you're too busy to help, maybe expose a few things the bigwigs don't want people to hear. Touya smirked. I'm just here to see what I can do. Very well, Eraserhead sighed as he crouched low. You can be honest in the station. Izuku instinctively moved to the side as the undergowned hero darted forwards, rolling on the floor. The tape wrapped his ankle and pulled on him onto his back with a crash. Lifting his hips and rolling backwards onto his feet, he avoided Eraser's stomp. You think we're lying? Go ahead, buddy, but we're just the little guys looking out for little guys. Izuku nodded, helping everyone who needs it, while the heroes protect the public will protect the person. Hiding behind noble goals is just being afraid to show your true colors. He began weaving between blows, but Eraser was trained. Izuku, not so much. A few strikes landed and he winced at the bruises popping up. These are my true colors, prick. The scarf wrapped in his wrist and he gripped it tightly, pulling it taut. I'm here to help everybody who needs it. Gripping the scarf with both hands, he pulled it. Eraser had clearly not expected the strength Izuku hid as he stumbled forwards into a haymaker. Green eyes met red as they suddenly lit up. He didn't even hesitate as he charged forwards, surprising Eraserhead with a punch straight to the face. Before the blow had even finished landing, he turned and fled in the direction of Crawler and Popstep. Show's over, guys. Good night. Touya joined them, sprinting away as the four laughed before disappearing into the night, leaving Eraserhead rubbing a sore nose and Endeavor somewhere apoplectic with rage. Why, you sure we can use here? Crawler asked as he undid the locks for the backstreet entrance to the store. Yeah, I own the place. The door swung open and he gestured everyone inside. Head into the storeroom, there's stairs on the left, go up them and you should get to a cramped hallway, go to the last door. He instructed the new trio as Touya and Himiko walked in, the latter of which pouted at him for a moment. I have a guest, remember? He whispered before her face changed and she nodded fervently. The other three waited for them to reach the stairs and they all moved up together. Entering Himiko's apartment, the inhabiting trio moved to get the first aid kits from around the apartment. The visiting trio were instructed to sit at the table in the main room. Once they all reconvened, Izuku spoke up. Names and quirks, please. We'll go after you if that's all right. Crawler, Koichi Himawari, slide and glide. I can pre-eject a repulsive force from my hands and feet. I can also turn the repulsion into adhesion if I need to. I don't know my top speed. Pop step, Kazuho Hanayama, leap. I can jump high and long distances. My quirk prevents me from taking damage when I use it, but not from regular falls. I need a solid platform to leap from. Knuckle duster, Yao Aguro, quirkless. Quirk called Overclock was stolen from me. We already beat the guy that had it given to him. Enhances comprehension and movement to the point everything else seems still. Dabi, Shoto Todoroki, cremation, basically hell flame, but stronger and harder to control. Stronger my emotions, the stronger my flames. Can't handle the top temperatures for too long. Vampire, Himiko Toga, transform. By drinking a person's blood, I can take their appearance for a certain amount of time. If I drink more than one person's blood, I can swap between the appearances without need to turn back. It nearly caused a bout of quirk-induces psychosis due to my parents trying to squash it out of me. Izuku hummed. That remind me. He slipped the collar of his shirt off his shoulder. Drink. Himiko stared at him before moving behind him and clamping down on his skin. Jade, Izuku Midoriya, quirkless, since birth, higher than average IQ and will of steel. What brought you three together? It was a few years ago now, God, we were teens back then. Himawari chuckled softly as he dressed Hanayama's wounds. Had this whole thing about a villain factory, a bee with a quirk, just all around a bad time. Knuckle Duster found me and taught me to fight in the beginning, and once we had a handle on it, went to China to try and get some information. 2 years later and we know he's back because it's on the hero radio. A whole mess with the villain factory. Ugh, don't remind me, Hanayama groaned, putting her face into Himawari's shoulder. Please, I'd rather forget that part of our story. I disagree. After all, you did keep the costume. Hanayama went bright pink. But man, 6 was a tough cookie. I'm just glad we had a guy that knew Overclock's weakness. Sensory overload, Izuku muttered. Lots of loud noises, bright lights, maybe fire to overstimulate smell? Honestly, it sounds like you could have taken the guy out with some flashbang grenades. Just get him to activate his quirk right before the greenages go off. Because the hearing and sight are enhanced, it would have taken much longer for him to recover, not less time. Wow, and we didn't say much, Hanayama exclaimed. Senses are enhanced to match speeds that make time seem non-existent. People look stationary? Not incomprehensible. Make cars look stationary? Faster but still something calculable. Time itself appears unmoving? Even thinking that fast can barely be done on subconscious thoughts. In order to do register and identify objects as if you were moving at normal speeds means that the senses have to be enhanced to dangerously high levels. The only reason you can't hear things at that speed is because you're faster than sound. A bright light could permanently blind eyes that's sensitive. You mean we could have beaten him with a flashlight? Himawari exclaimed. Maybe if you shone it directly into his eyes, yeah, he would have been blinded for at least a few days. Imagine a sun going off directly in your retinas. That's how bad it would have been. A thunderclap could have deafened him too. Thunderclap. Hanayama tilted her head. You smack both hands either side of a person's head, directly over their ears. Ever seen Sherlock Holmes? Yeah. Discombobulate. Ooh, that. He would have planted his face against the table, had Himiko not been feasting on his shoulder. Yeah, I can see that working on someone like that, but how would you land it? Enhanced vision doesn't mean rear view, Touya smirked. Midori can tear apart any quirk in a few minutes. He does analysis as a pastime when he's not working. Working? I did say I own the shop downstairs. The 3 of us work there. And it's enough to support you guys? Yeah. It's pretty popular, green tea coffee, not sure if you've heard of it. We have, started last year, right? Yeah. We would have graduated university the year before you locked. Neither of you went? We were busy with jobs so we could be vigilantes. Wonderful, you're all hired. You can start work when you've left your old jobs. Serious? Yeah, if you haven't noticed, it's barely the 3 of us running a cafe, plus with Hanayama's social media skills, we can give Green Tea Coffee its own social media account, free advertising. What, like limited sales and things? Yeah, I've got some desserts stocked up that are seasonally produced. With a social media we can get things out there so much more effectively. Jade's already trending thanks to Pop Step's account, she nodded. You avoiding Endeavor and decking Eraser has made you super popular. He shook his head lightly as she showed him the screen. Watching it back felt surreal. Holy shit, Touya, we beat your old man in a fight. His eyes widened. Touya, we have fought your old man. The group was silent for a moment before the adrenaline wore off and they all laughed out of anxiety. We beat the number 2 pro hero, without quirks. As it set in, he smiled uncontrollably. Katsuki was right. He could be a hero. I don't believe you, Himawari growled. Making us work the night shift like this? He cleaned out a glass. Why the fudge would you even want to have a bar in here? It's a cafe. Because Koichi, Izuku leant on the counter with a wry grin. A bar means we can stay open overnight, and with Iwao handling the stocks now, we can order in alcohol and legally sell it, plus having this in the upstairs area means we can slip in and out a lot more discreetly. You and Kazuho work until closing time, sleep through the late night, early morning and go out vigilante during the days. Himiko and Touya can stay here working from opening until you 2 come back. The 3 of us can go out and keep up the watch. He tapped his temple. I have this all figured out, man, trust me. You're 16. And yet I run a successful cafe cum bar while in high school and being a vigilante. He shrugged. Tell me again how I'm just a kid. Koichi just narrowed his eyes as he set the glass down. So why aren't you out tonight? Because tonight Iwao wanted to take Himiko and Touya out to accustom to the area. Himiko was a street rat and Touya wasn't allowed out much. They don't know the area too well, he does. So you've got the night off? Why do you get to be the boss? Hey, I'll have you know I'm meeting the girl that wants to help tutor Eri tomorrow, so I need my... They heard voices coming from outside the storefront. Koichi put down the glass as they both hopped down the stairs and opened the door. Hey, what the F are you doing? A group of figures were surrounding a prone man. A mutant quirk, giving him the features of a lizard. None of your business, kid. Go back to bed. Izuku twitched and walked over to the guy, putting a hand on his shoulder as he turned around. His cheek was smashed by a fist. 2 spins before he hit the ground, dazed. Call me kid again, I dare you. Taking the tea towel from his shoulder, he spun it between both hands, making a makeshift whip. Clear out and don't let me catch you out here again. You lit ga? One of the thugs tried charging him, only to get whipped in the face and a punch in the gut. Izuku wrapped the towel around the man's neck and crouched behind him, pulling it tight. Does anyone else feel like pissing me off tonight? Holding both ends of the towel in one hand, he kept the man down and eyed the other guys. I'm going to let your friend go, and when I do, you're going to clear off, and you are never going to let me even see you near this place again, am I clear? CC Crystal. Sir, one stammered. Good, now, letting one end of the towel go and pushing the man to the floor, he bared his teeth, scram. Even as he fought for breath, the thug ran away, the collective group supporting him and his dazed cohort. That's why I'm the boss, Koichi, sliding the cloth over his shoulder, the crouched by the beaten man. Sir? Can you hear me? I can hear. You? He groaned quietly. Wonderful, I'm taking you inside my café, please don't fight us. Izuku looked over to his friend, Koichi, little help here? Together they supported the barely conscious man into the store. Let's get you laid down. Leaving Koichi to support him, Izuku cleaned off the bar and they hoisted him onto it. Can you tell me your name? Shuichi. Iguchi. Well, Iguchi, I have good news and bad news. Bad news. Bad news is, you're pretty beat up, good news is we can help. Help? How? Well, just from looking at you, I can tell you haven't eaten, from the state of your clothes you've been sleeping on the streets, I can give you a roof and a job, we'll hash out details once you're in better shape, which we can also help with right now. Can you remove your shirt? We need to check for bruising, it will be purple, right? Gray and brown actually. If I weren't healing you, I'd be analyzing your quirk to F right now, Izuku confessed as he wrapped up a definitely not green patch of skin. Can you keep talking? I want to make sure you're still able to think, see and talk, otherwise I will be rushing you to the nearest hospital. Iguchi just chuckled lightly, or laughing works too. Come on buddy, work with us here. I got no job to work so. Well you do now, welcome to Green Tea Coffee, you start immediately, first task, don't die on me. Another laugh. Why do you got it boss, I pull, Ed through worse than this? Not something to boast about bud, Koichi grunted, how many fingers you see? 4. Vision stable enough, not concussed, bruising's heavy but nothing more than muscle deep, no breaks as far as I can see and minimal scrapes from grinding on the floor. The older man stepped backwards. Izuku, this guy's gonna be fine, just give him 5 minutes to recover. The greenette finished wrapping a bandage and nodded. Right, Iguchi, we're going to need to go through some paperwork before you actually start working here and we're going to introduce you to your roommate. Roommate? Well, yeah, apartment's only got one wait, that rat BSRD. Izuku suddenly called out. He's been complaining about one bedroom, he's using the other as FNG storage. Koichi just groaned and slapped his hand against his face. So while Kaz and I have been sharing a room in Himiko's place and Iwao borrowing Touya's couch, the fucker's been keeping a second room hidden from us? I didn't have to listen to him complain about back pain for the last few days at all? The F man? It doesn't matter now, Iwao will be taking Touya's room and Touya can split the room with Iguchi here, a sinister grin, and he's on duty for the next month. Koichi chuckled darkly. Oh, you evil bee. They cackled with laughter at the revenge scheme before Iguchi became more aware of his surroundings. What's going on? You're okay. Izuku smiled at him. Wonderful, we'll get a uniform for you tomorrow so it'll be a training day for you. I can handle the paperwork tomorrow morning, but before that, we need your help quickly. Sure. Nothing nefarious, just a little payback. I'm in. To say Touya was upset would be accurate. He hadn't realized the storage room was actually a small bedroom. However, they couldn't follow the original plan of sticking Iguchi and him in there, so Iwao took it. He also took the big bed from Touya's room too, leaving the other two to mattress and cushions until the bed frames arrived. Which would be soon. Neither complained though. Iguchi claimed even the mattress alone was better than the streets, and Touya had slept on tatami flooring for most his life, so even the carpeted wooden flooring was heaven sent to him. Izuku hummed to himself quietly as he stood behind the counter. Iguchi put himself to work immediately, excited to earn his keep. The Greenette couldn't help noticing how they had a slight increase in mutant quirk customers after he began working storefront. Looking to the door as the bell chimed, he grinned. Miss Yamamoto, he greeted as she sauntered over, a heterochromatic teen walking behind her, eyeing everything suspiciously. And this must be Mr. Todoroki. Handing her a cup, he smiled. Eri is waiting for you upstairs. The door is unlocked. Help yourself to refreshments if you wish. If you're willing to stay a bit later, we can discuss the possibility of you moving in with Himiko. Thank you, Izuku. I'll head right up. Todoroki, this is the boy I told you about, Midoriya Izuku. He does wonderful drinks and I believe he can understand what you're going through to an extent. The Ravenet disappeared through the staff door as Todoroki sat down on the stool. Who are you? He growled. Did my old man hire you to talk to me? I can assure you, Mr. Todoroki, if your father met me, he would greatly dislike me. Transformation quirk? No quirk. Mismatched eyes widened at him. Yeah, you think about that for a minute. Todoroki remained silent. As I thought, now you seem incredibly withdrawn. There's nothing wrong with being Chu-dash. I didn't say quiet, I said withdrawn. Take it from someone who isolated themselves for a week, I know. Well, what do you suggest? I'm not making friends. Why not? A pause? I mean really? Genuinely? Friends aren't a commodity or a pet that needs constant care. Friends are a network of people who care about you, a family you choose to have. I don't have time. Well, you're here right now, aren't you? What drink would you like? Water please, cold. Izuku sighed and rolled his eyes lightly, reaching down into a small fridge under the counter, pulling out a bottle of water. Slamming it against the counter, he caused small ice crystals to form before the drink had frozen entirely. Cold enough? What's you game here? No game, you have a look in your eye. Izuku shrugged. You're angry at the world, maybe someone particular in it, but deeper than that, you're hurt, you're asking for help. I don't. Yes, you don't need help, oh mighty son of Endeavor. You think? Neither did he, and look where that got him. He spoke levelly with an undertone of threatening anger. Nothing but second place, a dead son and a clearly traumatized other one. I'm not even going to talk about the two he seems to neglect. What are their names? Natsuo, Fuyumi? How do you think they'd feel knowing their little brother is pushing everyone away, just like a hand gripped his shirt? Don't compare me to him. Then stop behaving like him. Touya growled as he stood by his younger brother. You're coming with me, Shoto, and we're going to have a little talk. Says who? Says Touya. The boy growled, grabbing Todoroki's arm. You can tell Fuyumi and Natsuo that I'm waiting here for them too, Midoriya. I'm taking my break early. Take it easy on him, Touya. He's thought you were dead for. What do you know? Todoroki spat. How could you? Todoroki, I made this place when I was 15, with the payout I got from the company that overworked my mother and the inheritance I got when that overwork killed her. Green eyes narrowed. I was 13 when she died. Know why I haven't mentioned my old man yet? Todoroki opened his mouth. Because he abandoned us when I was 4. Other people suffer too. Get your head out of your butt before I kick it out. Touya, once you're done, get him out. I don't want his attitude here. Going back to cleaning cups, he made sure Todoroki knew he was being watched, eyes never leaving the teen until the door blocked him from vision. He nodded at the paperwork, a level of respect on his face. I take it you didn't do this yourself? No. Yamamoto nodded gently. Once I explained the situation, my parents helped me write it. Well, it's certainly brilliant, but it's ultimately unneeded. I haven't used a CV for any of my other employees and it would be unfair to ask you for one. Didn't even give me an interview. Himiko folded her arms, just dragged me into his apartment, hired me and told me to bite him. Bite him? My quirk, I have a dependency on blood due to my parents trying to suppress it. It didn't work but it did nearly drive me to a psychotic break. She shook her head. I'm fine now though, thanks to the sessions I have with Izuku, I don't get cravings anymore. And how often are there sessions? Once a fortnight. He pulled his collar to the side. You can probably tell her favorite point. There was a ring of scarred teeth marks around a clump of skin where his neck connected to his shoulders. Least amount of resistance and a point where I won't bleed heavily, takes about 5 mouthfuls and dresses the wound. Are you not worried for infection? My saliva is an antiseptic of sorts, naturally kills of all pathogens. I wouldn't want to get a disease from someone's blood, would I? Himiko shrugged. Plus he knows to just say stop and I will. Izuku nodded gently. Now as it is, you can move straight in. As long as you don't mind sharing a bed at this time, we'll get a bed and mattress ordered if you agree to move in. All your bills will be paid for by me and you won't pay rent. I would work here in order to live in this building? Essentially, yeah, he smiled. Everyone else is happy with it, since me paying then only to get the money back seems, well, it seems a bit silly if I'm honest, so I don't charge them anything and they don't get paid very much. Very much. Well, I basically look at what I'd charge them in rent and utilities, deduct that from their pay, anything that wouldn't immediately come back to me I give them, you would be the same. Really? Yes, since you would be in the same position as the others, it would only be reasonable to act the same. That seems acceptable. What would my warring hours be? Well, that depends. Would tutoring area factor into your hours? Yamamo shook her head. Wonderful, you can work 5 hours a day for say, 4 days a week? Does that sound fair? Of course, she nodded. When can I begin? You can start immediately. You can also move in as soon as you want to. Ooh, come on, let's go find you a bed. Himiko dragged the poor girl by the wrist out of the office and through the door of the café. Izuku sighed and stood up. Touya had handled the cash register and locked up the safe. Koichi was training Iguchi on the bar equipment while Kahuzo was cleaning up the cafe and readying the bar to open. Iwa was in the stock room organizing the different products in order of priority and what would need restocking the most. He quietly moved to lock up the front, getting as far as pulling down the shutters before he heard a cry of, "Wait!" Turning around, he saw a woman in heels charging over, short white hair with red highlights, dressed in jeans and a sweater vest over a sky blue shirt. Her eyes were framed by a pair of sleek black square glasses. Izuku stared at her as she ran over, stopping by bowling into him and knocking them both over. "Oh, I'm so sorry." "It's no bother, the cement broke my fall," he groaned. "Are you all right, ma'am? What's the problem?" "I'm just looking for a cafe, the green coffee tea shop." "You mean green tea coffee?" She nodded fervently. He just raised an eyebrow and pointed a hand to the sign above the door. There printed in large cursive letters was Green Tea Coffee, lit up by overhead lights shining down onto it. "Oh, is it closed now?" "We're just about to close. Did you want something?" "If it's just a quick drink I can help you." "Actually, I was after one of your coworkers. Is the manager still here by any chance?" "Ma'am, I'm the owner of the place," he stated with a deadpan expression. "Oh, but you're so young, I'm sorry. I had assumed you were a part-time worker." She bowed at him. "Let me start over. My name is Fuyumi Todoroki." "Ah, come on through." Izuku held the door open and locked it behind her. "We have a series of apartments upstairs. You're after Touya, correct?" "Yes. Earlier today, my younger brother Shoto told me that he'd run into Touya, which I thought was impossible after, the news report, but curiosity got the better of me shortly after I finished dinner. My brother, Natsuo?" "It is all right, Miss Todoroki. Your brother can come at his own discretion. You are not his keeper." Her face flushed lightly as he guided her through the shop floor. "Though if you could please tell your brothers to use the street entrance instead of coming through my store, I would greatly appreciate it." "Oh, yes, of course, sorry." He laughed softly. "Don't apologize so much, Miss Todoroki. It is no skin off my nose. You are quite the contrast to your brothers though. Touya is much more laid back and speaks more to joke than anything, while Shoto, he seemed guarded to say the least. A small hum. Yes, you'll have to excuse him for that. His social skills, well, we can simply call him inept for the most part. He does not have many friends. The fact he told us one brought him here is as much a miracle as finding Touya alive, if I'm honest. Ah yes, Miss Yamamoto, such a kind woman. She's recently joined on as part of our staff, also living in one of the apartments upstairs. They are quite cramped at the moment, I will admit, but we make it work. Currently all of our staff lives in these apartments. Touya just finished for the day, so, a knock at the door. Touya? Can we come in? Sure, hang on a sec. They heard a series of footsteps and a sliding of a chain. Hey Izudash, oh Yumi, come in, he spoke softly as he let the Gree Net and his sister in. Shoto passed my message along then? She nodded. Good, can I get you anything, tea? A glass of… Come home. Yumi, come home, Touya. Please, mom's on the brink. Endeavor is going harder on Shoto than ever. Please come. Fuyumi, I'm supposed to be dead. The public think I'm dead. I've had to take a whole new name just to make sure the BSRD doesn't come and hurt these guys. Touya, please, you have to come home, please. Endeavor, Dad, if he sees you. If he sees me, nothing will change, Yumi. But we'll be a family. A dysfunctional dictatorship of a household is not a family, Yumi. He nearly killed me and then didn't bother trying to search for me before pronouncing me dead. If I go back, shit will get worse. But Shoto and Natsuo will have their brother back. Mom will have you back. Yeah. Well, if Shoto has done as I asked him to, Mom and Nat will have me back anyway, because they'll know I'm here, and that's where I'm be staying. But if you come back, we can be a real family again. And then what? Both siblings fell silent as they remembered Izuku was there. The Gree Net just folded his arms. Miss Fuyumi, if Touya comes back with you and you try being a real family again, then what? He moves back into the household, the media catch wind of it, flock to your home and demand to know what happened. Will anything inside those walls change? She stared at him in shock. Seriously? If you were to take Touya back to your house, show your dad he's alive, do you think anything would change? Or would it just go back to how Endeavor has it? Everyone subjugated under his roof, the Todoroki family entirely under his thumb. As it stands, you can all come and see Touya as often as you wish without him realizing what's going on. We gather enough evidence from the four of you, go to the police and make a case. Once they confirm Touya is Touya and not Mikumo Akitani as we've called him, it would be a concrete case. Todoroki gaped like a fish out of water. And even if your father changed, would any of you forgive him? Could you forgive him? I'd try for us to be. To be what? Touya sneered. A real family? Come of it, Yumi. Even if the BSUD becomes number one, even if he changes, it doesn't change what he's done to us, to you, to Natsuo, Mom or me, what he's doing to Shoto. None of it goes away just because you want to play pretend and imagine we're a functional family. Fuyumi, the world doesn't work like that. I just want us all to be Hadash. I am happy. Touya barked. I am happy right here. Where I can wake up when I want to, within reason, where the only responsibility I'm given is the one I ask for. Where I can cook what I want, play what I want, talk and interact with who I want, where I can say what I want. In this 2-bedroom apartment, even though it's the size of Endeavor's living room, I feel like the most free man in the world. I am happy right here, Fuyumi Todoroki, and I will not go back to that Hell's Cape to be part of a little dollhouse so you can live out your fantasy. It's not a fanta dash. Miss Todoroki, my father abandoned me when I was 4 years old. Izuku hummed gently. Forgive me if this seems off topic, but hear me out. My father found out I have no quirk and he sed on his teeth sharply, jerking a thumb over his shoulder. Fed off to America. Mom had to mail the divorce papers to him. For so many days I wondered if he would have stayed if I had a quirk. Even a useless little one, like the ability to bend my fingers backwards, or change my hair length and ear size. If I had a quirk like that, would my father still be here? In due time I came to realize I don't care. I'm doing well for myself, on my own, and if he comes back I'll turn him away, the same way he did with my mom and me. I don't want people associating me with someone so useless. Do you think I should let him back into my life? After what he did? If your mother My mother is dead, he frowned, worked herself to death trying to support the two of us, heart attack in her sleep, now do you think I should forgive him? She simply stared in horror for a moment. Because I don't think you should forgive Endeavor either. Suppose he pushes your mother to a psychotic break, would you still be willing to forgive him? I don't. And that's the only answer I need, Miss Todoroki. Your I don't know tells me that you would try to, which you shouldn't, because some people aren't worth forgiving and some just don't deserve it. A week passed after Todoroki visited. In that time, Yamamoto moved into the apartments, comfortably sharing a room with Himiko, melding into the lifestyle rather easily. They added her to the virtual group chat for them all, including things such as shopping lists, issues with the utilities and requests for help in the cafe. Working during the days Saturday and Sunday and evenings on Monday and Tuesday, she took to the responsibilities like a duck to water. Touya also filled her in on his current circumstances, being sworn to secrecy and despite her obvious horror, remained true to her word. Iguchi was reporting the bar being a roaring success. After getting an afternoon to sit down, Izuku was finally able to properly organize a schedule. Touya and Himiko would run it during the day. At some point in the afternoon, Koichi and Kahuzo would clock in, replacing them until the evening, when the cafe shut and the bar opened. About halfway between the cafe closing and the bar closing, Iguchi would take over for them both since the bar would be significantly less busy and most people would be sitting at the counter anyway. Awa was working during the day, organizing stock and taking in the deliveries. He'd also make sure the bar taps were hooked up currently and the tankers were full. Izuku would be there to open the cafe in the mornings and join in once he returned from school. Katsuki, Kaneki and Tsubura would often join him so they could do homework in one of the booths. Yamamoto, or just Momo as she stated once she had moved in, would also join in after school on Monday and Tuesday. On the other weekdays, she'd spend the afternoon and evenings doing homework or tutoring Eri. Izuku often took the counter from Koichi when he arrived as Momo joined Kahuzo in table service. Koichi would be on cleaning duty, which he preferred for some odd reason. After the cafe closed, Izuku would work on the finances, including the income versus expenses of the bar the previous night. To say they were rich would be oversimplifying it. Thanks to his inheritance and the payout, he'd been able to outright buy the building and his starting equipment. The first few profits of the store weren't much, but they had been all his, meaning he could keep improving the bar. Now he had expanded to certain areas, the expenses had grown, but so had the profits. Since both he and Momo would be going to UA in the next year, he had to train up one of the others to cover for him. Koichi and Kahuzo had too much to worry about already, looking for their own place and all. Himiko, they discovered, had dyscalculia, or numbered dyslexia as it was more widely known, so as much as he trusted her, she didn't trust herself to do it properly. Iwao was a no because he found it too boring and preferred to do the literal heavy lifting, which meant he had to choose between Iguchi and Touya to be his temporary replacement. Staring at the paper he sighed, there was still a year between then and now. He could train both of them up until 10 and just ask them. A knock at the door and he looked up from the work. A boy with lavender hair was stood at the door. Hi. The boy remained silent, regarding him with both curiosity and a mild hint of annoyance. Can I help you? Manager. He spoke gruffly. Izuku fixed him with a glare. Owner, I win. Surprise stretched across the boy's face. Bullshit. Try me. Smirking, the lavender-haired boy walked over and put a piece of paper on the desk, over his other files, because I wasn't busy running a business or anything. Work. As far as first impressions go, you aren't making a good one. I don't need a CV, name, age, quirk, and current education level. Shinsou Hitoshi, 16, high school. Quirkless. He shook his head. Then tell me. Brainwashing, a quiet mumble. When you answer a question I can give you orders. And you want to work in a cafe? Where you have to talk despite clearly being a mute. A raised eyebrow. After school on Thursdays and Fridays, from 5 until closing at 8 both days, Saturdays 3 till 8, 11 hours work a week. Sound enough? Hitoshi nodded. Good, because you start this week. Leaning down to his desk, he opened a drawer full of uniforms. There's a channing room one of the others will show you when you start your first shift. You're on stocks and deliveries with man called Iwao, since you don't like talking much, you'll be paid by the hour, standard wages, you've got a week to get trained up, anything else? I am hired? Even though I ha-dash. Izuku shook his head and pulled out his phone, texting the group chat. Himiko, Touya, Iguchi and Ueo all came in with grins. Guys, this is Hitoshi, he's the fresh blood, Quirk's brainwashing, thinks it's a villain's quirk, and we shouldn't hire him because of it. Can we call off our quirks for him please? Himiko, Toga, quirks transform, I need to drink blood for it though, my parents tried to suppress it out of me and I've formed a dependency on blood now, pleasure to work with you. Mikumo Akitani, quirk is cremation, I can create flames so hot they burn blue, it can start peeling my skin if I use it too long, look forward to getting to know ya. Shuichi Iguchi, you can probably tell my quirk, called Gecko, people don't like me for it, lots of people here like me enough though, happy to meet you. Iweo Aguro, quirkless, but I handle all the heavy stuff, can't wait to break you little man. Izuku Midoriya, quirkless, I started, own and manage this little cafe and bar, welcome to the family Hitoshi, since you wanna run your mouth without thinking, I'm putting Iweo in charge of your training, normally it'd be me, but I won't deny there's a small bit of vengeance and vindication going on here, he shook his head, we also have a few other crew members, you'll meet the three of them over time. There's also the possibility of us paying your housing costs, but you'd have to move into one of the apartments upstairs. Now that Momo was tutoring Eri, the small girl have moved apartments live with Himiko and Momo, sharing a room with them. It meant Izuku had a free room now. That bought in 3 more possible occupants. If you were to move in, we'd pay your housing fees instead paying you and then charging rent. Essentially what we do is take off the things such as rent and utility bills from your pay immediately and then anything left over is given directly to you. If that's the path you wish to take, we can discuss it further after your first shift. I don't want you moving in and deciding the job isn't for you after all. A small smile. Any other questions? No, sir. Good, now go home and sleep. I can see the eye bags from here and I need energy for your first day. You got it, boss. Hitoshi nodded with a small smile, clutching the bag with his uniform he headed for the door. Oh, and before you leave, one more thing. He froze in the doorway, turning back to face Izuku, pale as paper. Name tag, he caught the small item. There's a regular here that gives every employee a nickname, but the other customers and DLVRY guys need your name. Thanks. Don't mention it, Hitoshi. Welcome to Green Tea Coffee. Hey, Miss Momo? Eri asked from her seat. How did you and Papa Aiza meet? Everyone froze at her words. Izuku himself stood dead still with eyes the seas of dinner plates. Mary, what exactly makes Izuku your papa? Himiko asked with a shaky smile. The greenette gulped as the child, his daughter, hummed in thought. Well, Grandpa said that a papa is an adult who is really kind and protects you. Papa Aiza looks after me, gives me food and makes sure I sleep, so he's my papa. Still nobody mvad, did? Is that bad? No, Izuku answered immediately. Moving from the kitchenette and crossing the room. If you want me to be your papa, I'll be your papa. Eri, kneeling by the chair, he smiled. I'm still little compared to other adults though, so there will be things I'll get wrong. But if you're okay with that, I'll be your papa. She nodded and he hugged her tightly. So how did you and Miss Momo meet? It's not that interesting of a story if I'm honest. It's no good for a bedtime story. I just came to the cafe regularly and when I saw you alone at a table, I asked your papa who would leave such a cute little bean on her own, when he said you were studying for big school while you stayed with him, so I just had to come and help you. Okay, Auntie Momo. Once again the world stopped. Eri, how am I why your auntie? Grandpa said a mama is a adult like a papa, but if a lady isn't with papa she's an auntie, like you're not with papa, so that makes you Auntie Momo. She stated, proudly as Momo strode over and peppered the top of her head with kisses. Eri giggled as she smiled under the affection. Izuku stepped back, nodding to the others. Touya, Himiko, could you come with me for a minute? There's a few things we need to do downstairs. We'll take a while so don't be afraid to go to bed without us. She nodded in response and the trio left. Moving into Touya's apartment, the group got changed. As he reached the balcony, Izuku looked out at the view of the city. It was always quiet from this perspective, but he knew otherwise. With a heavy sigh, he climbed to the rooftop, where the other two shortly joined him. They readied themselves for the night and began slowly, jumping over the alleys. Touya had finally sourced them decent equipment, from a black market businessman named Jiren. It wasn't much, just wrist-mounted grappling lines and blunt weapons. The zip ties they could by themselves and anything else was unneeded. The sextet shared a single untraceable phone, since there was a rota and they tended to stick together for the shift. Izuku currently held it in his pocket as they leapt over another street. He flipped in the air, firing a single cord to the other rooftop, pulling himself over with a heave. Touya jumped and swung from the nearest telephone pole while Himiko casually fell backwards into the wires, trampolining up again. Reconvening on the rooftop, they sped away into the night. "Motherfucker," Touya hissed as they watched the unmarked cars pull into a currently closed dock. A boat arrived and began unloading a shipping container. Izuku kept watching through his binoculars as Touya looked in another direction. "Looks like this is the advanced party, 2 lorries, 3 o'clock. Izuku grit his teeth as he looked around the area still. "I can't find her." "Neither can." Izuku paused, refocusing on a particular figure. "Wait, found her," he chuckled. "Looks like you're more of a higher-up than we thought," he chuckled, nudging the struggling captive by their feet. Bloodied and bruised, they were tied up with rope and gagged with a handkerchief. They made more noises as they thrashed angrily. "Hey, be grateful we aren't a rival gang. At least this way you all get to live. Unless you don't want to, that is," Touya added, a small flame dancing around his fingers. Their captive's eyes widened in fear before they stilled. "Good pet." Izuku continued watching the area as a disguised Himiko stood beside the main leader. She had the appearance of the right-hand goon. Better than another thug as they'd assumed their captive was. The container was opened and Izuku felt anger bubble up his throat. They were shipping people. On each of their faces, he could see fear and panic, while the goons just sneered and laughed. Himiko began tapping her thigh as they saw the occasional June. "Touya, move." Jumping from their perch atop a building, they swung down into the darkness of the shipping yard. Using the shadows to their advantage, the two moved silently. Izuku slipped on some metal knuckles as Touya gripped some metal batons, using his quirk to make them hotter. Together they began silently taking down the goons, working their way to the center. An alarm began sounding as their fight got less and less discreet. "Boys, does the term subtlety mean anything to you?" Himiko landed beside them, pulling out her own weapon, a rather dense bow staff. "Not now, vampire, just swing." Soon the traffickers began flying back as they were struck by one of the three. It didn't take long until they had the leader between the three of them. He snarled as his quirk activated, turning his fingers into blades that extended to the floor. "Now, you lot are gonna be sorry." "Oh, a transformation quirk? I'm so scared." "You should be with your emitter quirks. Don't you remember the classification triangle? Transformation beats." "Bud, I don't have a quirk, but what this'll be even easier do have is a taser." Izuku grinned as the boss spasmed, blue lines arcing over his body until he stopped, smoking lightly and fell over without a sound. Wordlessly, he gestured for the other two to begin tying the criminals up and making sure the victims were safe. A dial tone in his ear as he grinned over his mask. "What?" A voice snapped. "Detective, you sound tired. Maybe you should get a coffee. I'll leave one for you at the docks, along with a human trafficking ring, and there would be victims. I'd hurry though, there's only so long until the actual workers get here." "Jeju?" "Detective, give me one reason why I shouldn't help you?" "How did you get my personal number?" "Oh, it's startlingly easy to pickpocket a man whose sole focus is beating the sheet out of you. Tell Eraser he needs to get deeper pockets, literally." A loud sigh and heavy groan. "Fine, I'll get a squad together and we'll head down there. You aren't going to be there, are you?" "Nope." He popped the P. "But when you do the report, make sure you note that it's a sex trafficking ring too. The victims have far too little clothing to be regular smuggled workers. The majority are also female, so you're welcome for that." "Thank you for your help, Jade, but you should leave it to the pros." "That's funny," Izuku sighed. "I don't see any pros nearby. Do you think they took the night off or something?" Kneeling by the leader, he hung up the phone before the detective could respond. Finding an address book alongside some names, He snapped photos on his personal phone. Jiren wasn't a good guy, he mainly looked out for himself, but he was a broker, so information was a specialty of his. Izuku smirked. Maybe he could appeal to his sense of morality and humanity, businessman to businessman. Himiko and Touya returned to his sides and the three began scaling the containers as sirens wailed in the distance. And we're all here why? He stares at the main room of his apartment. Everyone has gathered in the sole room, divided between the areas. Eri was eating breakfast along with Tsuchi and Momo. Koichi, Kazuho and Iguchi were sat watching the morning news while Himiko, Touya and Ueo were in the kitchen, making breakfast. Nobody turned to him, instead all just shrugging and returning to their previous activities. As much as the sight warmed his heart, the question was meant to be answered. Touya. A communal space. A communal space? My left butt cheek it is. This is my apartment. And? Himiko smirked. Do you not want us here? Don't you put words in my mouth, woman. Why are you all here now? Breakfast. Eri cheered loudly. Auntie Momo said something about everyone being together and Auntie Himi said we should all visit you. Uncle Toy was happy to get uncles round too. He smiled softly. It was my idea to have breakfast, because downstairs is always so busy and everyone is sleepy when it closes. Oh, that reminds me, Izuku. Iguchi turned his head. I have the sheets for the bar last night. I left them in the register. Thanks, Iguchi, I'll get. They were interrupted by the news. And today's newest story, a group of vigilantes apprehended a gang responsible for the human trafficking Muzutafu police have spent months trying to stop. The mail anchor began. Reports came in that the precinct got called by the lead vigilante himself, Jade, as he, Vampire and Dabi fought the criminals and restrained them with zip ties. Of all things, can you believe it, Miyagi? Not in the slightest, Fukushima. I mean, these vigilantes who work day jobs like you and I, doing an investigation on their own, without training or equipment, were able to find these guys who knows how quickly while the police have been chasing leads for months. It makes you wonder, just how hard is the police force working? Izuku allowed himself a small smirk at the report before Momo got up and walked over to him. Grabbing his wrist, she marched him towards the bathroom. Excuse us, she spoke flatly, slamming the door behind them. He leant on the edge of the bath as she locked the door and whirled on him. One reason, one why I shouldn't hand you over myself. Momo, don't pretend I'm an idiot, she hissed at him. You'd have to be a complete moron to not recognize Pop Step, Crawler and Knuckle Duster when you're working with them regularly. Then 3 new vigilantes appear when their alter egos get jobs here? Not buying it, Midoriya. Even if I admitted something like that to you, it's 6 to 1, granted a very influential and powerful one, but one nonetheless. Not to mention Momo, I'm your boss. They'd probably detain you under the assumption you worked with us and got cold feet. He folded his arms. Face it, Miss Yaoyorozu, you don't have a leg to stand on. I don't care, what you're doing is illegal and my mom died because her employer forced her to work illegal hours, then they tried illegally reducing the payout they owed me, the business I bought this place off tried illegally overcharging me, even now competitors are trying to illegally squash me out of the market. Why? Because I'm quirkless, Miss Yaoyorozu, the laws aren't meant for people like. He was silenced as she crossed the room in 2 strides and smacked him across the face. The law applies to everybody, Midoriya, even you. Standing up, he smirked with nearly impossible mirth. Catching her lower jaw in one hand, he rubbed his thumb along her chin. Why haven't they protected me, HM? My mother was underpaid because of my disability, living costs more than average for me. I'm more likely to kill myself after my next birthday than any other grouping of people, and if I somehow manage to get through that, I have the highest likelihood of going without a job by the time I'm 30, then homeless by 35, before I've been killed in some back alley before I'm even 50. Staring into her eyes, he raised an eyebrow. You want a good reason to not report me? I don't care if you do, because neither will the police. It takes on admission before they give up on me. Cops will stop coming by for a morning brew. Patrols will actively move around the shop. They'll laugh in your face before they spit in mine. And with any luck, this place will be robbed, ditched and destroyed before New Year's, and you'll find my corpse hanging from the rafters in a faked suicide. Himiko, Touya and Iguchi will be back on the streets. Most likely villains, and they won't be happy with you. Kohuzo and Koichi are prisoned and probably killed in there. Iwao's dead by the end of the week, and little Eri will be in the foster system before her abusers find her again. His tone was cutthroat as he looked down to her face, a small lick of fury etched onto his. Now are you willing to bet all of that on the possibility I could be some vigilante that just did a job better than the police have been doing, for free as a civil service instead of getting paid to do it, only to sit at the desk and play solitaire instead? So what, are they your insurance? Miss Yaoyorozu, I would never use a person like that, but you need to realize, actions have consequences and the world isn't fair about them either, so think about that. You're bluffing. Am I? Am I really? The tension in the room threatened to suffocate them both as they had a staring contest. Way I see, you got 3 choices here. Which are? 1. Report me and live with any and all of the consequences, including death, possible villains with vendettas and a child being found and returned to abusers. 2. Feign ignorance and keep going about your life. If we're ever uncovered, we'll even agree you never knew. You can go on with your life holding our secret to your chest. Or there's option 3. His smirk turned more enticing. You could join us. Join you? She hissed. You're a vigilante. I want to be on UA's hero course. It'd be hard to get on even Gen Ed from prison. I never said you had to join us on the field. Her eyes narrowed at him. Have you ever heard the term, guy in the chair, though I believe it'll be more of, gal in the chair in your case? Momo just glared at him. So, what do you say? The 6 were gathered around a single point, right? Everyone knows their place. Iwao back room. Make sure the door is locked. Kohuzo, Koichi, upstairs. Touya, Himiko and I have downstairs. Make sure it's cleaned. Right? Everyone nodded as they put their fists together in the center. And go. The groups separate and entered the building. In the dark room, the trio stopped and tried to see anything. Let me just. Touya turned on the lights and immediately they found themselves staring at a group of gangsters around a supply of drags. Guns and quirks aimed at them. Oop! The lights turned back off and they split up. Zigzagging left and right, Izuku charged down the middle as Touya strafed left and Himiko went right. Together they were able to trap the group against the back wall without escape. Punching the first man in the gut, he planted a hand on his shoulder and vaudled the doubled-over body. Snapping his feet apart into a split, he contacted 2 thugs' temples, dropping them both instantly. Keeping one foot in place, he used the momentum from moving the other to spin around the first man's neck, keeping his grip on the shoulder. The headlock he trapped the man in lasted for all of 10 seconds as his body weight finally brought the pair down. His human springboard was forcefully put to sleep as his head bounced on the concrete. Rolling as he hit the floor, Izuku tossed one of his iron knuckles into the gut of the thug that fired high-pressure air bullets at him, kicking his head as the green net came to a stop under his bent body. Getting to his feet, he took in the scene. Touya and Himiko were both finishing off their groups while Iwao was exiting the back room. A flash of pain in his side and he pressed a hand to whatever bruise he had, only for his hand to grow warm and sticky. Pulling his hand away revealed blood coating his glove. Sheet, he mumbled, now ignoring the pain. Kohuzo and Koichi landed either side of him and turned to face him. We got them all, Jade, Koichi grunted. Police are on their way now. Kohuzo tossed him the phone. Good, Dobby, Vampire, Knuckleduster, we're moving now. Together the sextet reached the exit and began scaling the walls to a rooftop. Freeze. Detective Tsukachi of Mizudafu PD, Jade. Izuku looked back at the man training a gun on him. Come on now, detective, if I froze up, I wouldn't be much help, would I? He quipped. Enjoy your night. I sure as hell did. Rejoining the 5 before a shot could be fired, Izuku did his best not to let his injury show. They crossed streets and alleys like shadows and moved silently in the night. His side grew ever warmer, but he was determined not to let them see it. He wasn't weak. As they reached the apartments, they all split up. Closing his door, Izuku allowed himself to begin stumbling, clutching his burning side with one hand as he rifled through his kitchenette for a medkit. Focusing on his breathing, he pulled his shirt off and pressed it into his side until he could find those diamond bandages. He was so busy looking for them, he didn't notice his front door open, close, and lock. Christ, Izuku! Momo rushed over and tried to talk to him. Oh my god, were you shot? When the other three asked me to make sure you were alright, I figured you'd been cut or something. Not. I'm fine. Despite his efforts, he stumbled slightly, slamming a cupboard with more force than he needed. Just gotta get bandages, some painkillers. Trying his best to march, he made a point of ignoring her concern. Sweet Mother Mary, Izuku, your shirt is supposed to be black, not crimson. Fine. He barked, slapping his hand to his head for a moment to try and cure his double vision. Perfectly fine. Opening the door to the bathroom, he all but fell into the room, using his arm, not currently squeezing his guts, to hold himself up on the side of the bath. Go bed or something, I am fiffin'. His arm, which had been shaking heavily, finally gave, and he crumpled against the bath, hauling himself into a sitting position. You aren't Izuku, you're bleeding out in your bathroom from a wound that's dyed a black shirt. You need. What I need, he drawled out, is those effing bandages. Suddenly, he launched his torso over the cabinet under the sink, letting out a huff as he hit the floor, fingers just shy of the objective. Momo sat him back up and grabbed the med kit, kneeling by his side. Thank you. No, go be bed. No. I said go bed. And I said no. I don't need your help. I'm fifian by myself. He barely formulated a growl, swiping for the bandages, and missing horribly. You aren't Izuku, you've been shot. I am fine, I don't need help, I don't need a quirk, I don't even need my own mama. Woozy from blood loss, he began losing track of his thoughts. I done just fiffany on my own. Now gimme. Trying for the bandages again, he frowned as he missed them. Izuku, let me. No. I can do it myself. I grew up on my own, I made a livin' on my own, I ama die on my own, and there's not a thing you can. You can. Stop me, his head lolled sideways. A hand caressed his cheek. Izuku, Momo whispered, it's okay to be mad at her. She left me on my own. Looking up again, he pouted. Well, I showed her. I don't need Bakugo. I don't need nobody. I'm just fiffin' on my own. She didn't leave you. I coulda got a job. We could moved away, but no, she had to go and kill herself. Because she didn't want me. Tears pricked his eyes as Momo continued dressing his wound. Hey. I said I can. I know what you said, Izuku, but you've been flipping off the toilet for 3 minutes. I don't want you to die. Why you only saying that? Cause I'm ya bosses. He looked away. You're just trying to get in me good books. You don't want me around. He winced as the bandage was pulled tightly. Say that again and I'll bandage you up so tightly your legs will go numb. You can't scurry me. He smiled dopily. Nothing can scare me. I not even afraid o' death. An arm waved wildly. I want you around, Izuku. But just 'cause I'm ya bosses. Leaning his head back, he looked at the ceiling. I'm tired, gonna take a nap. No, Izuku. His eyes fell closed as his head rolled sideways. The darkness was nice. It felt warm and comforting. He knew he was laying in bed. He had a pillow on his chest, which he'd always clutch in his sleep. Sliding a hand under his pillow, he kept his eyes closed, trying to remember how exactly he got here. Thug had caught him in the side with a bullet during his charge the previous night. Lots of blood had been absorbed into his clothing. He'd stumbled around the apartment to find a first aid kit. The pain in his side confirmed he'd forgotten to take painkillers in his delirium. The kitchenette would need to be cleaned, his bathroom would need serious bleaching, not to mention he'd need to change the bandages. Momo. His eyes snapped open and he sat up, hoping the others weren't using his apartment as another communal breakfast ground. I'm right here. Her voice came from behind him. He twisted his body to look back at her, hand going to his side as he grunted in pain. Lay back. I'm fine. Swinging his legs over the edge of the bed, he gripped the mattress with both hands. Let's just get to work, he mumbled. I'll get dressed in the... His attempts to move were stopped as pain seared from standing up. There were hurried movements behind him as he fell to one knee. I'm fine. A low growl as he stood back up. I'll recover. Not if you don't rest. I don't need rest. He would have turned on his heel had the pain not been near agonizing. Instead he opted to slowly turn around. I'm a-okay. You're not, Momo insisted. Izuku, your body is weak. I'm not weak, he snarled out. My body will do as I tell it to, it will cope with whatever I do to it. Is that why you're littered with scars? So I got pushed down the stairs in middle school, or crammed into lockers or cornered down alleys, so what? You should have told the teach. They either encouraged it or did it. His temper was growing. Calm down. I am calm. She recoiled slightly as his snap. If this is you calm, I'd hate to see you upset. Her eyes narrowed at him, he scowled at her. You know what? Fine, you say you're fine, but don't come crawling to me when you collapse. I'd rather curl up and die than crawl for help. She froze. They just kick me while I'm d-. His eyes went wide in shock as his cheeks stung, a red mark evident on the side of his face. Momo's head was bowed as she shook on the spot. I didn't think you were serious last night. As she lifted her head to stare at him, he could see tears in her eyes and a frown wobbling between anger and melancholy. But fine, if you really want life to be like that, you can die on your own for all I care. She stormed from the room. Momo, wait. Guilt washed over him as he tried to move after her, the pain flaring as he took a step and forcing him down to one knee. The door slammed in front of him as he found himself in the dark of his room. Alone. Closing his eyes for a second, he calmed his shaking breath and sat down on his bed, spitefully ignoring the pain in his side. HD could handle it, alone. Snatching a roll of bandages left lying there, he observed the wound in the mirror and took the reddened bandages off. They clung to his skin as he prized it off alone. It was hard holding the fabric in place as he wrapped his gut again, but he did it alone, like always. Opening the curtains was pointless since he'd just sleep the day away and recover. Finishing up on his torso, he used what was left to cover the bruises and scrapes on his arms and legs. Laying on his bed, he felt something near his head missing. His hair felt still compared to when he was waking up. Had Momo been stroking his hair while he slept? No, that was impossible, especially since it meant she'd have to be by his. She'd rested his head on her lap. Fuck. She took care of him when he'd passed out from blood loss, and how'd he repaid her? By saying he'd rather die than ask for help. Some FING genius he was. Rolling onto his uninjured side, he tried blocking out the tears as guilt and sadness overwhelmed him. Once again he was laying in the dark, crying alone. Always alone. Katsuki eyed him as he quietly cleaned glasses. Dikairu, what happened? No, why do you ask? 'Cause you're slower than usual, quieter too. Quispy and Fangs haven't said a word. Ponytails barely made an appearance. Eyebags is as lost as I am. It's all right, cats, I swear. Right, because that's why you've been slouching the entire day? A pause. You ate lunch alone at school. You never do that. The greenette sighed. I pet up all right? I was cleaning out the machine talking to Momo about the new hire. I misfired the machine and it fired some steam into my side. Nice burn going on. Momo insisted we take care of it, but we didn't do much more than bandage it before you stopped her from trying to help. He winced at the clipped tone. It's Izuku, the world stopped. Don't try and bullshit me. I've known you since before diapers. I've seen how you struggle on your own because you're afraid of asking for help. Those wankstains we used to call teachers aren't a good. Cats, I appreciate it, but those were the earliest stages of my life, even Mom. Even she thought I'd shatter if the breeze changed too quickly. You know what I felt after I got over the grief? I felt relief. What kind of BS do D feels relief after his only parent died? Katsuki remained silent. A sick, twisted one. That's who. Izuku. Katsuki, I'm a monster. I don't deserve help. Even if I did, I couldn't ask for it. Hospitals turned me away. The police skimmed over my reports. It wasn't until I got out of that neighborhood did I finally find a supportive community. It was an MLF nest. Of course it wouldn't support you, but the world isn't like that. It doesn't matter, Katsuki. The processes and mechanisms are too far ingrained. No, it's not, because I'm still here, Katsuki reasoned. I'm here and you didn't push me away. You didn't let me turn into one of them. You never broke under that pressure, Izuku. that's how I know you're a Dikairu. But I did break cats, just not in a way you can see. Midoriya, don't. A soft, slow voice, measured, patient. Just look around, you got a nice cafe, good staff, captive consumer base. You're not even in uni just yet, and here we are with an income letting you live life how you please. Please just look into therapy, okay? I don't need it. Clipped and short, Izuku began retreating into his shell again. No, you don't, but it's worth making sure, right? Maybe. Midoriya, it's worth being sure that you're okay, right? Right? He acquiesced with a heavy sigh. A figure sat down next to Katsuki. Are you Izuku Midoriya? They spoke in a raspy voice. Who's asking? Shigaraki. As in Mr. Shigaraki, the guy I served at a lemonade stand like a decade ago? You remember him? He was my first customer, Cats. Of course I remember him. Izuku leant on the counter. How do you know him? I'm something of a student to him. He can't come see you in person, but he wanted to. Oh. Yeah. A wad of notes was placed onto the counter. He wanted to give you this. He's impressed that you've built up such an incredible cafe, his words exactly. Well, I'm not sure what to say. Thank you very much, this is. Well, it's a lot of money. He called it a reward, because you stuck to the ideal you told him about back then. You've worked hard and he wanted to show that hard work gets rewarded. Do I get a name for you, O messenger? Tamura. They spoke after a few seconds of thought. Right, well, Tamura, this is a very generous donation. Is there anything you'd like? Coffee, white please, lots of sugar. I want to know if this place is as good as I hear it is. I'm not sure just what people are saying about this place, but I'd like to think we do a good job. Preparing a cup, he slid in front of Tamura, smiling lightly. Green tea coffee does its best to give the best drinks it can make. Tamura drank with his pinky raised, sipping gently at the liquid. Izuku turned his back to deal with more cups and orders while Tamura continued tasting his product. It's good, he mused quietly. I don't leave my home much, so. Well, that's simply want, do Mr. Tamura. I request you come here at least once a week. It does a person good to leave their abode every now and again. You want me here? Well, I'm just trying to help you smile. This place is about as quiet as they come, so an introvert such as yourself shouldn't be overwhelmed here. A small scoff and smirk. Very well, Mr. Midoriya. I'll be back sometime next week. Thank you for the drink. Some change was placed on the counter as he turned to leave. Look forward to seeing you, Tamura. He grinned as the man left the room. He's a character. The facade instantly dropped as he looked at Katsuki. No kidding, Yesterday looked ready to kill anyone that set him off. Katsuki sipped his drink. Can I get a slice of shortbread? The biscuit was placed in front of him. Thank you. I don't trust him. So you shouldn't, no one just comes by to drop off that much cash. I wonder if he does know Shigaraki or if the old man spoke about us and some blue collar heard about us. You think he'll try sabotage you? Possibly, which is why I want him to keep coming back. If I can see him, so can the cameras. The law may not support me, but it will support the business. Corporate espionage is illegal in different ways. If he's trying anything nefarious to the place, we'll know, as will the police, he added, even if they don't do. On that note, I think it's time you spoke to Ponytail. I'll let Quispy know you want her in your office. The greenette let out a low groan and nodded, putting the rag under the counter and marching towards his office. Yes, sir. Izuku winced at the clipped, official tone in her voice. Touya said you wanted to talk to me? I owe you an apology. His hand moved before she could speak. Please, just sit and hear me out. Please? Very well. It was like a knife of cold detachment twisting in his chest. She walked past the chairs and moved around the desk, perching against it next to him. Internally he celebrated the small bit of progress. What is it you're apologizing for? Or not? Maybe it was just subconscious cynic they'd gotten on so well until the argument 2 nights ago. He still didn't know how she'd avoided him the entire day, but it didn't matter now. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. What I said a few nights ago, it was uncalled for. I owe you an. Did you mean it? She shook her head at him, a frown on her face. Izuku closed his eyes, standing up and walking to the other side of his desk, keeping his back to her. You have to understand, Momo, I lived a decent portion of my life surrounded by people who literally wanted to kill me. My mother treated me as if I would break if glass hit me. A soft gasp as he heard her shuffle. Izuku? Asked Katsuki. When I mourned my mother, I locked myself away in my room, determined to not hear anyone's condolences, because life has never been fair to me. I needed to handle it on my own. I handle everything on my own, teachers and authority figures. I can't trust them. Even the hospitals in my area used to just sneer and say good riddance. I had to call a different hospital to get an ambulance for my mother. That's hardly reason enough to. Momo, please. He let out a heavy sigh. It's not easy to rationalize it or explain it, but I just. Even in school, where teachers are supposed to protect you, they'd push me and call me names with the rest of them. Nezu cleared up the area, but none of new ones were actively interested in helping me. Out of sight, out of mind. So long as I stayed out of their way, they didn't get into mine. It was then I started actively fighting back, instead of just discreetly sabotaging them. But Katsuki is an exception, not the rule. You have to understand that I told him not to get involved, lest he be dragged down with me. I forced him to leave me alone because if he stuck with me he'd just be a target. Then Mom died and he began trying to support me, and the whole investigation happened just after it. Of course that didn't stop the teachers saying Mom was lucky to have died, so she didn't have to live and see me be a disappointing waste on society. His knuckles clenched. What I said back then was uncalled for. I was clearly in a state of delirium and should not have been talking. However, Don't say you meant it. He turned around to see Momo, sitting on the edge of his desk, staring at him as tears fell down her face. Don't, please. You deserve help as much. This isn't about deserving it, Momo. Even then I just had this conversation with Katz. Walking to her, he smiled sadly. Well, you can ask for help. And what? Drain more resources from the people that actually need it. Don't say that. She put her hands on his chest, leaning into him. You know that's not true. It is. He barked, grabbing her wrists and lifting them off his body. I was told when I was younger I'd amount to nothing, that I am nothing, and here I am, calling a hospital when anyone else needs it more than I. You were shot. That doesn't matter. Startling her, he leant to try and catch Momo as she fell onto his desk. So what? If I was shot? I'm just good-for-nothing quirkless Izuku Midoriya. I'm meant to be expendable. Now leaning over her, his eyes crinkled. Come on, Momo, you can't say that I'm worth something here. Except I can and I will. Look at me, Momo. All I've done is kill my own mother and open a cafe that's mediocre at. Eri, Touya, Himiko Koichi Kahuzo Iwao. Her eyes locked onto his. Iguchi, Hitoshi, me, everyone here is here because of you. A shallow, hollow laugh. Yeah, I conned the Yaoyorozu heiress into working for me. I'm it. I chose to do what I've done. No one's coerced, forced, or pressured me to do anything. Say otherwise and I'll hand my 2 weeks' notice in right now. Momo, please. A bittersweet smile. I'm not worth it. That's what this whole conversation is about, dumbass. You are worth it. You are worth it 1,000,000 times over. It's funny, the same morning you threatened to report me, you're arguing with me about my worth to get a gunshot wound looked at. Standing back up, he helped Momo sit again. Momo, I'm not the guy you think I am. Are you helping people? I do my best. Are you hurting people maliciously or unnecessarily? No, never. Then I think you're Izuku Midoriya, boneheaded dumbass but all-around nice guy who does what he can for who he can. Patting his cheek gently, she smiled warmly. He rested his hand against hers and closed his eyes. You're brilliant, Izuku. Don't you dare think otherwise, and no, I'm not saying it because you're my boss. I'm saying it because you're my friend. I do care about you more than you probably think. A sly smile before she hopped off his desk. Now, next time you get hurt, you'll let the other know, right? No, but I won't stop them from asking or telling you. I suppose that's the best I can ask for right now. A warm smile before she sashayed out of the room. Izuku sighed and sat back down to look at paperwork. Eri was busy coloring in a picture book as the others gathered in the kitchenette. Izuku coughed into his hand lightly before gritting his teeth. Momo knows. Momo knows what? Touya began looking around nervously, pulling at his collar. She knows. He lifted his shirt, revealing fresh bandages. Meaning tonight, it's just Vampire and Dobby, well, on the field anyway, he shook his head. I made these. The Ravenette held out a hand, in her palm lay several earpieces. I've also given us access to the satellite network my dad made. You now have a permanent eye in the sky, along with me here to give support. Momo, we know what you want to do, are you sure this is the right choice? After this, she lifted Izuku's shirt and pointed to the bandages. I feel there's little choice to make sure my friends don't end up dead in the night. A pointed look at the greenette before she continued, and it's best to get experience as soon as you can, right? A sheepish smile before there was a knock at the door. Izuku grabbed a kitchen knife and held it behind his back, walking to the door. After quickly looking through the peephole, he turned around and waved to Eri. Everyone nodded and quickly moved around. Himiko and Momo snatched Eri and her book up, retreating to the bedroom. Koichi and Kahuzo began cleaning the kitchen while Touya and Ueo practically vaulted the sofa and changed the TV channel. Izuku opened up the door to see a man in a red beak with golden trimmings facing him. Hello, he raised an eyebrow. My name is Kai Chisaki. I was wondering if you've seen my niece, Eri? My father often spoke of this place with her. The name rings a bell? Izuku rubbed his chin, looking into the distance. He snapped his fingers. That's right, we had a customer downstairs. He'd bring his granddaughter with him every now and again. Told us it was the only times he could see her while she was staying at his friend's, I think? Yo Touya. Sup? You remember where that old man said his granddaughter was staying? Details? She was that airy kid. All I remember is the horn on her forehead. It was on one of her sides, because she took out some cups with it. I know, Ueo interrupted. Said she was on the other side of town while he handled business. Some unsavory guys were looking to use her against him. Izuku nodded. Does that mean it's safe for her again? Yes, it's. Well, boss is in critical condition, but he's alive. The business was handled so it's safe, but it's not perfect. Ah, I understand. Izuku shook his head. Shame, he was quite a good customer, always left a nice tip. Eri was the sweetest too. Gave us some drawings whenever she visited. Each one was the animal she saw on the way to the café. He chuckled. Well, sorry we can't be of help, guys. I'll let whoever brings her next time you're looking. Yes, please do. She's rather important to me. I'm rather stressed about it. Maybe drop by sometime and we can give you a tea, calm your nerves a bit. On the house, of course. Losing a family member and then another going missing is a horrible ordeal. Possibly. Chisaki gave a small nod. Sorry for disturbing you. It's no bother, sorry we couldn't be of help. Smiling once more, Izuku closed the door and frowned. All right, looks like I've got a job to do. Not tonight. Momo came from the bedroom and walked over to him, locking the front door before facing him. You are resting. But clearly he's alive, otherwise they would have admitted he died. He's either too important to kill or Chisaki is attached to him somehow. And he's in danger. So are you, she frowned at him, trying to match his height. A grin as he looked to her pouting face. No offense, Momo, but how are you going to? Her finger jabbed his side and he winced. Like that, don't screw with me tonight, Izuku, you are staying here, until I'm happy for you to go gallivanting around again. But Momo, they will cope. Crossing her arms, she radiated disapproval. Izuku shrunk slightly. I am not allowing you to use vigilantism to cover your suicidal nature with good intentions. Stay here. I'm not a dog. You're not a child either, but here you are behaving like one. A low series of "ohs" from their apparent audience as Izuku felt himself go red. Says the one who gave me the silent treatment. I can do what I want. As can I. Not if it's going to get you killed. They began a staring contest. Oh, for the love of, Touya groaned, putting his hands over Eri's ears. Just bone already. You're killing us over here. Shut up, Touya. They both called over, growing blushes on their faces. I'm going. Then you'll be locked out? You wouldn't dare. She smirked evilly at him and straightened her back at the shift of power. Want to test that theory? I have a key. I can make a new lock and keys. He narrowed his eyes. Do go ahead, boss, and try me. You'll break first, I know you. Will I? Her smirk faltered at his tone. After all, a bullet wound didn't do it. The cold. The collar of his shirt was jerked down as she clutched it. Their faces drew level. Doesn't stand any chance. Her eyes shone in determination. Come on, you know you can't stop me. Oh, I don't have to stop you, I just have to keep you busy. And how are you going to do that, I can think of a few. Himiko giggled. Some even involve me and the rest of us. Himiko, they both warned, continuing their contest despite the tomato color their faces had gone. A metallic click caught his attention and he looked down to his wrist. Momo had somehow handcuffed them together. Turning back to her incredulously, she smirked victoriously at him. A hand patted his face. I win. As she tried turning around, her shoulder jerked and nearly aced her to fall over. Izuku put his free arm on her shoulder, wrapping their connected arms over her waist to catch her. Silencing a chuckle, he heard the others laugh behind him. No, he whispered, I think I win. Oh God, Izuku, she ummed, putting her face into the pillow, you're so good. Only because you're so tight, he grunted, pressing into her harder. Her fingers curled, clutching the pillow so hard it was in danger of ripping. Moving one hand, he calmly ran his fingers trough her hair, before trailing down to the back of her neck. Gently, he wrapped his hand around it, lifted her slowly. Momo let out a groan, tilting her head back to face him. How can you hide this from the world? It's a crime against humanity. Her hands were still holding the pillow as her back curved into a half circle. Smirking as her eyes rolled backwards, he kept pulling until her head rested against his chest. Well, I can't exactly offer this on the streets, can I? Everyone would give me funny looks. Letting her lay back down, Izuku leant forwards, pushing further in. Still, your massages are the best, she groaned as his hands kneaded her back. How did you even know I had back pain? I know how people hide pain. You were leaning and perching on everything you could, he chuckled, digging the heels of his palms into her upper back. Another groan and he sighed. There, lifting one leg up, he stopped straddling her back, laying down next to her. Arching his back, his spine clicked a few times before he laid flat, facing the ceiling. Feeling any better? Tons, she smiled, crossing her arms under the pillow. He could feel her eyes on the side of his face. How are you feeling? Restless, a shrug with his admission. I could be doing so much right now, it's just, There was only silence as he sighed. I need to be doing something because if I'm not. The thoughts come in? The thoughts are always there, Momo. Doesn't matter what's happening, but if I'm doing something, anything, I can argue those thoughts, justify my worth, and if I'm not doing something, then I'm taking away from someone else. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and rested his hands behind his head. Like, if the others get hurt tonight, it won't be your fault. I could have done something to help them, make sure they weren't hurt. But if you were? Then so be it. It's not like I have a ton of people to miss me. Green Tea Coffee would miss you, everyone here would. That's sweet, but they wouldn't. Touya would take over and it'd be business as usual. He was shut up as Momo rolled over and sat on his stomach, staring down at him. They'd miss you. No, trying to sit up, Izuku was forced back down as her hands pressed onto his chest. Wouldn't? Yes, they would, because you are important to them, to me. As kind and caring as it is, this won't change years of psychological abuse. He grabbed her wrists and lifted her hands from his chest. I never said it would, she countered by spinning her arms and gripping his wrists, planting them above his head. But it's a start. A 17-year-old Izuku sighed as he faced his most hated enemy. It had been an hour or two since he'd last seen the outside world, even the windows closed and locked to prevent his escape. He groaned from fatigue and was ready to surrender. A headache was already forming in the back of his head as he nursed the wounds on his body from the previous night. The door began rattling as someone the other side began unlocking it. The muffled voices became clear as the door was opened. That's it? Hitoshi Shinsou stood in the entrance. Izuku, how old are you? Seve-. Like a puppet whose strings were cut, his body went limp and he stopped talking. Finish the paperwork. He watched in silent wonder as his body began moving through the piles of paper. Doing it all was muscle memory at this point. The numbers were barely different each month. The income was always greater than the expenses, so he never had to worry, but the fact he was also a landlord to 8 employees, 5 of whom were vigilantes, A sixth who knew and aided them from the apartments and his quasi-adopted daughter meant there was more paperwork. Throw in the growing workforce that didn't live with him, amounting to more paperwork. Honestly, at this point, he was just grateful Iguchi was helping him set up the online banking processes for the cafe. The Greenet was seriously lucky the Gecko Quirk user had been an IT technician in his former job before discrimination got him canned. Soon he'd never have to look at a pile of paperwork this high. It took maybe 5 minutes for his body to do the paperwork without him procrastinating. Shinsou. Someone campaigned from the other side of the figure, "You know you can't. Bossman gave me XPLCT permission to use my quirk on him if the situation needed it." Hitoshi looked over his shoulder, even got it in writing, plus he's been in there for nearly 3 hours. It was getting dire. A ginger-haired woman scowled at him as she leant around the lavender-haired boy, who fired a piece of folded paper from a rubber band, nailing Izuku in the forehead. "You alright, boss?" she asked as the quirk was quickly thrown off. "I'm fine, Itsuka. Don't worry." Standing up and stretching, he groaned lightly. "Now, why do you need me?" "Komori broke another cup and Toga is refusing to let Aways fix it," she explained as he walked around his desk. Hitoshi just hiccupped. "Every time you go into the office for more than half an hour, it descends into chaos." The trio walked into the cafe to see a girl with long brown hair in the style of a mushroom cap nervously fidgeting as Himiko cleaned up the shards of a ceramic cup. On the other side of the counter, a boy with black hair tied back with a white and blue bandana frowned with folded arms. Izuku just sighed and took the dustpan from Himiko. "Yosetsu, put it together again." The teen's face lit up as he took the pieces. "Himiko, go get another cup from storage." Already understanding his plan, she nodded and left the room. "She knows. Itsuka, back to work please. Komori, please get a first aid kit ready." The brunette nodded and hurried off. Once the cup was fixed, he took it from the teen. Holding it under the tap, he ran water through it. Yosetsu's face fell as streams of water ran from the bottom of the cup. A small bit of blood mixed into the liquid as the sharp edges had cut the boy's fingers. Izuku shook his head and dropped the cup in the bin. "It was a nice thought, Yosetsu, honestly it was, but a broken cup will forever have cracks, even when you piece it back together. Unfortunately, we don't have the gold for kintsugi right now, so the broken cups must be binned." Yamamo. Momo can't use her quirk so brazenly, imagine it. Her making gold would destabilize the economy, it would cause chaos. It'd be amusing though. Izuku turned around to see Katsuki sat at the counter. Demon right it would be. Beside him sat Tamura Shigaraki, wearing his drawing gloves so he could hold onto his frappe cup. It'd be absolutely hilarious. "I think my father would relish it though," Shoto Todoroki growled from Katsuki's other side. The ability to just use his power without repercussion, it'd be a day of fun for him. The three boys shared a look of anger. "Still don't know how Wankstein Dumpsterfire can keep being the number 2 hero." Katsuki sipped his black coffee. Shoto and Tamura nearly choked on their drinks. Izuku just hummed. "Criminal capture rate, it outweighs his destruction and low popularity compared to other heroes." Izuku spoke calmly and slowly as he began cleaning cups. Endeavor personifies one half of heroics, combat and victory in it. He completely ignores the other aspects of heroism and he should never be taken as the sole example of heroism. No singular individual can be held on a pillar. "All Might is though," Tamura growled. "And that is a mistake, because the moment he either retires, falls or dies, Japan will collapse in on itself from the void. In effect, All Might is the worst villain we've ever had." "How so?" Shoto raised an eyebrow and Katsuki grumbled into his drink. "Because he's created a bottleneck of sorts. While he is an inspiration to most, to villains and heroes he's a deterrent. Heroes don't have to work as hard when he's around because villains and criminals are dissuaded from acting. What he needs is to start working in a team. Before he begins retirement, he needs to slowly ease the world off his shoulders and onto the rest of the heroes." "You mean pass the torch to a successor?" No? Did you not listen to what I just said?" "No, he needs to stop being so singular. I worked here alone for a year and it wasn't fun. Once I brought in other people to ease the workload, we began thriving. If everyone depended on me to do the job, the whole place would fall apart if I took a sick day." All Might hasn't taken a sick day though, Tomura noted. But what about when he's left certain areas? The crime rate increases dramatically before topping off and reseeding to levels lower than before but higher than when All Might was present. Shoto's eyes widened slightly. All Might's creating a society of dependency, letting people put too much work on his presence alone, but if he disappears, society tumbles like a house of cards. Katsuki murmured, F-. Yeah, F is right, Izuku grimaced, because it'll be years before crime goes down again once All Might retires. There's going to be far too much slack for heroes to pick up if we continue on our current course. What do you suggest then, Tomura growled. My plan would be tear it all down and turn it to dust. And then what? Izuku faced him patiently. The faded brunette paused. What? Yeah, and then what? What would happen after you've turned it all to dust? What would you rebuild? What would you leave behind? Would you create laws to protect people? Would the strong rule the weak or the smart rule the dumb? Would the disabled be killed or supported? What about the different quirk types? Would you divide or unite them? I don't know. And that's why you never act without thinking, Tomura. I see your weekly visits are working in tandem with your therapy sessions. Shut up. Tomura folded his arms and pouted. It took forever to get Sensei to agree to them. He thinks I don't need them. All the more reason you get them. Everyone paused to look at Katsuki, who continued, I've seen manipulators work scratch on this one. His head flicked in Izuku's direction. They'll tell you that you don't need help, because they don't want you to have it. Simply put, help stops you from doing what they want. Sensei wouldn't do that to me. He cares too much. All right, Tomura, let's go try this then. Find out what this Sensei wants from you, then say you want to do something else, something that doesn't quite hit the mark, and find out his reaction. If it's anything other than support, be it anger, disappointment, or over-supportiveness, you don't want it, because they either want you to obey or they want you to follow their suggestions. Tomura scratched his neck, a nervous tic they knew he had. But I'll try something like that then. You have a question? Why, yeah, can I just ask if I did something really bad, like horribly bad, would I be allowed back here? That depends. Izuku leant on the counter. If you did it with a reason and purpose of your own, I'd need justification. Why did you do it? If you did it with another person's reasoning or purposes in mind, I'd argue you need to cut contact with whoever it is and come here for us to help. So, if I had a psychotic breakdown, Izuku snapped his fingers. There, a psychotic breakdown, the key term is breakdown, a sign of mental instability, through manipulation, brainwashing, or enforcing of unhealthy habits for your mental state. A breakdown is not the reflection of a true person, more the desire to not face the burdens or expectations placed onto you. It is a method of relieving the stress put upon you by whatever means. And if I killed someone during it? Did you mean to kill them? Tomura froze with his eyes wide, staring at the middle ground. Izuku just shrugged and went back to cleaning. Jirota, how are Ueo and Shinsou treating you? He peered into the stockroom with a grin. The newest hire, Jirota Shisuda, was busy lifting boxes onto shelves and helping Shinsou with stock while Ueo was unloading more from deliveries. Jirota was covered from head to toe in brown hair. It covered even the non-conventional parts of his body, like the backs of his fingers, enough to hide his skin from view. It was thanks to his quirk, Beast, which allowed him to increase his size and become more animal-like. It was transformation in nature but had the mutative side effect that made his base appearance more animalistic. Sharper canines and claw-like fingernails were the main visual effects aside from the obvious fur. Despite this, he was a rather well-educated teen, excepting he'd be in stock for hygiene purposes. He got on rather well with both of his co-workers, willing to arm wrestle Ueo and hold more complex conversations with Shinsou. I'm great, boss. It's been easy to learn the way around here. He spoke as he took a box down from a shelf and opened it for Shinsou to count the contents. Hey, you've only had 2 shifts, just wait. Izuku smirked lightly. Shinsou will make sure you don't drown, but don't expect Ueo to not fling you to the deep end. Understood, boss. Jirota, stop. It's just Izuku, none of the formality crap, all right? Jirota just chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Izuku? A voice from behind him. He turned around to see Momo and Touya stood beside each other. There's some people want to see you. Touya wrung his hands together. They seem formal. The greenette nodded. Right, you two with me then. They nodded and stepped apart for him to walk past. As a trio they entered his office to see Nezu. The principal of was sat. You're in my seat. The Wyatt creature blinked before looking around and hopping from the seat. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Midoriya. Old habits, I'm afraid. He kept a neutral face as he nodded. Two more were with him. Eraserhead and the bedraggled man nodded in greeting, while the other man smiled and lifted his hand. My name is Toshinori Yagi. I'm training to be a teacher at UA. Nezu thought it would be a good idea for me to shadow this meeting. Smart. Izuku closed and locked the door behind him. You know my name, but for formality's sake, my name is Izuku Midoriya. The woman to my left is Momo Yaoyorozu. She is the newest manager. The man on my right is Akitani Mikumo. He's the second in chain of command here, second hire over a year ago. Your first hire? She is overloaded as it is. When I found her she had little over a middle school education, so she has been going through online school around work as well as therapy for her quirk which nearly induced psychosis due to neglect from her parents. Nezu's ears twitched slightly. If this meeting ends any other way than sour, I will ask her permission to give you her name and start an investigation on her behalf. That is all I ask, Nezu nodded. You know who Toshinori is here, but Shota Aizawa, better known as Eraserhead, is the vice principal. We were hoping to talk to the owner of the café? That would be me, Mr. Aizawa. I started this place when I was 15, 2 years after my mother died from overwork, and I received payout and inheritance at the same time. You may remember me from the Aldera case of the same year? Nezu handled it personally after the lawsuit made headlines. I understand. So, Nezu, what brings you to our humble café? We haven't done anything slanderous with our social media account, nor have we done anything with libel in our store. Your café is quite the hit, Mr. Midoriya. Izuku will do fine, he nodded. And I came to offer you a proposition. Izuku kept his face schooled calm, though he was interested in what UA could offer him. Your café is popular with university students, more specifically those of UA nearby. We were wondering if you would be willing to open a secondary location inside of the UA grounds. Obviously there would be costs. However, construction can be done simply by Cementos, and we have power loader to handle installation of utilities. And the costs would include? A portion of the profits made by your UA café, only a small amount, to act as rent for the allotment you would be based in. Waste disposal would be handled at UA's discretion for security reasons. However, your deliveries would be given access to a direct route in and out of the grounds for your café to keep working. Izuku considered the idea. A portion? 5%? 10%? 15? 12? And not a yen less? Not a yen more. We can hardly invite you on site and then charge you to be there. And I would have to compete with lunch rushes provided food? His cafeteria is more of a restaurant on campus. It does not serve to continue asking him to provide full meals when the students only need a pick-me-up. An alternative because you are concerned one of your staff is overworked? All right, let me know when the building is constructed and we can figure out who will move over to the location. Nodding to Touya, the older teen flicked a switch and shutters fell over the door-aned windows. Now, onto something I've wanted to talk about for a long time. He reached under his desk and noted Aizawa's tensing as he reached for his capture weapon. Akitani Mikumo, as you probably guessed, is a fake name, taken in order to protect himself and us. The large file was dropped onto his desk. Shoto Todoroki is opening a case against Enji Todoroki. As his friend I've done nothing but supported him in his preparation. As his employer I have told him to keep all the information organized in a binder. I've heard rumors of a detective with a lie detector quirk. If you do not trust our words, he can accompany you when you return and you may ask us whatever you need to confirm the facts. Endeavor would never do such a thing. He is the number 2 hero. What goes on behind closed doors remains behind closed doors. Toshinori. Touya folded his arms. You don't have to believe us yet, but once your detective gets involved you'll have no choice but to. Nezu took the file and began reading, his patience waxing with every passing sentence. Taking a deep breath, he closed the folder. You understand the weight behind these accusations, correct? Of course I do, Nezu. Izuku waved a hand, and I wouldn't believe it either, unless the burnt form of Shoto Todoroki crashed onto my balcony late at night. I remember doing what I could to save his skin that night. Some of the heavier stuff has scarred his chest and back. And Miss Yaoyorozu knows this? The entire workforce knows it, along with a close personal friend of mine that overheard the conversation at one point during a busy workday. Shoto, Fuyumi, Rei and Natsuo Todoroki also know of Touya's employment and subsequent protection here. Shoto and his other siblings come over at least once each month. Touya also has a select weekend off to visit his mother in the hospital, where Endeavor threw and trapped her. You seem awfully sure of the truth, Mr. Midoriya. I have 2 of 5 Todorokis that tell me a corroborating story. Unless this is the most complex and thought-out smear campaign in history, the facts I put before you are the true facts of the matter. If what you are telling me turns out to be false, UA will have no connections to you ever again. I am aware of the risks, Nezu. Izuku spoke flatly. I will do whatever I can to do what I believe is right, and if that means exposing the number 2 hero and painting a target the size of the sky needle on my back, so be it. I do not care what people say about me or do to me for that matter. Momo tensed behind them, but I will not allow injustice to fester simply because others are too blind to see it. He glanced at Toshinori, or too naive. The blond man sputtered at the accusation, while Aizawa merely grunted in agreement. Touya and Momo essayed on their teeth, causing the man to pause. Mr. Yagi, I may only be 17, but I run a successful café that your boss has just asked to open on the grounds where you work. I am no child, but you were about to contest my statement, correct? A flushing nod. Very well, you are free to believe what you wish, however our views conflict rather heavily. Are you aware of the Aldera case several years ago? If not, I suggest you read it. If they can be that bad, what's stopping the number 2 hero from being worse, or the number 1? Toshinori suddenly frowned. You are aware you are accusing the top 2 heroes of being villains? No, criminals? Yes, Endeavor, as you can see in the file, if you happen to read it, All Might, because he is, for lack of a better word, coddling the masses. His decision to be a singular pillar has lifted the weight of the current generation of heroes, a weight that will crush the next generation and the generations after that as criminals realize nobody can be as strong as All Might was, but they don't have to beat All Might anymore. Being able to fight All Might in his prime would give any villain the ability to walk over all heroes on active duty. What? Izuku sighed and nodded to Momo, who made 6 plastic cups. He stacked them in the regular pyramid pattern. Take this pyramid as society. The gaunt man nodded. Now, All Might has done this. Carefully moving the cups, he made an inverted pyramid. He's here, right? Holding society up, the single pillar of justice, the symbol of peace. Now when he retires or otherwise falls in battle, with a swift movement he knocked the single cup from the bottom of the pyramid. The other cups came crashing onto his desk, spilling onto the floor. Society as it stands will fall, and unless he can find out a way to change what he's done, a uncaring shrug, it will be All Might's fault, because he's allowed everyone to be dependent on him in his reign. So what happens when he leaves? Nezu finished with a small nod. You think far ahead, Izuku. Well, it's only natural. I do have to go to uni next year, meaning I had to find someone capable of replacing me until I came back, or permanently if we open more stores. He nodded to Touya. And why are you going to uni when you already run a successful cafe? So you can come erase her head, or more specifically, he grinned, the same reason I opened the cafe in the first place, to give everyone a safe space, including heroes, where they can sit with a nice drink and enjoy some peace from the hustle and bustle of the world outside. A noble goal. Yes, well, Izuku waved a hand. It's the only logical course of action. I can't actively be a hero thanks to my quirklessness, so this is the... I fight quirkless? Don't insult yourself, Eraserhead. You level the playing field. You do not fight quirkless. You fight quirkless. And mutant types? Your quirk weakens mutant types, not entirely erasing them but weakening them. Even then, you have been able to work on styles to counter them. I cannot. Why not? I fought my way onto the hero course during second-year sports festival. Yes, but I'd have to win, podium, or at the very least beat a few of the hero course students, Without being given a victory by a friend, such as Momo or Shinsou for example, that is simply impossible for a man such as I. Nothing is impossible, Mr. Midoriya, Toshinori smiled. After all, I never thought I could be a teacher, yet I'm already in the midst of earning my license. Aizawa looked stone-cold shocked as Nezu folded his arms. Not far along as we'd like, but progress is progress. Izuku smiled and shook his head. Even if that were the case, it is too much of a dangerous profession for me to try and enter. Momo coughed something suspiciously like, bullshit, meeting his raised eyebrow with a smirk. Anyway, thank you for visiting. I trust you'll be in touch when it is ready for us to begin transferring? Of course. Nezu shook his hand as they stood up. Thank you for your time, Izuku. The conversation has been enlightening to say the least. The trio began to leave. Touya stepped next to Izuku. You don't trust them, do you? Not a single effing bit? He spoke through a fake smile to Nezu as they exited the building. Tsuba, Kaneki. Izuku rubbed his eyes gently. Please either order something or actually study. I don't give you the booth for you to goof off and gawk at the passers-by. Both teens startled and turned to look at him. Katz is determined to get you two through high school. You know the moment he gets here, you are studying until he leaves. They both stared in shock before throwing their bags open and pulling out books. With a nod, Izuku left them and moved back behind the counter. Cleaned up, he looked around at the store. Himiko and Touya were walking around, carrying trays of drinks to large parties between handing off drinks to trios when at the counter. Iguchi was wandering about, grabbing the cups for cleaning and binning any left wrappers or packets. Momo was busy wiping down tables, a smile etched on her face. In the back, he knew that Jiroda and Shinsou would be working away at stocks. Shoji was meant to start his evening shift soon too. Iwao could call it a day when the multi-armed teen punched in. He was their first non-live-in hire. A teenage with 6 arms and the ability to grow more. He had an impressive stature as well as good strength. He could also change his appendages into other parts, such as ears, eyes, or mouths. The greenette, though upset he couldn't bring him to the apartments, was at least happy that he had a supportive network of friends and family. Thanks to that, he'd met people like Koji Koda and Fumikage Tokoyami, who knew Shoji as a neighbor instead of a classmate. They quickly became regulars at the cafe once they heard of Shoji's employment, even expressing interest to join but hesitance to do so, since they would feel any larger a workforce was unneeded. Izuku gave them credit for thinking so laterally, but remained steadfast in the decision that as soon as a job became available, both boys would be offered it. A voice brought him from his musings. Momo? Are you working here? Oh my god. He looked over to see a teen with blonde hair smiling superiorly at her. The Yaoyorozu heiress. Working in some. Excuse me, sir. Izuku frowned and walked over. If you're going to harass my coworkers and insult the cafe, I'm going to ask you to leave. The blonde had the gall to look offended. Do you know who I am? With a smirk, Izuku raised an eyebrow. Should I? Nito Monoma, the heir to the Monoma Corporation. Wonderful. Well, prodigal sir, you need to leave. Izuku gestured as Monoma recoiled. Excuse you. Do not tell me what to do. Sir, leave or I will call the authorities about a harassment and refusal to cooperate. How dare you? I demand to speak with your manager. Izuku paused, before his face split into a cold smile that made Monoma's smirk falter. Sir, I'm the owner of this establishment. Please leave or you will be escorted from the premises and the authorities will be called. You dare threaten me? Sir, you have one more chance to resolve this peacefully. His face fell flat. Now stop embarrassing yourself and your parents, leave the premises and do not return. Monoma took a step back. Because you and your company are barred from this establishment. Monoma looked at him, before turning to Momo and back again. A hand rested on his shoulder. There a problem here, boss? None at all, Shoji. Go get clocked in. The 6-armed mountain of a teen walked past them towards the back. Monoma gaped at his form, before looking between Izuku and Momo before turning around and marching out of the cafe. Izuku dusted his hands off to sheer silence. Now that's dealt with, you take a break, Momo, and settle your nerves. We can talk in my office. Akitani, man the counter for 5 minutes. On it. He made a cup of tea before gently guiding her into the lone room. So he's an a-hole? he summarized after Momo's explanation of Monoma's character. She nodded glumly. He's a rather conceited person, entitled wouldn't go amiss. His parents' company is smaller than Yaoyorozu Industries and they've made several attempts at making Monoma a suitable candidate as a suitor. Luckily Mom and Dad have always prioritized my happiness over the idea of increasing the company. They made sure I was capable to inherit it, but they have never made an attempt to force me into something I was seriously against doing. He raised an eyebrow. They encouraged me to face several fears, including flying and needles, as well as do things like going on roller coasters and bungee jumping. I understand. There was a knock at the door. Come in. Itsuka poked her head around the door. Itsuka? You don't have a shift today? No, but I heard that some a-hole came in and left Momo shaken. The ginger eyed the ravenet worried. The two had a sort of sistership going. It was odd how different they were. Itsuka, the daughter of a martial arts teacher, who owned his own dojo, and Momo, daughter of one of the most influential businessmen in the business. Itsuka had grown up learning the value of money, the function over feature kind of person, and while Momo was inherently a function over feature person, her upbringing had given her a more relaxed approach. A middle ground of the quality and appearance. Despite their natures, they got on as well as sisters. Momo often purposefully scheduling all of Itsuka's shifts to coincide with hers, an abuse of power sure, but Izuku let it slide since it didn't affect either's work. The two embraced briefly before turning back to Izuku, who raised a hand preemptively. Already banned from the café, as is anyone in his immediate family or social circle, Itsuka seemed satisfied with this as she nodded. Now, is he going to be a bother at school? What? Will he bother you at school? Izuku repeated slowly. Izu, you don't have... No, I don't have to. I don't have to do anything. He kicked his feet up on the desk. I don't have to run this cafe the way I do, but I am, because I want to, and if he's going to harass you at school, I will happily notify police that somebody is harassing my employee, or depending on how often he finds you, stalking said employee. But he didn't know I live here. I've lived here for what, a year now? Yes, but when did he first move to your school? What? Are you saying that you think Monoma only began following her because he moved to her school? In a sense, yes. I've seen Momo's school. Security is very tight over there. Anyone would find it hard to follow anybody out of those exits. In fact, he probably lost you to the sea of fleeing students every day. However, if he moved in, say a couple months ago, he had to figure out your timetable, then adjust for which exit you take on any given day, then follow you close enough to not lose you, but far enough away to not be caught. Add that to the fact you often spend an hour or two studying in one of the booths and Monoma most likely has a curfew. Both girls paled as Izuku nodded his head. I'll get the police on the phone now. Itsuka, please take Momo up to my apartment, first door. I have a feeling she's not going to want to be alone tonight. He threw a key to her. Help yourself to snacks and drinks. Put on a movie if you want. Wi-Fi password is on the fridge. Are you sure? He smiled at her. You're letting me into your place, unsupervised. But it's not unsupervised, is it? Momo's there, plus the fact of the matter is, I know you're not going to do anything bad. I trust you. Just one favor? Yeah. Shoot. Keep her happy. Yawning widely, Izuku opened his eyes. His vision cleared as he stared at the ceiling. He tried sitting up but found his arms were weighed down against the bed. Looking on either side, he found Momo and Itsuka on his left and right arms respectively. Recalling the events of yesterday, Izuku did his best to remain calm. Momo had been startled by a customer, something monomer or whatever. His face and name were on the counter with a do not serve notice. He had phoned the police on her behalf with concern the boy was stalking her, something that was said at quite possibly the worst time. The police had been very forthcoming about helping once he told them it was Momo and that they'd get their best detective to deal with the suspicions. Some underground heroes would also be notified in case something in the night occurred. After he'd got off the phone and finsied up his paperwork, he'd spent half an hour with Iguchi fixing the online banking for the cafe. Now they just needed a security group to deposit the money at the bank for the cafe. Deciding to deal with that tomorrow, he had moved up to his and Shinsou's apartment, only to find Itsuka and Momo camping on the sofa, in a den of blankets, gorging on the snacks he'd purposefully hidden away. The lavender-haired teen was nowhere to be found, indicating it was him that had sold out Izuku's stash. Trash duty for a month then. The two had roped him into the pit, and they'd spent the evening watching crappy films. He would have put something good on, had he not lost every vote 2-1. Once the two had grown tired, he'd offered them the bed for the night. Of course, neither was going to allow him to sleep on the sofa or on the floor. Neither had a change of clothes either. Welp, at the time he'd not put much thought into it. Now he was struggling as both girls looked exceedingly good in his oversized pajamas. Laying on either side of him, cuddling the arm they were resting their heads on. His hands weren't anywhere inappropriate as far as he could tell, but he obviously wasn't about to either check or look, just to be safe. With a small sigh and a groan, Momo was second to wake, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. The moment she realized where she was, the comforter was pulled over her head and she tried hiding from sight, only to reappear seconds later as she realized she was still clinging to his arm. Izuku smiled as he tried not to laugh. Itsuka made a noise and rolled over his arm, placing her back against his side, sandwiching herself between him and his arm. Bending his elbow, his was able to put his hand over her side and onto her back. He was not about to be accused of debauchery, not at this time of the morning. He needed coffee before the headaches could begin. "No, I don't want to work out today," she mumbled in her sleep. "I gotta work." Izuku and Momo shared a look. See Momo and Izu, hold on, Sfuin, Izuku rebooting. Her hold on his arm grew tighter. Momo began holding back giggles, putting one hand over her mouth as her body shook with spasms of restrained laughter. Silence reigned as Itsuka slowly looked over her shoulder at the pair in what can only be described as sheer horror. Good morning. Despite his calm facade, Izuku was internally panicking, more so than regular internal panic. Izuku was freaking out and about one more incident from a total collapse of higher brain functions. The trio laid there for several seconds, getting steadily redder until he coughed. So, breakfast? Yeah, breakfast. Sounds great. Both girls were suddenly detached and leaving the room, only for them to collide heading for the door and knock the other back. He watched in a mixture of amusement and embarrassment as they stared to each other, grabbing the other's borrowed shirt, before staring down at their own. Their eyes only grew wider before Itsuka was first to leave the room, Momo quickly following. Both girls paused, however, for a brief moment to look back and smile something of a reassurance to him as they fled. After an awkward conversation and agreement nothing indecent happened in the night, the trio had shared breakfast and taken turns getting dressed in his room. Momo and Itsuka were meant to work today anyway, which meant they could all just calm down and get back to normal. That's new. Izuku looked over to see Chisaki sat at the counter, looking at the picture from security footage that they'd used for Monoma's picture. What the hell happened? Izuku prepped a latte as he spoke. Not much, came in, began harassing Yamamo, nearly started insulting the cafe, had to threaten to call authorities to get him out, only left when Shoji rocked up for his shift. We think he's been stalking her for a while now, took a few hours for her to calm down after it. Chisaki shook his head. So, how's your daily good deed going? Oh, great. Last week I got a cat out of a tree for this kid, got a thank you letter today from them. The daily good deed task was a deal between Chisaki and Izuku, after the former admitted to his germophobia and accidentally outed his ideology that quirks were a disease. The Greenet had admitted his quirklessness. It brought a new dynamic to the pair. Chisaki asked why Izuku wanted to help heroes, even though he'd never be considered one himself. Their conversation had explored the views on heroism and helping for the sake of being kind. Both knew that Chisaki's mindset was ingrained into him though, as any person's is. After several conversations about the idea of helping, Izuku had challenged the man to do one random act of kindness, for no other reason than doing it. Over the last year, Izuku had subtly combated Chisaki's thought process, much like he had Tamura's. Yesterday I did the most stereotypical thing, helped this old lady with her shopping. Poor woman had to walk 6 blocks to the shops and she would only go on a monthly basis. The amount of shopping she had was ludicrous. And your medical license? Izuku, we talked about this. I can't be a doctor if I'm the head of a Yakuza faction. The Greenet just shrugged. Don't tell anybody, but my dad used to be there. Hisashi Midoriya? Chisaki froze. I knew I heard the name Midoriya somewhere before. Yeah, apparently he met my mom and jumped Yakuza ship to be with her. Since he was such a high ranker and feared by a lot of they just let him go. What's to say you can't do the same? I mean, no one questions what I do. Where is the old man then? Him? Oh, Fed if I know, Dmed if I care. He jumped the family ship when I was diagnosed quirkless? For real? Ooh, yeah, I've told you how Ma worked overtime to support us both, right? Why yeah, you said it caused her a heart attack in her sleep? Yeah, I was 13 at the time. Dad had been gone for 9 years. Think he showed up for the funeral? Did he F-dash? Izuku just shook his head. Look, Shisaki, I'm going to be honest with you. Your quirk, it's FING terrifying. You could do so much damage with it. Honestly, you could kill me in a second if you even grabbed my clothing. Nothing I could do for it. Honestly, a lot of the quirks people have here could kill me. Shinsou could have me off myself. Momo could create literally anything to kill me and erase the evidence. Kahuzo's just gotta jump with me and let me drop. Let's not go into what Shoji and Jiroda could do to me. Itsuka could just crush my entire body in her hand. They could kill me, but they don't want to. Exactly. Now, I know how you used to believe heroism was a disease, but that would make villainy a disease too, wouldn't it? People work with the hands they've been dealt. You, my friend, you have a quirk that could give people a second lease on life. I could. I mean, who else could reconstruct a spinal column that's been completely severed? You could literally put a person back together after they've been bisected. He smiled. Obviously you'd have timing to worry about. Blood loss and brain activity can't be reconstructed after all, but you'd be nothing short of a miracle worker for their gunshot wound, gone like that, cancer tumor, disappeared, danger of a blocked artery. Not anymore, because you could do that. You think I could do that? Chisaki, look at me, I'm a dude without a quirk, without parents, who's built up his own successful cafe when he was only 15. I like to think that it's a sign. If I can do this. The latte slid over to Chisaki with a straw for his mask. You can do whatever you put your mind to. A quiet pause. But I know how you're germophobic, so I'd suggest that first, you go to therapy and get that sorted out. You really believe in me? Izuku sighed. You're a good man, Chisaki. You want to help the world. I know that, I can see that. I want to help you achieve that, because if you're going to help the world, it's worth doing it right. The man closed his eyes and shook his head good-naturedly. Thank you, Izuku. He took his paper cup and turned around. I'll be by again sometime tomorrow. I'll be waiting, Chisaki. The greenette called after him, raising a hand in farewell. You guys work fast. He looked around the new location. It was a 4-story building, the cafe taking up the first 2 floors. For security purposes, Nezu had requested the staff for the cafe move onto UA grounds as well. Meaning the top 2 floors were apartments, double the amount Izuku's building had. Of course, Cementos finished building yesterday morning and Power Loader spent the day fixing the utilities up. The principal nodded by his shin. We wanted to make sure everything was more than up to code for our first high street store, even more so because it's a cafe our students and teachers will be using often. The greenette looked down at him quickly. In civilian attire and attitude, they are teachers when on ground, not heroes. You won't need a certification to serve them. Good, thank you for making sure of that. They moved to the stairs for the 2nd floor. Have you looked at the list I emailed you of employees I would transfer here? Yes, yourself, Miss Yayarozu, Miss Kendo, Miss Komori, Mr. Shishida, Mr. Waze, Mr. Hitoshi and Mr. Shoji, correct? Correct. 8 employees might seem much, but labor laws, I am aware. Izuku, Nezu nodded. I take it you already have living arrangements organized then? Yes, 6 2-bedroom apartments divide into 12 rooms. Shinsou, Momo and I will be ready to move in and start up shop, but the other 5 may take time to move in. There's also 2 more prospective applications I have in mind to round out the workforce. As it stands, the others should be all right to handle the other store on their own. I notice your workforce here are all on the cusp of applying to university. Is there any reason for it? Yes, they all plan on applying here for various courses. Many are taking an exam with a fallback exam in case. And you believe they will all be accepted? I'll be honest, Nezu, they are a skilled group of people. The only reason they are working for me is because they wanted some real-world experience before moving to university. There is no doubt in my mind they shall pass whatever exam you throw at them. A small smile. And what of Himiko Toga? She is of the age range as well, is she not? She's unsure if she want to apply to university at all, considering her parents didn't allow her a high school education and she's been doing online learning for the last 2 years. If she decides to apply, I will let you know. She will be joining our workforce here. Thank you. Now, is everything up to expectations? Of course, I take it downstairs will double as an after hours for a bar for teachers? Naturally, it's more security to have teachers on site at all times, even when they have nights out. I understand wholeheartedly. However, considering my age, will you be supplying the alcohol? You will not have to deal with a single drop of it, no, only serving it to the consumers, as your employees do in your bar. Returning downstairs, they walked out of the cafe to find Aizawa and Touya waiting. The two were having a silent stare-off as the pair joined them. Aizawa, what is going on? The grungy man sighed, before pulling a file from his jacket and handing it to Nezu. They were right, he admitted through gritted teeth. Tsukachi's just finished interviewing Fuyumi and Natsuo Todoroki. Endeavor refuses to allow him to speak to Shoto, and biometrics confirm this is Touya Todoroki. Said man pulled down the bottom of one eye and stuck his tongue out in a childish manner of victory. Izuku remained stone-faced as Nezu shook his head. Already asked Tsukachi to open an investigation, and we have an independent psychiatrist in to evaluate Rei in the hospital. If the results come back any different, we'll have accomplices too. Once Endeavor leaves for his patrols, we're having police move in to take them into protective custody. Take them to the cafe. We'll Eraserhead, take them to the cafe. With all due respect, Midoriya, you aren't. I don't care if I'm in charge. Izuku stepped up to the man. I'm the one who told you. I'm the one who's protected Touya when you failed to. I'm the guy Endeavor will never hear about. With every other word he poked Aizawa's shoulder. So send them to the cafe. The two entered a stare down. They're going to need somewhere they can trust. The cafe is that place, and considering we're about to have 3 rooms available, it's your best bet. Izuku, Touya grabbed his arm. The greenette just turned around and chucked a set of keys at him. Hitoshi and I will move in today. Fuyumi can take his room. Shoto and Natsuo get mine. When Rei gets released, she can bunk with Fuyumi until more rooms open up. You know you don't have to do this, right? When has that ever worked on me, Touya? I do it because I want to. You'll be putting a target on your back, Aizawa warned. Bigger than being quirkless already has? Or bigger than being a successful businessman despite being a teen has? Or the obnoxious amalgamation of both? Both men stopped for a minute and just looked at Izuku as he walked away with Touya. You think I don't think it through, or I'm not ready for consequences? You're wrong. I'm just strong enough to face whatever comes my way. The police moved quickly. Izuku had to give them credit for that. Once they'd arrived back at the cafe, Izuku had taken Hitoshi up to the apartment to pack. Almost immediately Momo had done the same, while Himiko joined in after Touya informed the others downstairs. Both boys had quickly gotten to work, organizing what little effects they had. Mainly clothes and some memorabilia. Photos of the group, an old-school shirt covered in signatures of classmates, and some hero merch in Izuku's case. There was no way he was packing and moving a bed into Yua. Nezu had informed him the apartments were furnished, so there was no reason to take furniture. They packed a few days of food in freezer bags and hid a spare key on the street entrance. Leaving some plain linen for the beds, they packed up the more colorful and themed designs. Hitoshi had begun stacking the boxes out of sheer habit as Izuku labeled each of them. A curt series of raps on the door, and Izuku undid the locks to see Aizawa accompanied by several officers and the Todoroki siblings. Aizawa. Midoriya, the man nodded. The 3 seem eager to move into this place. As I explained, they are aware Touya lives here and have visited on several occasions. They know they're safe here. Izuku, Fuyumi greeted nervously. Are you as sure about this? I am Amin. Fuyumi, don't worry, he gently placated. Come in, we'll get some tea and coffee brewed. Still drinking cold brews, Shoto? Yes, the bicolored teen nodded. Izuku rolled his eyes playfully. All right, come on in. Aizawa stepped in first. I'm going to. Aizawa? Izuku closed his eyes and huffed through his nose. Do you really think I would sell them out when it's me who brought the issue to your attention? The scraggly man frowned. It would be highly illogical to go to such lengths only to betray them. Why do what I've done to their father if I was just going to hand them over to a villain? There's been 1,001 instances they could have been kidnapped when they visited. Sighed, he moved out of the way. Fine, since you can't seem to trust me, go ahead and check the apartment. The siblings also moved into the room and made themselves comfortable. Officers, can I offer you a beverage as well? Sorry sir, we're on the clock. That's fine. Swing by the cafe downstairs on your breaks then. Service workers get a discount. Just bring valid ID. They all nodded, eager smiles on their faces. Aizawa returned moments later with an irate scowl. Apartment is clear. The police began leaving. Midoriya a word. Bye. The hero prevented him from closing the door. Izuku hung his head and gestured. Both stepped out of the door and it closed behind him. What? What's your game plan here? Game plan? Aizawa, do you not trust me? Shaking his head, he lifted a hand. No, clearly you don't, otherwise you wouldn't be so anal about all of this. Let me ask instead, why don't you trust me? Reports show you've served Kai Chisaki, supposed leader of the... And if I have? His eyes narrowed. So what? He came in, ordered a drink, and I served him. If we had a conversation about the weather and how work is only fun when you make it fun, so be it. Aizawa opened his mouth. I'm not doing this for approval, from the public, from heroes, or from you. You don't like who I serve? All right, don't come here, problem effing solved. But do not come to my home when I'm doing a job you should have done years ago, and tell me who I can and cannot serve in my cafe. Shut up, just shut up, Eraserhead. I'm not asking you to trust me. Lord knows that'd be hypocritical because I don't trust you, or Nezu, or even the blonde oaf you came with last time. Want to give students a pick-me-up? Please, he scoffed. You're concerned that I'm either going to be a high-priority target or I'm secretly a broker for villains. Either way you can shove it up your butt and take it to the bank. I'm doing what I've always wanted to do. Help people no matter their circumstances. A person can always use some help, and guess what? Thanks to me, Chisaki is actually trying for a medical license so he can be a doctor, because we've decided that his quirk can do so much more if he uses it for good. I've even offered a spot for him to lay low when he does ditch them, because there's only been one man who managed to get out of that lifestyle. It's not out of the question you are using high dash. Aizawa clutched his jaw as he stumbled from Izuku's punch. Never accuse me of something with that fucker. I will never be like that absentee, bastardly, coward of a man. What happens in my store is none of your concern, and reasons relating to Chisaki being a customer don't matter either. Now, the older man glared at him. Get off my property. God, you guys, you didn't have to. He gently put down his boxes as the others all stood waiting in the new cafe. He looked to the lavender teen beside him. This is why you wanted to take the long route, isn't it? It was Himi's idea. Hitoshi admitted with a smirk. The blonde in question grinned and waved. This place is awesome, plus we get to tour UA's grounds. Jiroda beamed. Plus we get our own apartments rent-free. Mom and Dad were psyched I got this from a job opportunity. Mine were also very happy with the development, Shoji nodded. Ma was a bit worried about me leaving the house, but my old man was more than happy for me. Yatsetsu held up a thumb. Pops was worried about the house feeling empty, but he and Mom have got so much more shroom to themselves, Komori joked idly. Yeah, well, Dad's upset I can't help at the dojo anymore, but Mom is excited to see me grow. Itsuka shrugged. We've spent the day unpacking. Once Touya sent word around the cafe, the few of us off shift were packed and moving in while you got the Todoroki settled in. Plus, the more staff here for launch the better, right? Momo grinned. There is one other person here though. Papa! Eri charged from behind the group and jumped into his chest. Izuku grunted as she knocked the wind from him, but caught her in a hug anyway. This place is so big. I'll bet everything's been furnished so you guys are all done, right? Yup, we looked over the plan you had and might have made a few changes. Momo blushed. Izuku hummed quietly. The boys have been split up into a pair and a 3, instead of 5 to an apartment. The 4 girls have also been split, 2 to an apartment. So out of the 6 we have, 2 are currently unoccupied? A brief nod. Alright, we can work with this. Shinsou, let's go get unpacked. They hauled their boxes up the stairs. The others set about organizing the cafe, Jiroda disappearing into the back to deal with stock, Momo had apparently organized the DLVY without him, which honestly impressed him. So, who are you bunking with? What do you mean? Hitoshi went pink. Momo told you. Yes, she also agreed 2 apartments are unoccupied, but never specified it was only 2. Himiko bunks with you, Momo and Itsuka take another apartment, Komori bunks with Jiroda. Do you really think I'm that blind to the relationships of my employees? He scoffed playfully. Give me some credit, man. Yeah, alright, he chuckled. You and I bunk while Momo, Hime and Itsuka get the other room. Komori and Jiroda wanted to share a room and Hime didn't mind sacrificing it so long as we shared an apartment. Thank you, but this doesn't get you off trash duty for selling out my stash. Damn it. They shared a laugh before arriving into the new apartment. Izuku took a deep breath and grinned. He was getting closer to his dream. Kneeling down, he laid the flowers on the floor. I'm really doing it, Mom. I am. UA's even asked for an exclusive cafe on their grounds. Can you believe it? Cleaning the grave slowly, he kept monologuing. Endeavors skipped town too. Once the media got hold of the investigation, they've been at it like rabid animals. The HSPC is under major fire and there's rumors it'll be shut down if it's discovered they knew or try and cover up anything during the investigation. It's incredible what I was able to do with just a little cafe. A small sad smile. Chisaki says hello. He remembers you and Hisashi. Misses you a lot. Hates his guts. Much like I do, he's trying to get out of it now, just. Yesterday he came clean about what he did to Pops and brought the old man back for a drink and talk. He's got a lot to do to regain trust, but with Pops reinstated as head, Chisaki's been able to slink out of the light and begin his departure. The guy wants to help the world, I know he does, but his methods, squiffy. A hand rocked side to side. 3 out of 10, originality? 5. The air gently brushed his hair. The cafe is super popular with the UA students. We've only been there a day. Not even time to really put everything in place, but it's already a hit. Once the machines and coolers get installed, we'll be the first real cafe in UA. Honestly, I wish you could be here to see it, Mom. I really do. Rocking on his heels to sit down, he rested his elbows on his knees, fidgeting with his fingers. I miss you, Mom, so much. I know it's been a couple weeks since I last came to see you, but I've just been so caught up in life right now. Things are getting busier. Hisashi still hasn't reached out. That can stay that way now. Honestly, good riddance to him. But I'm happier than I was, Mom. I am now. The cafe staff, they're family to me. A small chuckle. You'd love them, Mom. You would. They'd adore you too, honestly. Half of them would call you Mom. The other half would be Ma'am, I tell ya. I'm glad I had you for the time I did. He put a hand on the tombstone. Because you taught me how to be what others needed. You taught me how to be you for the people I care about. So thank you for that, Mom. Standing up, he dusted his trousers. I've got to go now. The others are going to need me for a few days while Touya adjusts to being in charge, but I'll be back soon, I promise. Bye, Mom. I love you. With a smile on his face, Izuku left the cemetery feeling a little lighter. Thought I'd find you here. Cats, what's going on, man? The blonde man was stood by the entrance to the graveyard. Nothing, which is the problem. Scratch and Wings haven't shown up for a few days. Did you try talk to their families? Wings has up and vanished Dikayu. The place was empty and Scratch never gave an address, did he? Tsubura may have had to move suddenly. His dad is imprisoned for villainy. They might have had to go into witness protection. A note would have been nice though. I know, look, there's a few officers that stop at the cafe for their break. I'll see if they've heard anything about Tsubura, alright? Tamura, it could be that his sensei isn't happy with him. If he doesn't show up in a few days, I'll register a missing persons report. Sound good? Yeah, that works. Look, I'm about to head there now. Come with and we'll see if we can get some answers now. The two slowly began to make their way through the streets. The scene they arrived to was tense to say the least. The unmistakable figure of Miruko was stood leaning over Kazuo and Touya. Why can't you serve me? As I just said, ma'am. I don't care about needing ID. Why can't you? They can't serve you, Miruko. Izuku cut in, stepping between the parties. Because we aren't officially licensed to serve heroes, his hands raised. We would serve. We would, but currently, we'd get in serious legal trouble if we served you while you are A in costume and on patrol and B recognizably the rabbit hero Miruko. If you can come back when neither condition is filled, we'd happily serve you. And who are you, runt? Another Empel dash. I'm the owner and the who started this cafe. Watch yourself, Miruko, or you'll find this place won't serve you anything, not even a black coffee. The heroine glared at his impassive face. Intimidation works both ways, Miruko. You're currently on 4 different security cameras and a handful of cell phones, threatening my employees. That can't be good for image, can it? A pro-heroine forcing employees to break a law so she can have a drink? I'd never imagine a newly minted solo heroine could be so brash. He raised an eyebrow. Now, either be on your way and come back when you're off shift and out of costume, or don't and see what happens. A smirk. It's all about bluffing, Miruko. Did you wake up and feel lucky this morning? Did ya? Punk. You're at least aware of your situation, are you not? On film, harassing my workers, insulting me, trying to abuse your power and coerce us into breaking code of conduct that could get us arrested. Her shock was poorly hidden, and then it would fall on to you, Miruko, to repair the situation, including covering legal fees, lost wages, lost stock, the loss of income your tantrum will cost us. There's a lot of fees you'll need to cover in addition to this single, what? Espresso you're demanding from us. He moved around the counter and began working the machines. But I mean, alright, you are the hero after all. You don't have the ball. Sure about that? As he turned around, he held a steaming drink in a to-go cup. Adding a lid to it, he smiled coldly. So should I ring you up now, or is there something else you wanted with it? They entered a silent staring contest. She blinked first. Fine. She twirled on her foot and marched out of the door. Silence reigned for several seconds. Does anyone want this Americano, or? Taking it with him to his office, he felt Touya droop behind him. Yes? I was gonna ask for her number. So this is green tea coffee? Izuku looked over to see some students looking around. This is where you study, Tamaki? A loud blonde boy cheered. Beside him was a periwinkle-haired woman and a rather withdrawn dark-haired boy. Come on, let's order something. Green tea coffee sounds like a weird name. Is the guy a green person? Does it sell cold drinks? The periwinkle girl looked around. Let's just order, guys. The blue-haired boy, Taki he assumed, mumbled quietly. The trio made their way to the counter. Can we get 1 mocha, a frappe, and a decaf with milk? Sure. Pick a table and we'll get it straight to you. Izuku nodded, accepting the payment. The trio disappeared from his view as Momo came from the stairs. Hey, we got another order. I'll run it soon as you got it ready. She nodded with a smile, beginning to wash the cups and bin anything non-reusable. After that I suggest you take your break. Not until everyone else has had theirs. I'm pretty sure Shoji, Juroda and Shinsou called it a day after checking all the stock and deliveries. They're just waiting out the clock now. If that's the case, get Shinsou out from and the other 2 on restocking. He grunted as he finished the first drink. Plus Itsuka and I are going to take ours with you. Yosetsu, Komori and Himiko should be able to handle it. Lunch rush is over now anyway. Momo dried her hands before picking up a clean tray and loading the first 2 drinks onto it. Fine, when you get back I'll go on break. Tell Yosetsu he's manning counter. Komori and Himiko should be running orders right now. If you see either, let them know too. You got it, boss. She smiled, taking the tray away. Looking for a blonde, a periwinkle and a blue-haired trio. With a nod Momo disappeared from view and Izuku took over the cleaning she had started. Sighing he watched the door. They'd opened in UA a few days ago and Izuku found himself missing the high street. Sure, they got great views. The apartments were definitely more spacious. The cafe was a large place after all, not some regular street building copy-pasted onto UA grounds. They even had a patio for outdoor seating and a balcony to match upstairs. It was pretty cool when he thought about it. Plus he paid hardly anything to live in it and it was on UA's grounds, because they wanted his cafe here. Sure, he'd go back to the high street cafe just to make sure everything was alright, maybe give Touya a hand if he needed it, but the man had it all under control. Most of the time. Plus, Fuyumi and Natsuo had to leave their previous jobs to really hide from Endeavor, so they got the Todoroki treatment, dyed hair and fake names before getting to work in the cafe. Shoto was busy undergoing serious therapy for the trauma he suffered. Izuku occasionally saw him with Hound Dog, walking around the campus or sitting in the cafe for a drink. The last he'd heard of the case, Ray had been released from the hospital and several of the doctors and nurses had been arrested for malpractice on her case. Currently she was occupying Momo and Himiko's old room above the café, easing her way back into society by getting to know the staff she called neighbors. "Alright, let's go." Momo reappeared, sliding the tray into a sink and making herself a drink. The duo walked into his office where Izuku was sat waiting. "Out of my seat." He flicked a hand, the ginger woman smirked and stood up, sitting on his desk beside him as he sat down. Momo sat on his other side on top of the desk too. "I take it there is a reason for this?" "Yes, there is." Izuku nodded before sipping her drink. "How are you?" "Fine." What?" "Izuku, she knows." Momo rolled her eyes. "She's known for a while, since finding my laptop." Oh. I know what happened when Momo found out too. "Since we've moved into this store you've been tired, you're sporting a light limp on your left leg. What gives?" "That? I just landed wrong. Nothing major, just a grade 1 tear. It'll be fine in a few days." Momo just massaged her forehead with one hand. "You tore a muscle and didn't notify anyone?" "Hey, I thought I just pulled it." He defended. "Woke up the next morning and it was still sore, so I leveled it up a bit. Since it's just a low pain, it's a grade 1. It's not Eve, of course it's not checked by a doctor. You were shot and just bandaged yourself up," Izuku grumbled, folding her arms. "Alright, I'm going to ignore that you didn't let anybody know, even Himiko or Touya, and you're going to rest for the next few days until it's healed, meaning you're walking with a crutch or a cane for the meantime, office work only, and no late nights, alright? Neither of you are going to let me go until I agree, are you?" Both shook their heads, smiling triumphantly. "Alright, you two aren't on front duty until I'm done then." They froze, staring at him. "You can't overpower your boss, ladies. Now you've got a choice here. Trash duty, paperwork, or stocks? Pick your poison." Grinning nefariously he got up. "Now, I've got to head to the other store to check up on a few things. Momo, can I please have a cane?" The onyx-haired woman obliged, grumbling under her breath. "Chin up, sweetie, you nearly had me there." Taking the walking stick he picked up his cup in the other hand. "I'll be back before it's dark." They walked to the door as a group, Momo pulling it open. "Don't you worry about me." "Someone has to." She smiled, kissing his cheek. "Why not us?" Izuku kissed the other side of his face. It wasn't until he'd left the cafe and was halfway to the exit of UA before any of them realized what happened. 3 separate cries of shock disturbing the relative peace. "Yo, boss man." Koichi waved as he continued to clean dishes. "Touya's in the office, we got some new peeps looking for work." Natsuo was stood next to him, currently working machines, and Fuyumi and Kahuzo walked about the place, loading trays up into stacks with rubbish and cleanable cups on the top. Mikumo was all for hiring them, but Fubuki and Natsuharu recognized them both, wanted to wait for you. On cue the Todorokis both turned to him. "Boss, they're the Yakuza." Natsuo hissed. "We can't?" "It's alright, Natsuharu. If it's who I think it is, we'll be fine." He grinned, moving towards the office. Fuyumi stopped him. "Izuku, they're part of it. So was my dad, Fubuki. If he can jump ship not once, but twice, these guys can do it too." Her surprise let him walk to the office and open the door. "Chisaki, Pops, welcome." The two turned in their chairs and nodded in greeting, and Touya stood up out of his chair. "The others wanted you to wait for my go-ahead?" "Why, yeah, these two aren't incredibly prolific, but, well, it doesn't help that someone they knew got involved in a few cases here and there. Endeavor handled the Yakuza before?" That was news. The former number 2 would never have dealt with something so clandestine. Well, it didn't matter anymore. "I've retired from the Yakuza now. They let me go peacefully since I was in critical condition so long." Pops smiled. "They let me out so I can care for him at all times. Since I'm the only living family member, even through adoption, they wanted the best for the former shy Hisaki leader." Gone was Chisaki's plague doctor mask, instead replaced with a plain black surgical mask. "I've managed to finally enroll in an online course for my medical license too, though my therapist is still helping me through my mysophobia for when I need to do practical lessons and exams." "And you still want to work here while doing all that?" "I mean, why not? It'll kill some free time I have outside studying." Chisaki shrugged. "And by the time the Yakuza find out, it'll be too late." "Well, Thanks to the shy Hisaki leader and second-in-command disappearing, the death of the clan is only so far away now. Pops nodded solemnly. I believe it'll only be a few years now before they completely dissolve. Izuku nodded and smiled. Well then, welcome to the group. Do you have a place to stay? If not, we'll have to rework a few rooms. Oh, don't worry, we have an apartment, just a few blocks away, something the Yakuza don't know about. Chisaki waved a gloved hand. Pops is more than happy to just man the counter, and I'm good for anything really. Wonderful, give us a few days and Touya will notify of your shifts. The pair nodded to him and stood up, shaking hands with him and Touya before leaving. As they did, a boy with ridiculous eyelashes walked in looking around confused. Hi, excuse me? Is it Suka Kendo here? No, she's at the other cafe at you. What can I do for you? Oh, my name's Tetsu. Kendo told me about a job opportunity. Something about transferring money? Izuku beamed. Yes, wonderful. My name's Izuku Midoriya. I'm the owner and founder of Gree Tea Coffee. We've been waiting on you, Mr. Tetsu. Leading him back towards the office, he grinned. You see, we've been relatively good going for a little over 2 years now, but we've been paying a third-party transfer company to do our cash deposits. I've been trying to find someone who can do that for us, as an employee. Itsuka told me about someone she knew with a quirk that turns their body metal. Why yeah, it's called steel, works off of how iron-heavy my diet is. Wonderful, this is perfect. Looking over to Touya, the green net lifted a thumb. Now, the job we're giving you is actually quite dangerous. You're basically given a box of notes, the physical income for the month. We need you to take it to the bank and deposit the cash into the cafe's account. Hopefully you won't look too suspicious, but we'll also equip you with a body cam as standard. Of course, this is if you decide to take the job. If Kendo believes in me, I got it. Wonderful, well, you're lucky we've been waiting for a man like you, Tetsu. Here's the route you'll be taking. I highly suggest memorizing it. You'll also be going to the UA branch. I have a pass organized for you. We just need a photograph for it. Email that to me as soon as you can. I'll get back to you when we're ready for you to start your fist shift, all right? You got it. He nodded with a wide grin, taking the folded map out of Izuku's hand and opening it up before marching his way out of the cafe. Izuku merely sighed and took his cane. Did you need me for anything else? No, we got everything handled. It's been running smoothly, so nothing to worry about. A dry cough. How's the leg? Grade 1 tear. Nothing serious. I'll be back to it in a week or so. Itsuka knows apparently. You didn't know? She's been on our cases about looking out for you for ages. Really? He huffed indignantly. I suppose that I shouldn't be insulted by the fact Noon told me? We all figured you knew? Touya just shrugged. Oh, before you go, Mom wanted to meet you. Do you think you could? I'll go up now, but I told the girls I'd be back at UA for dark. Izuku lifted a hand. Haven't redesigned the back room, have you? Nope. Touya chuckled as the green net trundled into the staff door. I must say you are younger than I thought you'd be, Mr. Midoriya. Izuku will do just fine, Mrs. Todoroki, or would you prefer Miss Himura again? The mother froze at his words as she poured tea. They currently sat in her current apartment. Just as quickly she got over her shock and shook her head. You really did do your research? I did nothing. Touya did all the legwork. Well, him, Shoto and Natsuo, they weren't sure what Endeavor would have done to her if he'd found out. Shoto would have been trained harder and Natsuo could have easily just done another Touya event. Izuku shrugged. All I did was make sure everything was ordered into a timeline and handed over to the right people. And you gave Touya a home after he threw him out? Ray, he didn't just throw Touya out. The world thinks he's dead right now. He spoke gently. What did they tell you occurred? That Touya and Enji had a disagreement, which resulted in Touya being thrown out of the house. Miss Himura, part of the house was burnt down. Touya crashed on my balcony with his skin almost peeling off his body. It took days for him to recover from the burns in his muscles. Touya nearly died because he fought back. She sat quietly contemplating his sentence. You seem calmer than I had expected. Honestly, it does not surprise me that things got that bad. My psychotic episode causing Shoto's scar was probably just the first crack before the glass castle broke. A wistful sigh. My parents are also being arrested for taking part in a quirk marriage, Natsuo told me. He shut the door on them when they tried visiting, hasn't unlocked it since. Shoto's had to come and go through the cafe. Well, once you have found your feet again, Miss Himura, you are more than welcome to come and dance with the family of Green Tea Coffee, if you ever wish to dance again. I did wonder where Touya picked his charm up from, she chuckled. You are a well-mannered young man, your parents must be proud. Yeah, I hope Mom is. Putting his cup down, he closed his eyes with a small smile. She died when I was 13, forced to work illegal hours after her employer illegally forced her to by cutting her pay when word got out I was quirkless. I think my dad did it honestly. He disappeared a few days after I was, diagnosed, so his approval is the last thing that matters to me. I don't care about him, where he is or how he's faring. Forgive my attitude, but if I find he's been dead under a bridge for the last decade, I shan't cry. I'm sorry if... It's no harm, Miss Himura. Honestly, Touya would tell you if you asked. He doesn't out of respect for my privacy. But to go back a moment, I doubt you would want a middle-aged woman like me in this place. Miss Himura, if I may stop you just there, age, quirk, race, SEC, sexuality and what have yous will never affect the offer of working in Green Tea Coffee. Here we are a family, close-knit and reliant on each other. Once you are invited, it will always be open. Everyone here is here because I chose them for their character, because they want to make the world a better place, or they just want to help a single person every day. That's all. That is everything there is to working for my cafe. Small smile. I'd hardly call you middle-aged anyway. Your eldest are only what, 23? Making me 43, you charmer. She shook her head. He wasn't lying when he said learning your charm was easy, such silver-tongued skill. Miss Himura, I'm no silver-tongued snake. I simply mean as I say and say as I feel, and that aside, one of my newest hires is a grandfather content with working the counter alone. Wherever you wish to be, the cafe will work with it. If I may boast, my herbal brews were always popular before, well. It is no bother if you wish to not talk about it, Miss Himura, and I'm pretty sure that Fuyumi was talking to Touya about getting a herbal tea mixer for the cafe. Perhaps a herbal corner would be better? Some partitioning and a small door, matting actually. He began rubbing his chin and she laughed again. My, thoughtful too. If Touya's learned half your charm, ladies will be falling over themselves for him. You don't need to go to any lengths for me. Do not stretch to accommodate me, and please stop with the miss. Ray will do just fine. I'm not stretching me, Ray. Honestly, this cafe will always be the first, so it will grow with the company and the family. In fact, I'm already talking to Touya about buying the building next door to expand the cafe floor space anyway. Creating a relaxation room with a herbal tea counter would hardly be a Herculean task. Just talk to him about it when you're feeling up to it and we'll sort it all out. With a sip of his drink, Izuku smiled across the table. All you have to do is ask. This is the place, Mina? Are you sure? Yeah, obviously, Kiri. What other cafe is called Green Tea Coffee? I don't know. It seems pretty new. Izuku chuckled as he left the office. That's because it is, sir. Founded this place with my own 2 hands 2 years ago now. Walking over to them, he offered the hand, not holding his cane towards them. Izuku Midoriya. Eijiro Kirishima. A spiky redhead shook his head vigorously. You founded this place? Super manly dude, you don't look much older than us. That's because I'm not Mr. Kirishima. I'm only 17. The cane is to help with a leg injury I sustained a few days ago. Dude, that's awesome. I'm Mina Ishido. Heard this place was so good you asked them to have a branch on campus? We do. I spoke with Nezu about it. It's a rather nice location. UA's not so bad either. He joked lightly. It's always full of hero hopefuls, including the staff. Many of them will be attempting the entrance exam. In fact, I believe all of them are. Without me, of course. Why not? I have a business to run, Miss Ishido. I'll be taking the business course in order to open up my humble services to licensed heroes. Really? That's manly. We're both aiming for the hero course too. Wonderful. I suppose I'll see you on campus at some point then? I dare say you've both got the perfect attitudes for it. They both smiled widely. They followed Izuku to the counter as he slid behind it. So, what can I get some young heroes in training? A nice cappuccino for me and something calming for Mina, please. Coming right up, Mr. Kirishima. He nodded with a smile, ignoring the pout on Mina's face. Might I ask your quirks? Studying them has always been a pastime of mine. Oh really? Mine's hardening. I can harden my skin and make myself harder to break. My goal is to reach a state where I'm unbreakable so I can save anyone that needs help. Acid. I can secrete any acid from any point on my body. It can be anywhere from mildly irritating to burning through concrete. I want to learn to control it so well I can save everyone that's stuck anywhere. There's more to it than that, you know. What about the people that are hurt outside of fights? Suppose a small girl came to you because she was being abused? Or a man called for help while he was being kidnapped? They both paused and stared at him. There is more to heroes than their quirks, but it seems the media forget this a lot. What's your quirk, Mr. Midoriya? Just Izuku is enough, Mr. Kirishima, and I'm quirkless, have been since the day I was born. A small smile and a nod. Don't worry, it's not a big deal to me, not anymore, but please, don't gawk like I'm some zoo animal or exhibit at a gallery. Both of them shook their heads before smiling sheepishly. You won't often meet a quirkless because they're dead more often than not. Normally it's suicide before they get to my age, or it's old age because they were born in a more accepting generation, he mused. But anyway, that's enough bleak thinking for now, don't you think? He paused. I don't suppose you'd be looking for a job, would you, Mr. Kirishima? Well, simply, this cafe has a large amount of cash payments and we're currently on the lookout for people that would be suited to make the deposits at the bank for us, save on hiring a third party to do it. The redhead nodded. And I believe your hardening would work perfectly for it. But I need to use it publicly. Since you'd be working for us, it'd be a private use and we could always get the certificate for you as evidence. We did for our other security man. His quirk turns his body into a steel-like substance. With two indestructible men running the gauntlet, we wouldn't have to fear anything. Sure, yeah, I can, yeah. Kirishima grinned. I mean, the founder himself thinks I can do it. Why the hell shouldn't I try? Awesome. Just head over to the office and talk to a guy named Akitani about it. Say I asked you directly and he should handle it from there. Hey, if Kiri's getting a job, I want one too. Are you quite sure about that, Miss Ishido? Anything I give you would be much less interesting. I don't mind, I want a job too, and asking you directly saves the job hunting. Quite right, he chuckled. Very well then, give me a few days to make a few calls. Would you be comfortable moving to work? Your housing would be provided by the cafe. Seriously? I get to move out and get a job. I'm all for it. Where would I be going? Oh, just some apartments above the other cafe, on UA grounds. You want me at the UA cafe? It surely wouldn't hurt, would it? Plus the apartments they've given us so far beat student accommodations by a long shot. A shrug. If you come back in a few days, I'll be in the office with Touya and possibly Nezu so we can arrange for you to be given access to the grounds when you move in. Thank you. They both cried. Don't think twice about it. I'd be mad to not have two such upbeat individuals join my team, plus showing off two more prospective students to Nezu would definitely make the cafe look better, so it's wins all around. Now I believe you guys have a lot to prepare for, especially you, Miss Ishido. Mr. Kirishima, if you would prefer accommodation as well, I can see what we can arrange. Kirishima saluted. Thank you, Mr. Midoriya. We'll be off now. They took the to-go ups and dutifully began walking out of the cafe. Cheers of celebration heard as they wandered down the street. Izuku smiled and leant on the counter before grabbing his cane and walking out of the cafe. Taking a deep breath, he smiled to the sunset. Things were going. Wait, sunset. Crap, he'd promised to be back before dark again. Power walking through the streets, he made his way to UA. The fear of God in his heart. Really, kid? You're going to pull this card? I'm a teacher, for God's sake. Izuku grinned as he leant on the counter. Yes, but you're also a hero, a profession I'm not licensed to serve. Aizawa fumed silently. Hey, we never agreed this place could serve heroes. It's got a course of heroes. In training, they're still classified as students so long as they're here. Izuku interrupted as a purplet walked up to the counter. Can I get a hot chocolate, please? Large with some marshmallows. Don't bother Nem, Aizawa huffed angrily. Coming right up, ma'am. Izuku bit a chuckle back as his face went stone. Anything else for you? No thanks, Mr. Midoriya. Please, Miss Kiyama, it's just Izuku. None of that, Mr. It's far too formal for me. He served the drink and dropped a handful of small marshmallows on the top. You were saying Aizawa? What the hell? He growled, holding Kiyama hostage. You don't serve heroes? Izuku nodded slowly. Do you? Eraserhead, I want you to seriously look at Miss Kiyama and please tell me what you see. My coworker, dressed in a baggy jumper and jeans, with her hair tied in a bun and red-rimmed glasses. Alright, now, can you please describe Midnight's hero uniform? A quick head shake. Never mind, I'll cut to the chase. Currently I'm not serving pro-heroine Midnight, I'm serving UA teacher Namuri Kiyama, who's also Midnight, who's currently not A on patrol or be recognizable as her hero persona. But He simply held up a hand and bowed his head, sighing before he spoke. Eraserhead, what do you teach in? A black jumpsuit. All right, and your hero costume? A black jumpsuit. Do you see the problem yet, Eraserhead? His hands cupped air and moved close together before moving away as if the invisible objects were repelling each other. Do ya? Aizawa stared silently, his eyes narrowing. It's part of why I can't serve Nezu until I get the license. He's just too recognizable, the same with Cementos, Ectoplasm, 13 and Hound Dog because they are too identifiable, part of the law. If, say, All Might walked into my cafe, as awesome as that'd be, I'd have to refuse him service because people would recognize him far too much. Lunch Rush doesn't really stop by to buy anything, so I can give him a drink during a meeting for recipes and collaborations. Even Hizashi changes when he does a lunch run for us. Kiyama nodded. It's not much, letting his hair down, changing his jacket, taking his shades off. He simply gets out of costume. Izuku nodded, like many heroes do on breaks and such, which is when they normally visit my cafes. Grabbing a cloth, he began cleaning the counter. I don't know what you want from me, Eraserhead. You're the one wearing a crusty 3-day worn bodysuit in my establishment expecting service? Are you saying if I changed out of my clothes, you'd serve me? With that, he released his coworker and she walked towards a table, sitting down quietly to read a novel. So long as people can't recognize Eraserhead, I will happily serve Shota Aizawa. Does that make sense? Change of clothes, maybe pull back the hair, don't have the yellow goggles on. I don't know why you lot teach in hero uniforms anyway. Because we need to be ready for an. Then just wear it under your clothes. Jesus, did none of you read a comic book growing up? A guy literally just tore his clothes off whenever his hero identity was needed. Another had nanomachines that created his costume. Some even had casual wear as their costumes for Pete's sake. Sup, partner? Izuku grinned. Mr. Konishi. I've told ya, for just Makoto is fine. I'll get the usual please. One Americano extra sugar and cinnamon coming up. He chuckled, pushing the machines around. You've gone for the same color scheme I see? Unrecognizable, but in homage like always, Izuku turned around and put the drink down on the counter. Thank you kindly. The till beeped as payment was taken before the hero walked back to the door, sitting in the seating area to soak up the sun. Hey, can I get a McFuckin'? One mocha frappe with a triple shot espresso on the way, Mr. Maijima. He shared a chuckle with the teacher. And a white coffee with some cinnamon for your friend outside? Obviously he was talking about Cementos, who was currently stood outside the cafe waiting for the other teacher to get the drinks. And some cookies on the house as standard thanks for, well, building the house. You don't. I'm not serving Cementos, Eraserhead. Izuku shook his head with a wide smile. Mr. Maijima's put the order in and paid for it. How else would you be getting the drinks when the other staff does a coffee run? Wonderful as always, Izuku. Maijima tapped his card to the reader and smiled when the satisfying beep sounded, signaling him to pick up the 2 steaming cups and Platix-wrapped snacks and walk outside. Now, Eraserhead, there's an emergency changing room in the back if you have some spare clothes, but if not, well, shrugging with an apologetic smile, he shook his hands. I'm afraid I can't serve you. The sheet-eating grin on his face contradicted his sorry words. Both knew he was enjoying taking the subtle revenge on the teacher. Said man grumbled rather aggressively before closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Very well, I'll be back. Sure you will, Terminator, sure you will. Izuku nodded tiredly. Now are you going to actually leave or are you going to glower at me for a few minutes? Because if you are, can you please move out of the way of the line? I have actual customers to serve. Izuku cleared his throat as he sat down in the staff room of UA. Nezu sat at the head of the table, grinning wildly, which made many of the teachers concerned. Of course, they'd already greeted the Greenet rather warmly, and more than one agreed to visit the café for a chat at some point. Aizawa, as standard, was giving his signature glare to Izuku as he entered the room. Not that I'm one to question your authority, Nezu, but, why am I here? I'm just the owner of the café on site. Actually, Izuku, our meeting is about you and how we need to adjust going forwards with your time here at UA. Oh. You've already exhibited perfect understanding of the laws and order of running a business. You've got nothing but stellar reviews, and many of your workers admit you helped them in a time of need, and, had you not been there, a time when they could have begun to tread down the wrong path. In fact, you've saved a pair from that path already with the likes of Chisaki and the man you refer to as Pops. Not only that, but you've also put yourself and your company at risk by helping the Todorokis in their time of need, while also being of the many that supports Endeavor's incarceration, which at this time the trial is still ongoing. Many huffed at that. The ex-hero was dead to rights, but he did have some very clever lawyers. It would be crude to put you on the business course when you clearly are already aware of what you need to do and what you are already doing. If not for some rather irritating red tape, I'd see it fit to just hand you your license to serve heroes right now, Izuku balked as Nezu chuckled. But that's not the only reason we wish to discuss what's going on, is it, Jade? I don't know what you're talking about, Nezu. Jade is a vigilante. I've got a business to run. I don't have time to be gallivanting around the city at night or day. Lifting his hands, he smiled. If I were Jade, I'd be working alone, but I'm not Jade. I'm a busy man after all, Nezu. A line of reasoning most would buy, but pray tell, Izuku, how did you injure your leg a few days ago? I fell off a ladder at work, helping to organize stock just after closing time. Upon hitting the floor, I fell into a roll to try and reduce the damage. It's not my first time falling after all, a shrug. But in doing so, I gave myself a grade 1 tear in the mucle around my thigh. Momo and Itsuka insisted I walk with the cane while my leg recovers. Solid alibi. Because it's fact, I hurt my leg falling wrong. Yes, but I saw Jade land. Aizawa sat up straighter, smirking dangerously, and he cursed rather loudly, so loudly in fact, the modulator didn't manage to hide his voice. Congratulations? Then why are you accusing me? If you have the man's voice, you should be able to figure out who he is. Izuku hadn't sworn that night. In fact, he hadn't swore at all that day. It had been a good day. Nice customers, manageable traffic, no paperwork and no organized crime to dismantle, just a few thugs needing a lesson. Seeing right through their bluff, he acted indifferent, because truly he wasn't scared. A rather poor bluff there, Aizawa, Nezu sighed. We all know had you heard his voice clear enough to place him, you would have gone gunning for Izuku by now. Then dash. However, the fact remains our security does pick up you occasionally leaving late at night. Touya used to have night terrors when he first moved in with me. Himiko and I comforted him. Now that there's 4 people in the apartment suffering from them, they require an extra hand to help calm them down, so Touya calls me and I make my way over in order to help. I come back because I know people would panic if I were to simply disappear in the night. Everything was rehearsed. Izuku knew to never go anywhere without enough evidence to back him up. The others all knew the right words to say as well. Itsuka and Momo could cover his injury, and Touya would immediately have his back no matter what bullshit he spun for Nezu. It takes a lot of time for them to heal, as I'm sure it did you, Nezu. Everyone else froze before looking to the principal, who merely sat quietly in thought for several seconds. And how did you arrive to that conclusion, Izuku? Same way anyone else would. The paranoia you hold belays issues with trust. The fact you walk quickly shows your aversion to crowds and loud noises. Your keen intellect and your desire to know highlights your fear of not being in control. Throw it all together and you get trauma, and that changes a person, Nezu, even you. Very keen eye, Izuku. Now, can we cease this charade and can you just admit you are Jade? Okay, I'll humor you if I'm Jade. Why would I confess now? Surrounded by heroes on the campus of one of the top hero school worldwide, there's literally no escape and no way out without HNDCFFS. So even if I was Jade, why would I admit to it? Leaning back in his seat, Izuku shook his head. Either way, you've lucked out because I'm not Jade. I've got a business to run, schedules to handle and staff to manage. I don't have time to be Jade. Izuku, Nezu sighed, we aren't looking to arrest you. We aren't. Aizawa sat up suddenly, leaning on the table. No, we're not. Your petty squabble with him is your own business. No, Izuku, there's several things we wish to happen while you are here at UA. We want you to be an assistant teacher for the business course. After all, you are quite literally one of the youngest founders ever. To keep a successful business going, we want you to learn how to really be a hero, because you're already getting experience in the field, and I want you to be my personal student. No, Aizawa stood up. Nezu, no, that's not, no, anyone but him. Why? Because it's still butthurt about it, are you, Razor? Izuku folded his arms and sighed. Alright, look, I'll admit, I'm Jade. I go out every few nights on a patrol of the city and take apart what heroes are too busy to handle, small drag rings, shadowy operations, but it's not vigilantism. Nezu smirked knowingly. There has been no quirk usage on my patrols, not once. It's always equipment, so it's more civil service. Aizawa just gaped. You? What, Razor? Upset a kid who owns his own business knows more about the law than you do? Or are you angry this quirkless kid dare do things better than you? High eyes burnt with green fire. I can lie straight to your face. In fact, I just did, because I don't do anything without backup, a story, contingencies. I could have walked out of this meeting and none of you would have known I'm Jade. In case you haven't noticed, your laws don't exactly apply that well to me. It's all quirk this and quirk that. So your little idea of slapping some cuffs and walking me to the station because you got hurt after insulting me and my ideals will fall apart. Faster than a granola bar. Standing up and leaning on the table, he grinned. So go ahead, Razor. Try me. I'm a legal anomaly. You can't lock me up for anything short of first-degree murder. He's right, Aizawa. Nezu spoke quietly as the two men stared each other down over the table. While technically he's been doing the job of a hero without a license, through his method and technicalities, he's absolved and innocent of any crimes. He wins on a technicality. The best kind of victory, Izuku smirked proudly. That being said, you still just admitted to lying to a group of heroes. Your teachers, while on school grounds, students lie to you all the time. As far as we go, I'm a business partner. I don't need to be 100% honest with you. However, the Todoroki's suffering night terrors is not a lie. I just go for a walk when I'm done helping them, Izuku shrugged. And I do come back because the others would be concerned if I didn't appear in the mornings. I live with people who don't know after all. So you want me to be your personal student? What does that mean? You'll be in hero lessons and helping with the business course. Otherwise you'll be in here showing me the true scope of your abilities or managing your cafe and caring for your daughter. Adopted and not just yet. I have to wait until I'm 18 to really adopt her. Right now I'm just a carer, Izuku shrugged. But I'd be able to manage my cafe still? Naturally, you'd also have the business students you teach scrambling to be employed there and get practical experience, which you have in spades on both sides, hero and business. Izuku nodded at Nezu's explanation. Of course we don't have to do that and you can just be part of the business course while managing your cafe. It is your choice, Izuku. I'll take your offer, Nezu. It's the opportunity of a lifetime, so I will take it, gratefully. Which exam will I be taking? None of them. It's a different exam to the others, one you're already passing. However, you are free to go and watch your friends and employees take their tests. Oh, actually that reminds me, Mr. Sekijiro, have you met Himiko Toga yet? She has a blood-related quirk as well, and I believe she would greatly appreciate a role model that uses a quirk like hers. Yes, I have met her and I will be putting her forward to the recommended exam when the time comes. Eraserhead, have I introduced you to Hitoshi Shinsou? He would benefit from a hero, such as yourself, encouraging him. He still doubts his brainwashing quirk can be used for heroics due to a troubled background. Aizawa stiffened. No, you haven't. Should I be concerned? Izuku waved a hand. Not unless you're concerned by the other employees and customers I serve that had hard lives before they got the job with Green Tea Coffee. As he is now, he's stable and confident, but he has lingering doubts. I'll come by later today. Thank you. Oh, so you can act civil? Shut it, Mike. Yamada, please. The blonde nearly jumped from his chair as both faced him with annoyance and disappointment respectively. Well, I suppose that is everything then. Next year you'll be notified if you pass the exam or not along with the others. I hope you realize your knowledge of my outings does not stop them. Actually, Izuku, we knew you'd keep it up. So, you went to the meeting this morning? Yes. And Nezu wanted you to be his student when we start university? Yes. Which means you're taking a different exam to all of us that's already started. Correct. And you spoke to the heroes about what happens when we apply? Again, correct. So you get to watch us all take the exams? At least the physical part, yes. And you know Himi is going to be taking the recommended exam courtesy of Vlad King? Izuku sighed and put one hand to his forehead. Hitoshi, for the love of all that's holy, yes, I am testing to be if I can be Nezu's personal student. I asked Eraserhead to meet you so he could help you soothe your worries about your quirk being heroic. Himiko is already doing brilliantly thanks to Vlad King, and the only way is up for her, meaning the same for you. They are aware of my identity as Jade but do not want me to stop, instead encouraging me to keep going. Since I'm a legal gray zone and technically not a vigilante, they also want me on as an assistant teacher for the business course, since I'm somewhat of a prodigy. He rubbed his temples as he closed his eyes. Any more questions? Izu, calm down a bit, we're just shocked is all. Itsuka shook her head. Wait, you're Jade? Everyone paused. Yes, Mina, I am Jade. I see no reason to withhold it from any of you anymore since UA knows, and that's mainly what I was trying to avoid. Again, in case you're worried, I can't be arrested due to my quirklessness preventing me from being labeled a vigilante, and currently they believe you are all unawares anyway, even if that could get you in trouble. But you told Nezu. I lied. You know, like a liar, he smirked. Now that's dealt with, can someone please prep the table? Already done, Izuku. Momo smiled. Hitoshi set it up. Wonderful, thank you, Jiroda. Could you help me take it all T-dash? No, Shoji interrupted. Sorry boss, but Itsuka and Yamamoto told us about your injury, not letting you carry anything except yourself to the table. The multi-armed team created various hands and began lifting up the bowls to the circular table they began gathering around. It's only Katsudon tonight, he sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry guys. Don't be Izuku, your Katsudon is the best. Himiko cheered with a wide grin, throwing her arms up to accentuate her point. Slowly he eased himself into a seat between Momo and Itsuka, Hitoshi sitting on Momo's other side with Himiko next to him. Continuing around the table was Jiroda and Komori, Yatsetsu between her and Shoji, then Kirishima who just moved in beside, Tetsutesu who'd moved in yesterday and was more than happy to bunk with Kirishima in a room in the same apartment as Shoji and Yatsetsu. Ater Tetsutetsu was Mina who'd moved in the same day as Kirishima, bunking with the other girls and cramming 4 people into the bedroom. Next to her was Eri, who obviously sat in a high chair and had her own small serving of Katsudon, occasionally getting help from Itsuka to many giggles of delight. Dude, you're so manly, Kirishima grinned, literally, sharp smile. Setting up your own cafe and being a vigilante, bro, that is awesome. It's moronic, Momo growled. He hasn't gone to the hospital once? Hey, no, I went that one time. Really, when? Itsuka calmly spoke before taking a mouthful of Katsudon. Oh, don't you start. I'll have you know I handle myself perfectly well, thank you very much. You got shot on your 3rd night out. The greenette winced at the rebuttal. And I believe you became so delirious from blood loss that you flipped off a toilet for 3 minutes and… What was it you said to me? Momo. That you weren't afraid of death, or was it? Stop. Oh, that's right. Your words were I'd rather curl up and die than crawl for help? That was it, right? And your response was, and I quote, he closed his mouth, oh yeah, slapping me in the face and avoiding me for a day. Alright, in hindsight it was a bad way to handle the situation, but I don't like the people I care about talking about how easily their life could be thrown away. Midori, were you bullied? Mina leant forwards from her seat. Yes, there were exceptions, but the main rule was pick on the quirkless freak. The main one was Katsuki Bakugo, a friend and loyal customer of the cafe. He smiled softly. Along with Kaneki and Tsubura, the 4 of us were thick as thieves in high school. Up until then it had just been me and Kats. Well, you have all of us now, man. Tetsu grinned, lifting a fist in a classic weightlifting style and planting the other hand on his bicep. For real, none of us would be here without you. I doubt any of the staff at Green Tea Coffee would be the same without you leading the charge, dude. Yakuza lifted a thumb and grinned. You've had our backs for long enough, let us have yours. You guys do know that years of psychological abuse aren't undone by some moving expressions of support, right? I'm touched at your kindness, honestly I am, but it took me a year to see any value in my own life, even the small bit I do admit. What happened is going to take several years to undo. But we've made a start, haven't we? Momo nudged him. Yeah, I guess we have, he admitted with a fond smile. Thank you all for being here. We wouldn't if you hadn't seen our worth, Midori, Mina smiled softly, so it's only right you let us show you yours. You know, that doesn't sound a bad, Mina. I look forward to seeing what you come up with. Humming lightly to himself, Izuku walking under the sun to the street-side cafe. Katsuki had called for a catch-up and the two agreed to meet. Yeah, Izuku saw him every day at school, but managing the logistics of two cafes alongside the upkeep of his grades took most of his free time up. Behind him, he knew Tetsu and Kirishima Ijiro, as he insisted after dinner those couple nights ago, were walking with their quirks up and ID badges around their necks for when police met with them. Getting the certificates hadn't been difficult, and after the first run-in with some officers, the route now had several check-in points since both boys were underage at the moment and using their quirks. Seeing a familiar blonde hairdo, he waved to the approaching Katsuki. Dude, he grinned as they clasped hands and hugged. It's been ages since we've been able to just chat. I know, Dikai, you're always crunching those number sheets during recess and lunch. Hey, it's hard running a cafe when you're practically halfway across the city. Just let Akatani handle it. When he doesn't call me for help because he missed a number and is panicking about bankrupting me, I'll consider it. Plus we are going to be expanding this place. Izuku opened the door. Ray's asked if she can have a relaxation corner that specializes in herbal brews. When we expand, we're making a relaxation room special for university students to de-stress with some herbal teas and incense. Alabama? No, Katsuki, not incense, calm down, dude. What are you doing, stepbro? Katsuki faked a high-pitched voice. No. We're not related by blood or anything. It changed to a typical jocular low tone. Stop it, I mean burning candles, not whatever pawn you're clearly into. Don't hate cause you don't get memes, dude. I don't have time for yumis. I'm a busy man running a business. An evil smirk. Gotta get stonk somehow. You sly busy. They got to the counter. Hey, Akatani will take one good ol' Americano and a triple shot mocha with all the bells and whistles for boss and boss man's brother. Coming right up. Touya grinned as he got to work. Do you guys want to find a table and I'll have Koichi run it to ya? Pops stood nearby cleaning some cups with a damp rag, an idle smile playing on his face. Thanks, Akatani. Izuku lifted a hand. We'll be in the booths. They walked away and slid into a booth near his office. So, how's Uncle Masaru and Auntie Mitsuki? SOSO. I mean, we're still living comfortably and Dad's not deaf, so. Life's good. Life's good, Katsuki nodded gently. But you, man? I still can't believe it, a cafe on UA grounds? That's gotta be a first for the history books. Yeah? Not to mention I'm getting to know so many of the teachers. Did you know Eraserhead works there? No way. Dude, that's fucking sick, man. Who else? I know Midnight and Present Mike are there. Vlad King's there. 13 handles the USJ. Power Loader does the maintenance and support course. They got Hound Dog as the on-site therapist. Yes, I've been talking to him every other week. No, it's not been horrible. Yes, you told me so. I fucking didn't I? Midori? Katsuki? Oh my god, what are the chances? They both looked over to see Kaneki next to a girl. She had short blue hair that covered one eye and was just a few inches shorter than him. Fingers? Who's the chick? Oh, this is Tuka Kirishima, my girlfriend. Izuku smiled and quickly stood up, sitting beside Katsuki. Join us. He gestured to the now empty bench, which Kaneki and Tuka quickly slid into. So, how'd you guys meet? What's the story? Actually, we met here, just a couple months ago. Kaneki chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. You were in the office for the day, something about balance sheets and Yamamoto not letting you escape them again? He nodded in understanding. Yeah, he'd had a wound to his arm that was obvious by how he moved, so Momo forced him to remain out of sight for the day in case someone got an idea in their head. But yeah, we ended up really hitting it off. We met up a week later to head to an arcade, but after a few games we both decided it wasn't for us and both tried to surprise the other. A chuckle. We ended up thinking of the same place. Luckily I wanted to surprise her first. Fingers you can read? Katsuki, I read a lot. It's just textbooks I can't handle. Come on man, Izuku laughed. Yeah, you had the menu down pat after your first 5 visits? You had limited range back then, not any of this mocha frappuccino extra whipped chocolate sprinkles and unicorn shavings crap. The four laughed together for a brief moment. But yeah, we've only been together a few months, but it's been pretty incredible. Izuku nudged Katsuki before he could mockingly GG as the couple smiled to each other and obviously held hands just below the table. Well, I'm glad you're happy, Kaneki, after Tsubura went missing. Don't, Katsuki warned, don't talk about him like he's dead. Cats. He's not dead, Dikairu, and you know it too, we just got dash. 'Cause. They all started at the voice before Izuku looked to his side, to see. Ijiro. Touya stood up, Izuku smacked his head. Duh, I'm an idiot, course you guys would be related, small world. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? What are you doing here? Perhaps I can explain everything? Izuku offered. Touya, Ijiro and Tetsu here work as the deposit runners for the restaurant. Thanks to their quirks allowing them higher than average durability, they were perfectly suited for it. Ijiro, from what I can gather, your cousin is here on a date with my friend, Kaneki. When he happened to run into myself and Katsuki Bakugo, they're the exceptions I told you about a few nights ago. No way, it's awesome to meet you guys. Ijiro bowed and offered his hand. Kaneki, was it? Take care of my cousin, she's had a few rough relationships before. I understand, Ijiro, but I've already promised your uncle to take care of her like no other. Say, Midoriya. Izuku is fine, Touya. What exactly is your role here? Kaneki tells me you work in the office a lot, and you know Ijiro runs the money, so are you like the accountant? The 5 guys around her laughed lightly. What? Touya, my name is Izuku Midoriya, you know, like Midori, green? He pointed to his hair. I'm the founder, owner and current head of Gree Tea Coffee. Everyone that works here I hired myself, which reminds me, Chisaki should be doing the handoff today. He'll have the key disassembled in his pocket, so don't worry about him taking a while. Kirishima and Tetsu nodded. You're the owner? Wow, you're younger than you thought? Yeah, no offense. None taken, Touya. I did start this place when I was 15, so it's not like no one else thinks I'm 20-something, but anyways, Koichi arrived carrying 2 drinks on a black tray. Koichi. Sup boss dude, Katsuki, Knuckles, Fresh Blood 1, Fresh Blood 2. Hey Koichi, Kaneki lifted a hand. Slip and slide, Katsuki flicked his chin. Hi Koichi, Tetsu and Kirishima grinned. We got 2 regulars right here, did you and your lady friend order anything, Knuckles? Not yet Koichi, we'll let Akatani know when we're ready. Izuku shook his head. No. Kaneki, that simply won't do. Grinning madly he turned to Koichi. I don't suppose you can let Akatani know to make 2 house specials, all the bells and whistles, on the house for our loyal customer and his lovely date. Why you don't have to? I'll get right on that. Koichi snickered as he walked back to the counter, Touya laughing lightly as he explained the situation, before the order was relayed to Pops, who was now manning the majority of the machines. Midori, I can. Kaneki, brother, you know a single order won't break the bank. Can verify, we do make bank, Ijiro nodded, not at liberty to say more, but speaking of cash, it's about time we began moving some, don't you think, Tetsu? Yup, Eiji, nice meeting you, boss man's friends, Eiji's cousin. The 2 walked over to the office with grins. Izuku, really? You have a loyalty card? Kaneki handed over their empty stamp pad. It was a gimmick he'd employed when the cafe first opened and kept it running since it helped encourage returning customers. 1 stamp per visit meant 6 visits, and the 7th was either free for a single drink or discounted for multiple. Much harder to fake than the stickers, and it did work for him. Kaneki had just gotten a new one from Touya by the looks of it. Smiling, Izuku tore part of it midway through before sliding it into his receipt. It could just be bin since the sales were recorded digitally anyway. Consider your drinks paid for. Why you're sure about this? Kaneki, buddy, I wouldn't have done it if I weren't sure. Now once you get your drinks, go out and have some fun with your girlfriend. I hear there's a certain author doing some signings in the bookstore down the road. Kaneki's eyes widened slightly. And I know for a fact you carry that specific book with you at all times. You do love the series, in fact. Izuku slid some notes across the table, as an apology for interrupting your date. Midoriya, are you? This is very generous. You don't even know me that well. Touya, it's just Izuku, and I don't need to, you know Kaneki, he's the second closest thing to a brother I have, next to Katsuki of course, the blonde nodding in victory at the statement. I've known him since we began high school, plus look around Touya, it's not exactly like I'm strapped for cash. But you're not made of it either, Kaneki countered. True, but who else can say they have a site on UA campus? You seriously got that? Dude, I thought it was a myth. Touya exclaimed. Midoriya, I know you have that location, but that doesn't mean you can just... Look, Kaneki, we make decent profit. Anything that doesn't get spent goes into the cafe's account. At the end of each quarter whatever is there goes into my account. No, I'm not rich enough to have a super yacht or a helicopter and my own mansion, but I can afford to give my friend a discount and some spare cash for a date I accidentally interrupted. Koichi arrived with 2 paper-to-go cups on another tray. And we have our drinks for the lovebirds, he teased lightly. Word to the wise, give it 2 minutes for the cream to melt and sink in, trust me it's much better. And like that, he was gone, back to serving other customers. You don't have to take it if you really don't want a Kaneki, but I want you to, so you two can go and have fun and enjoy yourselves. Don't expect another freebie though, just a discount for you, though if you're interested, this place could do with a few pairs of hands spare, and with everyone bunking around, there's a free apartment upstairs. Kaneki, I know your parents are on your back about moving out. Wait, what? Yeah, when I bought this place, I got the whole building, including the 3 apartments upstairs. We got a group in one, a couple and their buddy in the second, meaning there's a free 2LDK upstairs. Of course you know how it works? Yup, Koichi and Kahuzo told me. No rent, no utilities, but it's docked from pay. Literally all the money they earn is their own, set up that way cause it'd just generate a pointless money loop. Correct? Izuku nodded. Now if you want the job, you'll have to talk to Akitani when he's in the office, since he's manager of this branch, but he already likes you dude, and I can't say much on bias. Ditch thank you Izuku. It's no problem Kaneki, now, go enjoy your date. The couple thanked him again before grabbing their drinks and saying goodbyes, eager to head to the bookstore. You just can't help yourself, can you? Katsuki tooted as Izuku moved back around to the other bench again. I'm just being helpful, a shrug. You know you've just become his personal hero. Well, I guess that's the first step in the right direction then, huh? The blonde paused before grinning. Alright BS, I see where this is going. Let's go be heroes. Momo, he groaned. Can you please come out now? You've been in there for hours, I need to pee. The bathroom door whirled open to reveal a tall ravenet fiercely matching his gaze. Van Dash. She stopped his attempt to advance into the room. A heavy sigh, right? Izu, not to sound like a broken wreck dash. But it's the recommended exams today and your parents put you forward? A slight eye roll. I get it geez, just cause the cafe doesn't have the street cred to do it. Momo smiled as she playfully swatted his arm. He of course dutifully feigned being actually hurt. I have to look good, there's going to be a bunch of pros there. She walked back to look in the mirror as she applied makeup. Quietly the greenette just grabbed the remover wipes and subtly swapped them out for her foundation. Still don't get that, but hey your thoughts however, I still don't know why you have to put on makeup to think you're gorgeous. You're just saying that? Nah, standing behind her, a hand snaked around her waist. I'll have you know I think you're the most stunning when you're au natural. Zuku, if you've finished teasing our girlfriend, can you please let her get ready? Itsuka leant around the door frame, smiling at the blushing Momo as Izuku rested his chin on her shoulder. Not that I disagree. Guys, please, Momo whined, lowering her arms for a moment. Unfortunately she missed the sudden gleam of mischief that flashed in her partner's eyes as Izuku wrapped his arms around her, binding her arms just below the elbows. Suck now. The ginger dashed into the room, grabbing the remover wipes he'd left, quickly grabbing several out of the packet and undoing Momo's progress. Said woman sputtered as she squirmed. Guys, come on. I need to look my best. And you will, because your natural beauty is best, Izuku cried. This is for your own good, Momo. Uncle, Toshi Papa and Mama are bullying Moma again. The cry of a small 5-year-old permeated the air. Shortly thereafter a purple-haired man peered around the door, preemptively pinching the bridge of his nose. Either let her do her makeup in peace or get done in the next. A glance at a clock out of their sight. Minute, because we need to go. A blonde-haired woman appeared above his leaning figure, grinning madly. Come on guys. We don't want to be late. We'll be right there, Himiko, promise. Izuku nodded. Suka and I just need to convince Momo she's perfect the way she is. The Ravenette huffed some displaced hair from her face in defiance. Fine, but make it quick. Hitoshi grumbled before the duo disappeared around the doorway again. Momo just groaned again as Itsuka continued to clean her face. Why me? Because we love you and you deserve to shine with the radiant beauty we both know you have. Itsuka stopped momentarily to look her in the eyes before pecking her lips. You're going to do great, Zuku? She tilted her chin up. No lipstick. He nodded before resting his chin on Momo's shoulder again. I've told you before how wonderful we both find you have an eye. Plus a fact, Nezu adores you. Honestly, if I weren't here, he'd have you as his student. Now I know you're bullshitting me. Such profanity. Itsuka teased. From the heiress, it's unheard of. Simply scandalous. He nodded in mock agreement. Really? Because neither of you were saying anything about it last night? You weren't using profanity last night, Izuku countered, tightening his hold slightly. What did she say again, Suka? Oh yes, more, God, yes. Itsuka fake panted. In a varying order of course, I think right there was mixed in at some point too. Definitely heard our names in there at some point hour two? Most likely, Izuku nodded. Done. Done. Momo was released, much to her relief as her hands flew up to cover her beet-red face. I hate you both. No you don't, Izuku kissed the top of her head. You never could, Itsuka kissed her exposed cheek. Alright, come on gorgeous, you have an exam to own. The two grabbed her wrists and began dragging Momo out of the bathroom. Eri, come on, Izuku called out, letting Momo go to crouch and scoop their adopted daughter up. Wanna go see Moma be a badass? Yeah. Eri cheered as she was lifted onto his shoulders. Let's go. Her small hands grabbed his hair as her legs tried to lock around his neck. Alright then, hold on. He cried, grabbing Momo's wrist again and dragging her behind his dash. Itsuka yelped as she was suddenly being pulled by Momo down the stairs. Eri cheered as she bounced on his shoulders. Meep meep. He called out as they drew closer to Hitoshi and Himiko. Y'all better hurry up. Both immediately began running next to him as Itsuka and Momo found their footing, keeping up with the Greenette's mad dash. Izuku, why are we running? Because we can't let Momo freeze from insecurity. Plus I gotta pee and it's too late to turn back. Right onwards then. Hitoshi cried as they continued to charge, ignoring Momo's groan of defeat. The observation room was a simple room, one glass wall to watch the field and many chairs in a rectangle facing it. Izuku and Itsuka had sat down next to each other and Eri perched on his lap, idly wagging her feet. So how long was the theoretical part again? The ginger leant over, putting her head on his shoulder. Not this long, he grumbled. It's been nearly an hour, they should be out here by now. On cue a rabble began forming at one side of the field. Izuku could see Hitoshi and Himiko keeping close to Momo, the two animatedly encouraging her. His eyes narrowed. Itsuka, she sat up straight. See him too? Monoma, she growled, little wet wipe needs an butt kicking. Unfortunately he'll run his mouth too much and either get his face caved in or supporters to inflate his ego. Sighing, he leant back his seat. They watched as Momo lined up with the first 6 runners. Beside her was a greenette girl and a boy with a weird military-style shaven head. Izuku watched as the starting pistol fired and all 6 began charging forwards. Buzzcut must have a wind quirk as he was suddenly propelled by a small tornado around his shins and jettisoned forwards over the course. Momo had ducked low to avoid the most of the turbulence while the other competitors were swept backwards slightly. She's using rollerblades. He grinned as Izuku laughed. Goddamn, they're inline too. How much balance does she have? They watched the Ravenet glide forwards quickly, reaching a climbing wall. Putting her hands down, she created a pole from each palm. As they hit the ground, she was pushed up and over the wall. Luckily, the course was elevated to the wall's level. As she skated onwards, pieces of a person began catching up. Izuku narrowed his eyes and nudged Itsuka, who nearly leant forwards. Both of them paused when they recognized the head of the Gree net moving up the wall. Momo came to a ramp that took her back down to the regular level, into a pool of water. She hopped up and began sliding down a rail that had been installed for whatever reason, her back glowing to signal her quirk was in use. Looking to each other, Izuku and Itsuka were trying to figure out what she had planned. Swimming would take too long, wouldn't it? They watched her approach the end of the railing and leap forwards, trying to cover as much of the pool as possible. Go Moma! Eri cheered as a parachute jettisoned out of her back. Rolling in the air, she quickly strapped in and began gliding over the pool, neatly landing on the other side and unfastening the device. Izuku's eyes flicked back to the girl in chunks. The parts of her were now flying down the ramp, still gaining on Momo. The Ravenet, however, wasn't visibly concerned as she just kept skating forwards, her forearms glowing. Izuku balked as she pulled out some fireworks in metal rings with small handles on one side. Oh dear God, Itsuka whispered as Momo also made a lighter, igniting the fuses of the fireworks and gripping the holders in either hand. They watched in abject horror as the Ravenet was thrown forwards by the explosives. Once she was over the finish line, she aimed and released them skywards, where they harmlessly exploded above the stadium. She gets that from you, you know. His head whipped back to face the ginger woman. What? I'm not wrong. With a teasing smile, she kissed Izuku's cheek. Mr. Midoriya? They looked over to the door and saw Toshinori stood in the way. Might I have a word with you in private? Yeah, sure. Hang on. Lifting Eri off his lap, he planted her in his seat. Don't let anyone except Moma take this seat, all right, Eri? All right, Papa. Eri saluted as he walked over to the blonde, disappearing from the room. Talk. They sat down at a table inside an unused locker room. If I don't like what I'm hearing, I'm leaving. Toshinori nodded in understanding. Young Izuku, as you know I am a teacher at UA, but I'm guessing you didn't know, I'm also All Might's liaison for the school. You see, he has suffered an injury, one that prevents him from being a hero at all hours of the day, and he is looking to find a successor to. No. No. No, Izuku repeated with more force. Do you not remember what I said when you first came into my café? All Might is a pillar, everyone depends on him. Now, I like him, he's a good hero. For when he can be a hero if what you're telling me is true, but what he did is put a bottleneck on hero society, everything remotely challenging is left solely to him, the other heroes can't work themselves anywhere near what I'd call hard, sure they do a good job, but when it comes down to it, they aren't helping in a situation that poses a challenge. Kamui Woods won't even try to help in a fire emergency. Death's Arms hardly does anything outside of combat, direct combat at that. Endeavor gave 5 different people different reasons for trauma because he became obsessed with surpassing All Might. He might not realize it, but people herald him as the god of heroes. Now, if what you're saying is true and he has an injury that persists to this day, what happens when some street thug lands a blow that makes him bleed? What happens when some backwater level 1 thug makes God bleed? People will stop believing his is so strong. Toshinori mumbled quietly. And what happens to the angels? They get forgotten, they get attacked. If All Might bleeds, heroes as a whole die, and that is a weight he willing took on himself, and God forbid he retires because that means he's not a god either. All Might has trapped himself in a role wherein he can't die, not to a villain, a natural disaster, not even old age. People think All Might is always going to be there. Izuku folded his arms. And what happens when he's not? But he will be. Is All Might's quirk godhood? No, because he's got a disabling wound already on him. Therefore no Toshinori Yagi, All Might will not always be there, because he is human as the rest of us. symbol or no, one day All Might will die, and on that day society crumble because he's the only thing holding it together, all because he wanted to be a symbol. He was just doing. Yes, that they're doing. He was doing, he wasn't thinking. Tell me, have you ever once asked him, what happens next? Next. When All Might retires, what happens then? His successor. Oh, his successor? Of course, because All Might's going to move the responsibility of keeping society together to a hero barely out of university. Yes, I can't possibly see how that would go wrong. Perhaps you are being a bit too harsh, Izuku. Maybe I am, maybe, and if I am, I'll hold my hands up and say sorry, but right now I'm being pragmatic. All Might is bearing the weight of society on his shoulders because he can't let anyone else do anything, and you're here telling me he wants to put that on the shoulders of someone barely beginning their hero career? Good grief, can you please ask him to think about consequences? Izuku sighed. Just, every action has knock-on effects. Look at me, my father abandoned me, which in turn led to my mother overworking and dying of overworking herself, which ended with me being given a lot of money, so I jump-started my dream and built a cafe, which led to us having this conversation right now, because of the effects my father being a coward. That's a very deterministic way of looking at things, that it was all caused by the one event. Oh no, forgive me, I didn't mean for it to sound like that. Every action has several consequences, from something as little as a change in perception to things that I previously stated. Each action made in the present links to the actions made in the future. For example, Dad abandoning me led me here, to this conversation, but All Might getting hurt led you here, to find his successor, which he doesn't need, which the world would be better off without. That sounds quite harsh. Maybe it is, Toshinori, but the world can't have just one pillar. The next generation have an impossible bar to meet, because All Might raised it so high, and when they fail to meet that bar, villains are going to get more confident, because they will meet that bar, because they need to be stronger to escape All Might, to win against All Might, so when the next generation isn't All Might, the next generation loses. Exactly, and anyone his chooses as a successor will just be another All Might, another singular pillar tasked with the monumental challenge of holding up society on their own, which nobody should have to do, and then the bar is raised even higher because the successor is the next All Might, stronger than the last, with the same mindset, his hand rolled, and on, the bar gets raised and the whole of society keeps resting on one person. Eventually it'd expand to the world depending on that singular person, and then what? What? When the world depends on one person and they get even a cut, let alone fail, what happens then? Anarchy. Anarchy, he nodded, because if the world's best can still get sliced like the rest of us, what else can hurt them? A bullet, a laser, a rock, what? The world will fall because nobody will be strong enough, because everyone would be complacent. Izuku stood up and nodded. So, thank you for the offer, but no, I will not be All Might's successor, and if he has any understanding of what you've recorded, no one else will be either. Toshinori just smiled. I have a feeling he will. Izuku, thank you for the conversation, it was eye-opening to say the least. My pleasure, thank you for listening. I suppose I should get back to the viewing room now. Good day, All Might. Good day, young Izadash. The door closed as he left the number one hero frozen in shock. Had he really expected Izuku to believe that when he was meant to be studying under Nezu this year? The green net could practically hear the chimera cackling after he listened to the conversation. And who's the ginger wench? Izuku felt his anger flare as he heard a familiar nasal drawl. Re-entering the room, he quietly moved behind Monoma as he stood in front of his girlfriends. The chambermaid? Don't tell me he brought a Miss Dirk. Now Monoma. Izuku gently clasped his hand around the back of Monoma's neck. You wouldn't be cursing in front of my adoptive daughter, would you? His voice a sickly sweet that could only indicate danger. The hand tightened. Or are you still insulting my girlfriends? Yes, plural, because yes, we in fact are together in a three-way relationship, and yes, the small white-haired girl is our daughter. Momoma's eyes tried to look at him as his mouth opened. Ah no, the grown-ups are talking. I want you to look at the room, really get a feel for it. You see these people, the Ingenium family, the Yayarozes, lovely to see you again by the way. Many pro-heroes that recommended the other applicants, but what's this? Only a representative of the Monoma Corporation. Not your parents, Now we know they aren't dead because they covered up your little mishap wherein you're permanently banned from my cafes, including the one on UA grounds. I want you to look really hard at those empty seats, reserved for you parents, and think, would they be proud of how you're acting? A low growl, because if the answer is yes, I'd highly advise moving out before you get into the dorms and have your little world crash down around you. Not that I wouldn't enjoy the show, but I want you to really think about how you've just made your very first impression on a whole lot of people by coming into this room, harassing a fellow examinee and the guest she brought to watch as well as the child with them, including some rather abhorrent language so casually and spitefully. So save yourself further humiliation and sit down. As his hand let go, Momo whirled around to face him, red-faced with anger as Izuku stared on with a cold passiveness. I'm not afraid of you, Momo. Sit down. Closing his mouth, the blonde wisely chose to move away, putting whatever righteous anger he felt into his movements. Izuku quickly sat down beside Momo, who had actually taken his seat. Don't listen to a word he said, all right? Immediately, he began comforting her while she hugged Eri on her lap. Whatever he said, it was absolute drivel, all right? He called me a hussy. Said I'd probably slept with you for the recommendation because mom and dad kicked me out. Izuku found a fire in his gut burning as he did his best to hug Momo. Don't you listen to a word that ratbag uttered? You are too brilliant to let a cheating fraud like him get to you, all right? Every word he said is wrong to the fullest extent. Itsuka also hugged Momo. Don't you either, Suka, you're part of this relationship as much as either of us are, got that? She nodded, pouting slightly as her eyes watered. Eri, sweetie, can you please hug Mama and Momo for me real quick? Papa's gotta go do something real quick. Izuku, please. Momo grabbed his sleeve as he stood up. It's not. It is worth it, Momo. You are worth it. Gently taking her hand off him, he smiled. You are worth more than all of it, both of you are. Smiling softly, he walked down to Monoma's seat and stared at him with pure hatred for a second. What? Come to grow dash. He was shut up as his head slammed back into his seat from Izuku's blow before he found himself lifted slightly off the chair by the front of his shirt. Don't you ever, and I mean ever, talk to anyone I care about in that way again, because I don't care just who you think you are or who your parents are, or your teachers or your friends. There will be no force in existence that will protect you from me, am I clear? Monoma could only stare numbly at him. I asked you a question, you vazy wagtail. Maybe I should speak in a more ancient dialect so you can understand me. Do you Latin or ancient Greek? I do. Again he was met with silence. God, are you trying to be this dumb or is it natural talent? I figured you'd be a JRK when I saw you walking into the arena, but man, you couldn't even meet my lowest expectations. Fingers snapped in his face. Hey, I'm still talking to you. Stay away from the people I care about or you won't live to regret it, we clear? See crystal, see clear. He was thrown back into his seat as Izuku marched back to his seat and sat down, mood changing immediately as he watched Hitoshi and Himiko begin their races. Opening the door, he was met by a particularly odd view. In Nezu's office, the principal was grinning with a predatory smile, but not to him, to the three guests in the office. Monoma and his parents, who were staring at him as if he'd personally, and Monoma himself grinning with a predatory smile. This one was aimed at him. Izuku, Nezu greeted calmly, the smile being hidden the moment the other three looked at him. Thank you for coming. No problem, Nezu. When I got your message, I did wonder what you wanted to talk to me about. Yes, well, it appears as though Nito Monoma here and his parents wish to press charges for assaulting him during the recommended exams? Oh, you mean after he verbally harassed Momo Yaoyorozu and Itsuka Kendo and went on to try and threaten me when I told him to stop? Izuku folded his arms. Or how his libel and false reviews on my cafe has reduced our income. Or after we discovered he had been stalking Momo to the point he came into the shop and harassed her in an attempt to publicly humiliate her. Because if we're going to talk damages, there's a lot more done to my side than his nose. Nezu smirked to him as the Monomas looked to each other, subtly panicking. Now I'm not normally one to do this, however since you've deemed it worthy to go to my business partner to complain about how I work and try to press charges, I believe countersuing is the choice I will be making. Izuku pulled out his phone. Luckily I don't go anywhere without evidence to back up transgressions against me. It was handed over to Nezu, who plugged a cable into it, attaching it to his computer. They watched as several screenshots and videos were pulled up. Now, I haven't been to the street-side cafe in a while, busy managing the one that's on UA grounds. Smiling at how uncomfortable they looked, he continued, however I still have access to the security system. Now, after his first transgression, which resulted in the permanent banning of Momo from Green Tea Coffee, we left his picture up with a do not serve notice, and if he were to start being uncooperative, the first instruction was to notify authorities to the issue. Let's just see how many times he's had to be escorted out of the cafe after I moved to the UA store, which is a year ago. I'd like to add. The pleasure of just how unsubtle he could tell them they were fed alone made him feel the trip was worth it. A small collage of videos played showing the police entering the store or Momo storming out as Touya came out of the office. In the corner a small counter pinged with each shot change. Eventually the clips faded to black with the counter sliding into center screen and blinking several times. Oh, wow, 162, that's 3 times a week. Now onto the fake reviews. A bunch of fake accounts with 1-star reviews and slanderous and derogatory insults, varying from Izuku's own quirklessness to Iguchi's mutation-type quirk and just insulting the rest of them however possible. That's a lot of quirkism, and is that some homophobia in there too? Ooh, where did you learn that big word Momo? Or the bigotry in general? Wow, racism too? Ooh, things aren't looking good for you there, buddy boy. Nezu was clearly having the time of his life as both of Momo's parents paled. We withdraw our. That's all well and good, he clapped his hands together, but how are you going to be paying for the damages? I mean, we haven't even gotten to the footage Nezu has of Momo harassing Momo and her friend along with the child they had taken with them. Nezu hummed dangerously. The screen changed to black as he continued swiping through the phone. Yes, I can see this is all quite a bit of slander and libel. Not to mention the harassment of his employees, repeated trespassing. Momo has racked up quite the tab here. In fact, I dare say this evidence now disproves his own statement about the assault being unprovoked. You have quite the libel case here, Izuku. I'm sure you don't need me to press charges for you, do you? Not at all, Nezu. I can handle this. Will that be all? No, actually, well, for the Monomos that is, good day. Dismissing them with a causal wave, the rich family made their way slowly out of the room, pale-faced and panicked. No, there is someone here that wishes to meet you, or rather meet you again. There was a knock at the door. Come in. Izuku turned to it and gasped in shock. Chisaki. Sup, boss man? Chisaki strode into the room, grinning from ear to ear. You're not. There's no mask. Nope, mysophobia all gone, just a bit squeamish anymore. To prove his point, Chisaki pulled Izuku into a hug. And please, after all you've done for me and Pops, it's just Kai. Yes, Chisaki here applied for a job at UA's nurse office, working alongside Recovery Girl. But that requires, Izuku paused, looking back to Chisa before hugging the man again. You got your medical license already? Dude, that's amazing. I know, right? Kai chuckled as they parted again. Once they found out my quirk, I just had to sit an exam to prove I know what I'm doing, all the practical stuff I can do with a finger, so I pretty much aced the entire course. That's fantastic, man. Honestly, I'm proud of you. Of course my employment at Green Tea Coffee is still in effect, but I cleared it with Touya. From now on I work weekends, taking care of trash and holding the safe key. Sod that, you, Pops and I are going for drinks Saturday night to celebrate. You got your medical license? He's already proven to be a major asset to you. Toshinori, if you could please. The door opened again and Toshinori meekly walked into the room. Izuku paused before glancing at Kai, who seemed nervous and constantly looking over to Izuku. Now, we are all aware of the popular pastime of Toshinori, aren't we? If you're referring to the fact he's all might? Then yes, we all are. He nodded, making Kai pause. It was an educated guess I made on the day of the recommended exams. After a brief conversation with him, I came to the conclusion, and after throwing it out there, his reaction was all I needed. God, you are terrifyingly smart, dude. Yes. Well, Mr. Chisaki's efforts have worked wonders for my form. All Might smiled with a thumbs up. Thanks to him I am back to full health. I just structured some of his skin cells into the cells he needed for his internals. Nothing I can do about the muscle dystrophy though. That's all, you big guy. All Might nodded. Honestly, I am glad I am able to truly enjoy food again, he shrugged. As it stands, I am announcing my reduction in hero work anyway. Izuku creased his brow. I need to slowly give the weight and responsibility back to the others. If I were to drop it suddenly, it would crush the next several generations of heroes, possibly destroying any desire to be part of the profession, as the responsibility is too great and the bar to reach too high. And thanks to Chisaki's work, he no longer needs to search for a successor, so his legacy will remain his for a little longer yet. Nezu nodded gently. Your last conversation with him was the final nudge he needed to truly look at the bigger picture before him, as I have urged him many times before too. All Might chuckled sheepishly. Now, I do believe there is also something else to be discussed. Yes. There is. They looked to All Might, who suddenly became very nervous after his bold agreement. There is, if it wouldn't be a bother. Izuku took a moment to just absorb the picture of a fidgeting All Might, who seemed suddenly very nervous to talk to him. Closing his eyes for a moment to permanently commit the picture to memory, he smiled and nodded. If I'm understanding it right, you're asking for a secondary job down at Green Tea Coffee, aren't you? Yeah, he admitted lamely. I simply wish to broaden my horizons. As it is said, I am old Izuku, half a century almost. Toshinori Yagi wants to retire one day, and All Might will one day, but until then I plan to slowly allow the limelight to move off of me and onto the newer heroes, the stronger heroes. And using your depowered form, you wish to work at the café? Obviously I would work at the one of campus if possible, draw less attention and possibly throw people off from the connection to my two forms. Izuku grinned, tapping the side of his nose. Yagi Toshinori in the café, All Might at you. I get it. Well, if that's the case, I can send an email to Touya. In fact, I could probably just phone him while you're on your way there and explain it all. Obviously, I'd have to explain your two forms, but nothing further than an injury, but afterwards it'd be a straight shot for the hiring process. I take it you wouldn't be moving into the apartments above the cafe. A shaken head. No, wonderful. In that case, paying you would be much easier as there would be nothing deducted, much like Chisaki and Pops. You deduct their pay? Only those that live in the apartments of the cafe. I own them, so paying them only to pay the money back to me seems a tad redundant. We take out all the bills that would normally happen at the beginning of the month and subtract from their pay at the end of the previous month. Anything they get after that is theirs. There's also a pot every chips in to buy groceries. Again, only the apartments do that. Most of it is the former Todoroki family, now known as the Himura family after the divorce. Proceedings were finished, which reminds me, Nezu, there's going to be a celebration this Sunday. You've been invited, along with Aizawa, Toshinori too, but All Might hasn't been involved in the case. Hint, hint. I'll be there, and from now on, it's just Toshinori. If I am to retire the mantle, I am to retire the name too. Toshinori nodded slowly, an aged smile on his face. Now I believe you have other things to attend to today? Such as checking your mail? You're right, Toshinori. Excuse me guys, I have to go. He quickly left the room and dashed to the cafe. Everyone was gathered around the table together, each holding an envelope. Eri obviously didn't have her own, as so was coloring in a picture book. Izuku's envelope sat on his placemat in front of his chair. Dropping into his seat, he picked it and looked at everyone. Remember, pass or fail, we all belong here at the cafe no matter what. If they fail you, it's their lose, agreed? Everyone nodded in understanding before staring at the envelope in their hands. All right, on 3, 1, 2, 3. Everyone opened their envelope at the same time, small discs falling in front of them. For most of them a hologram of All Might flickered to life. Hitoshi's had Eraserhead, Himiko had Vlad King, while Momo and Izuku had Nezu. The principal was in hers since a third party, her family, had recommended her instead of a hero that worked in UA. All Might's message was heard over the other three messages since his voice overpowered the rest, and aside from names and placements, it was the same for all of them. Congratulations, young. Your incredible show at the practical exam scored you points, and when combined with your written score of, you scored more than enough to earn your place on the hero course. Come, this will be your hero academia. All Might's teaching at you? Was the collective reaction. Everyone, except Momo, turned to face Izuku, who merely stared at the unpowered disc sat in front of him. He was probably the only person who'd heard Nezu talk and talk directly to him. Izuku, you did well. I think it's time you learned what your test actually was. Honestly, it wasn't even a test for you. Sticking to your ideals and fighting for them is second nature to you at this point, but your patience and willingness to talk has turned most if not all of UA's staff to your side. Your incredible compassion saved no less than a dozen people, including 2 former Shy Hisaki heads. Your test was to see if you could be a good person, which you have excelled at, as both head of Green Tea Coffee and Jade. You pass with flying colors, Izuku, and it is truly going to be an honor to teach you. See you then. Oh, and don't forget, Power Loader has your costume ready. Might I suggest breaking it in before school? He'd stared at the hologram in white-knuckle shock, eyes trailing to the disc that had projected it. Momo's hand rested on his shoulder. Izu, it's okay, if Nezu didn't dash. I did it. His voice seemed far away right now. I did it. A smile began forming as the reality set in. Oh my god, I did it. I'm Nezu's personal student, I did it. A look around the table, we all did it. Mina grinned playfully as she began repeatedly smacking her fists on the table. Soon everyone joined in and began chanting. We got in, 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 we got in. We got into UA. Everyone began celebrating. Komori pulled Jiroda into a kiss and the two fell into a chair together. Himiko practically jumped Hitoshi, sending them crashing into the floor. Yatsetsu and Shoji had put an arms around the other's shoulder, grinning and celebrating together while Tetsu and Ijiro hugged and began cheering about bro and manly. Izuku had stood up and swept Itsuka and Momo into a hug. Mina. He looked to the Pinkette, who was just smiling in her seat. She looked over to the trio and smiled. You mind? Itsuka shook her head. You? Momo agreed with Itsuka. All right, Mina, get over here. Celebrate with us. Her smile became a mile wide and 1,000,000 watts as she threw herself into the group hug. We did it. They all cheered together, launching a celebration party that lasted the entire night and long into the next morning. Everyone Izuku had ever known was currently gathered in the living room of his first apartment. Several fold-out seats had been brought in or created. Momo got a special thank you gift for that coming her way, and the entire family staff of Green Tea Coffee was there. Nezu, Aizawa and Toshinori also joined in, along with Katsuki, Kaneki and Tuka, the latter trio being brought up to speed when Izuku had dragged them upstairs after inviting them to the café randomly. The reason? A viewing party, watching the final judgment in the trial of one Enji Todoroki, better known as former number 2 hero Endeavor. The case had crawled along slowly for a year now, which hadn't done the hero any favors, giving the populace time to truly understand the severity of what he did. The entire hospital Ray had been trapped and was shut down since the majority of the staff had been aware of what he'd done and taken under-the-table payments. 3 different schools also suffered as they had simply ignored the child that had asked for help, but refused the next entry, so only the twins had family at school. No less than 5 governors were outed for corruption that tied them not only to Endeavor but also many other heroes, most of which were in the HSPC, bringing that under fire too. Half of the governors were also tied to the MLF, linking the entire case back to Izuku's own pair of cases involving the radicalist group. Heroes had lost their licenses because of the singular incident, mainly those in the lower popularity rankings such as Slid and Go. Izuku remembered how long Koichi had moped that such a diabolical person had a quirk similar to his. Endeavor's case had sent ripples across hero society. Some of his captures were even retried since it was possible they had forced or coerced confessions. In fact, many heroes in the HSPC were now having their captures retried with different officers. Those previously involved were now being investigated for corruption. The HSPC had all but dissolved, the president herself being arrested for several white-collar crimes and allowing heroes to do certain illegal things. Her case was entirely disconnected from Endeavor's for safety reasons, as no one was sure who would kill who if the two were to clash. Everyone was on the verge of their seats as they watched the judge. Izuku paused the TV as there was a knock at the door. Who's interrupting the good bit? Touya grumbled as he continued to stuff his face with popcorn. Izuku waved him off and opened the door to the apartment. A familiar bunny hero stood at the door. I'm not late, am I? Rumi? Touya stood up, nearly spilling his popcorn if not for Natsuo's fast reaction. You came? I thought. I took the day of special, but I needed you to think I was busy so I could go get this. A bottle of sake was produced from behind her back. Can I? Izuku moved out of the way and gestured. Thanks. He took the sake bottle, placing it in the alcohol cabinet of the kitchenette. Ray hadn't reorganized that much over the year. He returned to his seat to see that Rumi had sat on Touya's lap, now sharing his popcorn. Deciding to question him later, Izuku continued the program. In the case of the Todoroki now Himura family against Enji Todoroki, we the jury find you guilty of all charges. Izuku hushed the room as they began to get exited. The judge did similar in the courtroom. Very well, Enji Todoroki, I sentence you to a multitude of life sentences in Tartarus. May you hope God saves your soul because no one else is going to. And with the clacking of the wooden gavel, the entire room turned into an enormous celebration. The new Himura family were all cheering and celebrating to various degrees, as was the Green Tea Coffee family. The UA staff in the room, however, were more subdued. While yes, they were happy that such a criminal had been put away, they were also morose that the number 2 hero could get away with such atrocities for so long without the public ever learning of it. Nezu's conspiratorial eyes gleamed with malicious yet heroic intent. Maruko laughed as she was suddenly in Touya's arms, the man standing to celebrate but careful to not drop her on the floor in his excitement. Izuku himself cheered with his older pseudo-brother along with the rest of the Himura family. Finally he's gone. Shoto dropped himself back into his seat as the cheering died down slightly. We can go back to our names. I'll get the badges printed out for you all, unless you don't dash. Izuku, if you think we're going to leave just because he's been locked up for good, then you've got another thing coming, Natsuo argued, shaking his head. We just want our names back. Just because you helped us finally get him done you think we're up and out? Nah man, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have Touya back, or Mom for that matter. We owe you a lot, Izuku. Fuyumi nodded gently. Endeavor's incarceration isn't the end of our story, you know, and to be honest, working here has been so much more relaxing than anywhere else. You took us in when we didn't have many places to turn to. Obviously we're here for the long haul from now on. I mean, you did kind of forcefully adopt us into the family here. He chuckled. Please, you should have seen him with the first group, Himiko laughed. Honestly practically forced Touya and I to move in, then Koichi and the others weren't given much choice either. Helaguchi was hired specifically so Izuku could order him not to die from the wounds he found him with. I remember it well despite the concussion. The lizard man shook his head. Welcome to Green Tea Coffee, you start immediately. First task, don't die on me. And you've yet to fail that task, Iguchi. Izuku nodded. Like I could die on you after all you've done to help me. The room descended into different conversations as people formed little groupings. Izuku noted how Maruko and Touya remained close while Chisaki broke the mold and began sheepishly talking to Fuyumi. With a small sigh he smiled fondly at the company around him, easily falling into conversation with Katsuki and Kaneki. Life was good. I still don't get it, he grumbled as they walked under the sunlight. Why Nezu has me go to 1A's homeroom if I'm going to be his student? It's probably just a formality so they can keep track of your attendance. Momo smiled to him as she held his left hand. What SCKS is that Itsu isn't in 1A with us? Yeah, but I'm not alone in 1B though, am I? Juroda, Komori, Himiko, Yatsetsu and Testu are with me. Itsuka shrugged as she held onto Izuku's right hand. True, Mina, Ijiro, Shoji, Shoto and Hitoshi are with us, so we're even spread between the homerooms I guess. And you guys are split nicely between classes. I think it's to prevent any animosity between them. He shrugged. Sound like something Nezu would do. I might not have a desk for homeroom though. That's fine. You can always share with me. Momo giggled, nudging his side. The trio walked down the pathway from the cafe to the main building. Izuku had walked the path many times, yet now he found himself walking it with a different stride. He no longer wore the lanyard around his neck identifying him as the cafe owner. No, he wore one now that identified him as Nezu's student, meaning he could take the business class when assigned to them or otherwise take part in hero lessons, and homeroom apparently. As they entered the building, they each found the locker to change out their shoes. Once they were done, they began escorting inside one of the 4 interconnected towers that made UA. Luckily both classrooms were next to each other, so it wasn't like Izuku had to walk on her own for long. As they approached the classrooms, the trio slowed down a little. All right, despite himself, Izuku's voice shook with nerves. I guess this is it, our first day as hero students? Let's do our best. Izuku squeezed his hand before letting go and walking past the 1A door and standing before the 1B door. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath, opening the door. Shoji, Hitoshi, Ijiro and Mina all smiled at him. Shoto was busy with his head in a book and Katsuki stared in mild shock. You sly bee, he got out of his seat, where a tall brunette had been scolding him for putting his feet on the desk. You actually did it. I got concerned when I didn't see you at the exams. The two men embraced. I had different exam. Recommendation? No, actually, Nezu's test. I'm his personal student. Being here for homeroom is a formality from what we can guess. Hey Ponytail, been a while? Yes, I don't think I've seen you since the ending of the trial. Good to see you've kept up the hard work. Nothing like he has though. You were involved in a trial? The brunette boy hollered. How on? Cool your jets there, buddy. Izuku furrowed his brow. Geez, no wonder your legs are so massive since you jumped to conclusions so much. The man's jaw dropped. We were watching Endeavor's trial because a close personal friend of ours had a stake in it. He frowned, anticipating the next words out of his mouth. No, we aren't telling you their name because we respect their privacy, and no, you aren't forgiven for jumping to conclusions either. Oh, it's you. A voice from the doorway spoke. The explosion boy. Izuku turned to see a brunette with bangs either side of her face smiling at Katsuki. You're the one that saved me. He. Izuku pointed to his blonde friend. Saved you? Why? With mock suspicion he turned to Katsuki and clutched his shirt. Who are you and what did you do with the real Katsuki? Chill Dikair. Yeah, I saved her. At the entrance exams, dumbass got herself trapped under rubble, so I knocked some off and got her to safety. Missed out on fighting the zero-pointer, but I still beat the exam in the end, so, he explained as Izuku let him go, both men grinning. So extra, what's your name? Ochako Uraraka. Thank you for saving me. Katsuki Bakugo. Green is Izuku Midoriya, Ponytail is Momo Yaoyorozu, both of whom stepped away from him and narrowed their eyes. Imposter. Hey, I do remember names, I just choose not to use them. Katsuki pouted. I do listen, you know. The group began to find their seats. Izuku high-fived Hitoshi, who was sat behind Katsuki against the far window. A purplet behind him was of shorter stature but still near average height. Momo sat behind them and her seat was oddly sized to fit two people side by side without being cramped. Sliding in next to her, he grinned and gently clasped her hand under the desk, letting her lean her head on his shoulder. As he began casual conversation with Shoto, who'd been sat next to them, a familiar voice rose up. Midoriya? Is that you? Tokoyami? In front of the bicolored teen was the avian-headed boy Izuku had met as a teen. Oh dude, how are you? Midoriya? A voice came from Todoroki's other side as a head leant forwards towards the desk. Koda. Shoto leant backwards to allow him to see the other man clearly. You both got into one? Oh my god, what are the odds? A crumpled note dinged his forehead and landed on his desk. Looking for the origin, he saw Shoji giving a small wave, clearly smiling under his mask. That is amazing. God, it works out perfectly. You have to come and see the cafe. Your cafe is doing well then? More than that, we've got a shop on campus, he whispered secretly. Since I'm Nezu's student, I get to teach the business course as a sort of prodigy example. The teachers have already gotten requests to see if I can hire half the class for practical work. We should head there after orientation and I'll show you guys the new digs. It has been a while since we visited your establishment, Tokoyami nodded. Is the street store doing well? Yeah, we're expanding it now. Is Touya handling it well, Shoto? HM? Oh yeah, he's got a handle on it. He's emailed Nezu asking to borrow Cementos and Power Loader at the weekend for it. Shouldn't take more than a day. Mom is excited to have the herbal corner. You got the Himuras to work there? Tokoyami shook his head. How on? Mikumo Akatani was a fake name my brother used to work there for a while, Shoto explained, putting his book away. Izuku knew and helped him put the case forwards. He protected my entire family since the beginning of the trial. Izuku just shrugged. Just did what I could in the situation. He smiled gently. But yeah, we'll head down to the cafe at lunch and I'll get you some drinks. Is it not closed during school hours? Right now? Yeah, but we've got Shoto's older brother and sister coming over to hold it open while I get a rota for the business students set up, and you know the new school doctor. Dr. Chisaki? Works there too. He's offered to do a couple hours in the day when not needed in the office. Izuku tapped his desk with a grin. Right, now we should stop talking before Aizawa gets here. On cue the door slid open and a yellow sleeping bag caterpillared its way into the room. The class watched with many of them being mildly confused and or horrified before Aizawa climbed out and stowed the sleeping bag under the teacher's desk. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. That is irrational. He dropped a bag at the front of the class. Put these on and meet me outside in the field in 5 minutes. But what about orientation? The brunette asked, throwing his head dead straight up into the air. UA is famed for its freestyle teaching. Orientation is not necessary for your education and so I have the liberty to skip it. Get moving. You now have 4 minutes and 50 seconds. The class scrambled to leave their seats. You too, Izuku. The brunette nodded as he pulled something from his bag. Yamada messaged that you'd have a rough night, made you a pick-me-up. Tossing the thermos to his teacher as he grabbed a gym uniform, Izuku left the room grinning. You're all on time. Good, now we're going to be doing an apprehension test, like middle and high school, except this time, there are no rules on quirk usage. Aizawa smirked. Now, we're going to be doing a ball toss first, Katsuki Bakugo. That's me. You placed highest in the regular entrance exam, that means you get to go first. Izuku, your first lesson starts now. Analyze your classmates and their quirks, effort and general skill. To get the most out of this, you'll be going last in all events requiring one at a time. You got I dash. Sensei, why does Midoriya have a first lesson now while the rest of us are being tested? Is there? God, you're as nosy as Yamada said you were. Ida Tenya? Izuku is analyzing you because he's not part of the hero course. Then what is dash? If you let me finish, Aizawa growled, his eye flashing red. Izuku is not part of the hero course. He is a different type of student altogether. Izuku is the first student to study directly under Principal Nezu in over a decade. He will be earning a hero license by taking part in the lessons with you, but since he has had his own business since he was 15, he's considered something of a prodigy and is helping teach the business students as well. He's going to be here to help you get better as heroes, and for your sakes, try and prevent me from expelling any of you. The group gulped. And to show I'm serious, whoever places last will have no potential and be. Then you better just explain to Nezu why I'm leaving now, sensei. Izuku spoke up. We both know out of everyone here, I'm going to be lowest individually. Physicality doesn't outright mean potential. I mean, look at you. If you took part here, I'd be willing to bet half the students here could beat your score. Aizawa grinned at him. Siida? Izuku had already used his position to leverage my statement and protect you all from first-day expulsion, as well as point out the flaws in my argument that you were too busy panicking over to see. The brunette wisely closed his mouth. I see, please forgive the... No. Izuku bit back a laugh as Aizawa told him the same words he'd said not 10 minutes before. Now, Bakugo, get started. Leaning on the bench quietly he smiled. This should be fun. And fun it was. Once it was his turn to throw the ball, he had stood and turned to Aizawa. So I can't leave the circle? You can do anything so long as you don't leave the circle, yes? Uraraka, can I borrow you for a minute, please? The brunette curiously wandered over and he handed her the ball. After her quirk activated, he held it and grinned to her. Turning his hand over and dropping the ball, it rose up beyond the stratosphere, giving him the save infinity score. During the distance run, Momo had created a bike with a bag try, letting Izuku pedal as she sat side saddle behind him, an arm around his waist. Aizawa had to tell him to stop, putting the duo in joint first place. The 100-meter dash was probably Katsuki's favorite as Izuku had asked him to throw him. So the pair had walked to the start on Izuku's turn and the brunette had jumped into his hands before the starting pistol fired, jumping as an explosion propelled him across the track. Sure, he hadn't been the fastest, but it had still been fast. The same again for the sandbox, with Katsuki throwing him with another explosion. more powerful from the higher amount of sweat he'd accumulated. During the grip strength, he'd simply handed his to Shoji, who crushed both his and Izuku's. Thanks to his work as Jade, the seated toe touch and sideways jumps weren't too difficult, with his higher stamina edging him out in the second event. His fall was in the sit-ups category. Momo has putting weight on his feet as he kept his hands behind his head. After 10 he began to feel a pain in his side. Blowing off her concern, he continued through the mild pain, getting to 55 before laying down and clutching his side. Izuku, what's wrong? Aizawa came over. If you're hurt you can say. I'm not hurt, sensei, it's not that. Shoji, Mina, Ijiro and Momo stared in concern. Then, it's an old wound, sensei, Momo supplied, an old, gunshot wound. Izuku, you were shot? The class stopped to look at him as Katsuki got up and walked over. When? How? 16, got caught in the scope of a villain during a fight. Hadn't meant to get hit, it's healed now though. No, I don't think so. Aizawa shook his head. Momo, take him to see Recovery Girl and Chisaki please. Did he get it treated? Momo snorted. No, he vehemently argued against the hospital at the time, even while delirious from. If you're quiet done spilling my secrets, I'm fine too. No Izuku, you are not. Go and see Recovery Girl AMD Chisaki now. Aizawa took no argument against the order, instead staring and watching as Momo dragged and dissenting Izuku away. Once they got through the door and was out of his sight, Momo slammed Izuku against a wall. You said you'd spoken to Recovery Girl about it? She hissed. You promised me you'd get it seen. I know it. I'm sorry, alright? It's not easy asking for help. Yes, it's easier than it was before, but even now even asking you for help I freeze up. Izuku, she mumbled, you should know you can always ask me for anything and it goes for Itsu as well. She spoke softly. Alright, look, once we see Recovery Girl about it we can put the whole story to bed, alright? Yeah, I'd like that. If looks could kill Izuku would be dead 4 times over. Recovery Girl nearly had a slide from learning he'd left a GSW untreated in his gut and Kai was just plain disappointed. Honestly, that hurt Izuku more than any other look combined with the beating he got from Recovery Girl's cane. Since he needed a X-ray, he and Momo had been signed out of the first day of school to go to the nearest hospital for the equipment. Most of the doctors and nurses gave him bewildered stares as he trudged past them, one arm on his gut and the other around Momo's shoulder. Kai and Recovery Girl had called ahead and booked an X-ray room, leading the way there after the uncomfortable car ride. Itsuka and the Green Tea Coffee UA branch staff had all been notified and the ginger had quickly made her way over once orientation had finished, staring at him angrily as they waited for the results of his X-ray to be processed. Kai came to them and handed Izuku a surgery gown. Change, you're going in for surgery? Why? Because you have a bullet trapped in your muscle, dipshit, that's why. Izuku took the gown. Honestly, I know you know the bullet didn't go all the way through you, so why didn't you at least try and see if you could get it removed? Didn't want to. So instead you had to be signed out of classes on orientation day at uni? Yeah, that's so much better, Kai sighed. Just get changed, I've got a theater ready, it'll take maybe 5 minutes. Since I'll have to dismantle your muscle layer by layer to find the BSRD thing, and then close you up. The greenette nodded and walked into the bathroom, changing quickly. While he did, a bed had been wheeled in for him to get onto. Several nurses following Kai's orders. To get him laid flat. He'll fight it, so we need to restrain him. No you don't. Aha, I know you, Izuku, you'll pee out of this before we get to the doors for anesthetic? Why do I need anesthetic? I'm sorry, do you want to feel as I pull your muscles apart molecule by molecule? Anesthetic sounds great. That's what I thought. Kai nodded as they finished securing Izuku into the bed and began wheeling him away. Don't worry ladies, he'll be out in a few. They walked down the hallways through doors before he leaned into the greenette. You are all kinds of stupid, he hissed. What kind of self-sacrificing moron are you exactly, Izuku? You got shot and you didn't want to go to the hospital? Thank the trauma of being quirkless in an tough nest for that. Lord knows I do. You're still a fucking idiot. It's a bloody miracle you've lived this long with that thing in you. You could have triggered any amount of internal bleeding. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if I open you up to some internal bleeding since it took strenuous activity to bring it to light. It was sit-ups. It was solely using a muscle with a goddamn bullet in it, you idiot. They entered a small room and a plastic mask was placed over his face. Alright, take deep breaths and count back from 10. Nodding, Izuku inhaled the gas, mentally counting down as his eyelids grew heavy. When he opened them, he found himself in a completely different room, facing a new ceiling with Kai stood at the foot of his bed. Itsuka, Momo and a few others were gathered around it. Good, you're up. After the surgery we were able to transport you back to UA's medical facility. Thanks to you, Nezu is investing in an on-site hospital. A GSW left unchecked, my god, Kai sighed. You've had a lot of people worried about you. You have 2 hours before you can be discharged, so don't get comfy. Nodding numbly, Izuku looked around. Alright, good luck. Now I have to go deal with actual first aid instead of a healed-over bullet wound. Of all the things, he kept grumbling to himself as he left the room. Izuku audibly gulped. I know you're mad. No, we're not mad, Izuku, honestly, we're just glad you're okay. Yeah, you guys aren't mad, I'm effing livid. Katsuki made his way next to the bed and began shaking Izuku. You are a moron de crew. If you weren't already in the nurse's office I'd beat you so bad you'd need to be here. Thanks for your concern, Cats. How did everyone do in the test? We all passed. Sensei called it a logical ruse. Bullshit. Momo and he both shook their heads. Aizawa expelled his entire class last year. That means nothing. Yeah, well, whatever. He shook his head. Most of the staff for the cafe went home after hearing you were okay, but you should let them know in case. Didn't tell me about thorns? My name is Ibra Shiozaki Heathen, and I do not work in any cafe. I am here because my classmate is worried about her partner. Hey, just because cats understand quadratics without help doesn't make him a heathen. Oi. You are Midoriya, correct? That is I, Miss Shiozaki. Several of my classmates already speak highly of you, Kendo included, but I noticed you weren't at orientation? Her voice carried a hint of condescension. Blame our teacher for that, deciding to test us instead of letting us be part of orientation. We didn't go because we were told not to, not because we thought ourselves above it. Curb your assumptions. Save it, Miss Shiozaki. Words are cheap. Apologies are meant to be shown, not. Could you maybe not insult her like you did Ida Dikairu? At least she cared enough about man-hands to come and see why she was so worried. True, I was a bit harsh. Thank you for at least caring for Suka. Is this Ida not very well-mannered? He naturally assumed this kid having a panic attack was treating the entrance exam like a joke. Katsuki shook his head, berated me for putting my feet on the desk before classes began, assumed we were involved in illegal activities when we mentioned a trial. It was endeavors, by the way. Further questioned Dikairu's placement on our course because he can't mind his own business, and interrupted the teacher with an assumption while said teacher was trying to explain. A stickler for the rules, but he get too invested too quickly. Izuku sighed. Better teach him how to escape that tunnel vision of his before his assumption leaping gets him killed. Izuku sighed, turning to get out of the bed. Whoa, what do you think you're doing? Itsuka grabbed his shoulder. Getting out of the bed so I can go home? No. Momo eased him to lay back down. You aren't going anywhere. Kai said you need to rest for 2 hours before being discharged, so you'd better stay right here. But the cafe will run without us there for now. Hitoshi and Himiko are already on it. She smiled, keeping a hand on his chest, subtly forcing him to remain laying down. I'll go give them a hand. Katsuki waved a hand as he left. I'll make sure the ship don't sink without you. See, so you can relax, Momo reiterated. But, there is a slight problem. Itsuka chuckled nervously. You guys remember Monoma? Oh god, really? Yeah, his exam scores were high enough to give him a place in 1B. Luckily there's only one Fekwit aggressive enough to listen to him. Did he say anything to you today? Monoma hasn't interacted with most of the class. Shiozaki shook her head. He avoids the ones that already spoke of you and never joined conversation when your cafe was mentioned. Good. Vlad King already pulled me aside today. Itsuka held his hand. After your meeting with Nezu and the Monomas, he's on thin ice. Any slight transgression will result in his immediate expulsion. Shiozaki bristled. What could he have possibly done to warrant such action? You mean aside from calling me some hussy because we adopted an abused child? Momo raised an eyebrow. Or insinuating I was a mistress to the Izumo part of our relationship? Or literally any of this? Izuku pulled out his phone and scrolled to the screenshots of the reviews. Taking his phone, she blinked. Oh, you are in a triangular relationship? We all care for each other and love each other, our attention is divided equally. An unusual relation to be sure, however it is in my religion to be open-minded, so I shall reserve judgment until I witness more of this. Looking at his phone, her face paled. That being said, I can't accept such profanity and bigotry, and this is about your cafe outside of UA. Yup, I banned him from the premises when he first harassed Momo, and he's been a thorn in the side until the recommended exams, where I quite literally punched his face in and showed him the retaliation in store. When his parents tried suing through Nezu, we opened up the little Pandora's box and they've been silent ever since. And here I believed he was simply an uncouth individual. This is quite literally. He's used the same racial slur nearly 5 times in this comment alone. He called Kinoko a what? Yatsetsu is not a. I can see why you punched him in the face. In fact, I've half a mind to do the same after reading these, and you say there's more? Ooh, plenty more. The libel alone is a mint in lawsuits, the slander on his social media accounts too. And here he. Good Lord, I wasn't aware those words could be in a person's vernacular. I feel as if I've sinned just by reading them. Might I just ask, are you in fact quirkless? Yup, best part? I grew up in a neighborhood full of MLF members, teachers were in on it too, got lots of issues we're unwrapping up here. I can see why. How long have you had your cafe? Since I was 15, when I finally got the payout from the lawsuit against the company that killed my mother by overworking her through illegal hours when I was 13. Your father must. Zuku's father is a sore subject. He left the family when they found out Zuku was quirkless. It's not something he likes to talk about. Ah, my apologies. No harm, no foul, Shizi. He waved a hand to dismiss her, but I've not let comments like Monoma's get to me for a long time, so I won't let it start now. Ah, alright, well, if there is anything I can do to help with him, do let me know, Kendo. Happily, Shizuki. The vine-haired woman fidgeted for a moment, seemingly debating internally. Is there something wrong, Shiozaki? What? No, nothing, it can wait until a later date. Shiozaki, please, whatever it is, it's fine. Very well. With a heavy sigh and a red face, she looked Izuku in the eye. Could I get Katsuki's number? Honestly, you'd be better off asking him for it, Miss Shiozaki. He prefers a direct attitude. If you hurry, you may be able to catch him on his own. Thank you. She dashed for the door. Wow, did you just set Katsuki up? I can be a wingman. I got Hitoshi and Himiko together, didn't I? Aha, sure honey. Momo kissed his forehead. We had nothing to do with it at all. His smug smile dropped into curiously annoyed. Hey, what's that mean? He woke up with a start, sweat dripping down his chest as he heaved in breaths. Carefully he removed himself from the pile he, Itsuka and Momo had made. Neither woman stirred as he stepped onto the soft carpeted floor, nor did they react to the almost silent movements of him creeping out of the room, shutting the door like a ghost. Stifling a shiver at the cold hardwood floor, he pressed onwards. The apartments only had one entrance here. Where the other door would have been was a balcony, and not like the porch balcony they had next to the door, an actual iron-railed balcony. Sliding the glass door as if more than a brush would break it, he stepped into the night air, shocking his body back into a normal breathing pattern. He hadn't had that nightmare in years. Of course, nightmares were par for the course at this point with his abandonment issues and self-esteem problems. His emerald eyes locked onto the moon, its silver gently lighting the surrounding area. At least you never go anywhere. The mantra he hardly used anymore, but he found himself speaking to the air. It was true. No matter what he went through next, he could always stare up at the moon and it would be the same old moon. The exact same chunk of space rock he'd seen since his first looking out at the night sky. It would be there no matter what happened. His hand idly drifted to his side, where the surgery had taken place. Kai had been quick and effective. Izuku gave him credit where it was due. There was no phantom pain, no brief flash of a tense muscle being cut, nor the strange sensation of a ghostly hand pressing against him. Sighing in relief, he stared up at the stars. remembering when he was little and his mom pointed out the constellations to him. Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, Pleiades, Canis Major and Minor, Virgo. For a few minutes he found the ones he could find. I made it, Mom. I'm really doing it now. I'm at you. Whispering to no one, his words flew away in the gentle wind. Gently, he began unpacking the nightmare that had woken him up. The gun had fired in slow motion and he watched the bullet move through his chest. There hadn't been blood except for what was launched out of his back and dribbling down his shirt. It had gone straight through his heart as he looked back up at the sneering villain before the world shrunk to only him and the wound. His voice remained silent as he called out for help, no one around him willing to or noting that he needed help. He had stared at everyone's backs as he fell to his knees, only waking up when he was about to hit the ground. His pulse had eased now as he closed his eyes, taking a few more deep breaths. You haven't had a nightmare in ages. A pair of hands draped a blanket over his shoulders before Itsuka slid next to him, covered in her sky blue cotton pajamas complete with fuzzy blue slippers. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You know Momo and I are light sleepers. The moment we noticed you weren't there we were up. Are you? Are you okay? I know, he yawned as his ginger partner rested her head on his shoulder, but I'm better than I was. It's just, I think having the surgery and bringing those memories back, it brought the nightmare with it, offset the good that happened with a downside, you know? Keeping things balanced out. You are allowed good things, Izuku. The world won't end if you don't frown for a few days. Kissing the top of her head he smiled. I don't think so, but it's fine. You and Momo aren't going anywhere? Her head lifted away as Itsuka looked up at him, her hands dancing behind his neck. No, we aren't, Izuku. She leant onto her tiptoes to kiss him. You're stuck with us, now and forever. His arms dropped to her hips, hodling her gently. And I wouldn't have it any other way, he mumbled, kissing her again and pulling her body against his. Once they separate for air, she smiled warmly. Come on, Momo's brewing the tea to help us all get back to sleep. He let her take his hand and guide him into the apartment. They had to be quiet too. Avoid waking Eri, but otherwise it was fine. Hitoshi, Himiko and Mina had all moved into the fifth apartment when Itsuka, he and Momo had finally gotten together, much to their apparent relief. Which gave Eri her very own room, which the now 6-year-old marveled at. Sparing a quick glance to his daughter's bedroom door, he took the steaming mug from Momo and sat down on the sofa. We're here if you ever need to just talk, Izu, you know that, right? I do, Momo, but this needs a more physical treatment, so I just need time and reinforcement. The three cuddled on the large seat and a blanket was thrown over them at some point. Itsuka and Momo rested either side of him, hands entwined over his heart, so they could both feel his calming pulse. Soon enough all three drifted into sleep. As the door knocked, Izuku adjusted his tie a bit more as he opened it. Kai, you're early. No, the man checked his watch. You guys are a tad behind. Uncle Kai. Eri padded past the greenette, jumping into the brunette's arms. Hi Munchkin, ready to go see Pops and the others? Yeah. She nodded with excitement as Kai rested her on his hip. Right, well, Uncle Kai and Papa have to have a talk real quick, so why don't you go get Moma and Mama to hurry up? The small girl nodded before jumping from Kai's arms and dashing through the apartment. Both men watched her disappear. I owe you, Izuku, still can't believe you guys had Eri this entire time. Yeah, and I'm sorry for lying in the beginning. A hand pat his arm. Chill out, man, we both know it was in everyone's better interest you guys kept her hidden. Honestly, I couldn't think of a better man to protect her. It had been a year ago, when Kai had begun therapy for his mysophobia when the therapist had separated from germophobia. His application to medical school was also pending at the time. Izuku had taken Kai and Pops from the street cafe and into the UA cafe, up to the apartments. Pops was only there for supervision honestly, but both of them were happy to see Eri again. Kai had to go into the bathroom as he had begun breaking down, regretting whatever thoughts and plans he'd had for Eri when he'd been in the Yakuza. To Izuku it had been a major step in the right direction for the now doctor. Part of what helped him move past that was how much Eri adored her Uncle Kai, and loved watching his quirk on her toys, making her toys move all on their own. She didn't understand, he just reworked it to have animatronics inside. Over the last year Kai had been more forward about his idea of using Eri's quirk to erase quirks at large, and his recognition in how bad of an idea it was. Honestly, half of his drive to finally get his medical license was when Eri hurt herself falling off the shelves climbing up for her toys that had been put away. Hey, could I get your opinion on something? Sure. I was thinking about renaming my quirk. Seriously? Yeah, overhaul just sounds so back alley, like chop shop garage slang, so I was thinking about renaming it, something different, more approachable. What did you have in mind? Rework? Or rewrite, because, as you know, my quirk can work on the atomic scale, changing amino acids. If I really focused, I could change a person's genetic code if they asked me to. You could really edit chromosomes if there was a desire from the patient. Izuku hummed and nodded. You'd be probably one of very few people allowing for a gender change that results in workine gentils, literally rewriting a person's code, or reworking their body. So which do I go for, do you think? Rewrite sounds more medical to me. Rework still sounds like engineer talk. Point, right? Well, Chio knows to call me if something's up, so after I drop Eri at the other cafe before school, I can swing by the registry office and get it renamed. You need cash for the fee? No, it's alright. After all, you give me a full wage unlike the live-ins. I've got enough cash to spare. Oh, and I've wanted to tell you, Pops and I are moving to a new place, actual house this time, more in between here and a school, so Eri can be dropped off with us and then I can pick her up on my break. Practical, I'm sure, but you don't have to worry about that, unless there's another reason you want to move. Kai rubbed the back of his head. I'm thinking about asking Fuyumi to move in with me. Wow, that's good luck, unless Touya's already given his seal of approval? A quick nod. Good, well, I'm happy for you, Kai. After everything you've worked for, you deserve it. And I plan to keep working to keep deserving it. Kai nodded as Eri charged back at them, with Itsuka and Momo in tow. Alrighty, well, come on Munchkin, we've got a walk ahead of us. Holding her hand gently, Kai guided her to the stairs. See you later, guys. Bye Papa, bye Mama, bye Moma. Eri waved as they moved down the stairs. Izuku grinned as they all began putting on their shoes. Today you're going to be doing something very important. It may be a key turning point in your development as heroes today. You are. Izuku flopped his head on the desk as Aizawa rose the tension higher and higher. Choosing a class president, there was a beat of silence. Something normal. The class exclaimed. Now it's up to you to decide. Don't wake me until it's over. I don't care how you do it, but do it before homeroom is over. Izuku calmly stood up as Ida shot up and told everyone to try and be organized, lowering their hands, while his wad raised highest of all. We should do this democratically. He nodded at the brunette's words while walking to the front. Midori dash. That is absolutely correct, Ida. We should do this democratically. For that reason I'm going to be the judge. Since I'm only in your homeroom, I can neither be president or vice nor vote on who it should be. It makes me the perfect third party to make sure there's no bias. He grinned. Were you about to suggest a vote, Ida? Yes I was. There was a curious bit of resentment in Ida's gaze that he pointedly ignored. Alright, Momo, could you please make a hat or something? Walking over to the teacher's desk, he grabbed some sheets of blank paper and folded them into pieces before tearing it apart and placing a slip on each person's desk. Write out who you want as a class president. It can't be yourself. Whoever has the most becomes president and whoever is second get vice. Sound fair to everyone? A general nod of agreement. Wonderful. Walking back to Momo, he gently took the hat and smiled. I'll come round and... You can all drop your votes in here. Once I have them all, I'll count out the votes and put them up on the board. Slowly making his way around the room, he patiently waited for everyone to finish before standing at the front. Alright, can I get someone to write it down as I read it out? I'm on it. Katsuki grumbled in faux annoyance, as if he weren't the first person up and instead was doing it because no one else was. Grabbing the chalk, he whispered, You are a goddamn legendary wingman. Oh, Shiozaki actually got your number? Date, this weekend, taking her somewhere nice, fancy, might drop by the cafe first though, not overwhelm her. Makes sense. Turning back to the class and raising his voice to a normal level, he continued, Alright, first we have Madam Yaoyorozu with 5 votes, Miss Uraraka with 3 votes, Mr. Ida with 4 votes, and I believe that's it. Considering there's 3 other names and only 8 votes left, we have Yaoyorozu as your president with Ida as the vice. Now there are probably a few more roles they will be made aware of. They will be tell you what they are and who will be in charge of them. Everyone happy with his arrangement? Nobody argued, most heads nodding while others showed a hint of indifference. Izuku nodded and put the hat on his head as the bell rang. Good day to you all then. Tipping the hat with a grin, he walked out of the classroom, ready for his first lesson with Nezu. Ah, Izuku, right on time. The Chimera welcomed him into the office, a second desk and a chair sitting opposite his own. Come take a seat, we're going to be going over your analysis of 1A from yesterday as well as some footage of 1B doing the test today. Nodding as he sat down, Izuku watched the screen-baned Nezu flicker to life and show pictures of his analysis Aizawa had given to Nezu along with the camera footage the drones had captured. First up, let's do Touya Ida. The brunette. Izuku felt there had been a particular reason for the confrontational teen to go first. They watched him as he tossed the softball up before using his quirk and kicking it across the field. His score was amongst the various physically enhancing quirks, just shy of the distance Momo got with a FING cannon. On the picture of his notes, some text was highlighted. Over-reliance on legs, upper body strength probably lacking. Why do you say he could be lacking upper body strength? The power in his calves clearly beats out a normal throw, but more so than that I noticed how he keeps his bag light and often puts the weight on his lower back as well as his shoulders. His school bag is more akin to a hiking bag that fixes on with a complete H instead of two straps. How do you know that's not to stabilize his bag when he uses his quirk? Ida strikes me as a rule follower. He won't use his quirk in public until he has his license, which negates that possibility. He has already begun trapping himself in his perceived fallacies of UA's rules. He interrupted the exam due to impatience according to Yamada's recounting, criticized Aizawa when he told me I had to analyze the class as they went, trying to oust me to the class as a deviant when Aizawa revealed I wasn't on the hero course and also jumped to a conclusion that either Katsuki, Momo or I were a miscreant when we mentioned last seeing each other at the trial, a trial which he had no prior knowledge of and so should not have jumped to any conclusion. A small pause. He believes all information given is 100% accurate and questions when something does not fit this train of thought. He is also one of many that fled the zero-pointer. However, he is also one of few that noticed Yurikara needed help, yet he continued fleeing. He probably reassured himself that, had it been a real-life scenario, or something along those lines, he would not have run. You disagree? He ran, in a simulation for real life, where they knew the robot was an obstacle and not a danger, information he himself all but demanded for Yamada. Touya Ida still fled. His actions overrule any of his words about a real scenario because he had all the facts before him, yet he still fled. Solution. He must speak to Hound Dog about his current way of thinking. It is too narrow for heroism. He'd be more suited as a judge or perhaps a lawyer, following rules and regulations, but he still holds some potential, so he must learn to expand his worldview. It's too black and white right now. He must learn that the gray zone exists and can be used for heroics. Nezu nodded. Now I'd like to play you a small video taken from the end of the test. It involves Ida and Aizawa, over a discussion about you. Izuku sighed and nodded. The screen flickered as the file began running. Sensei. Ida's hand shot up. How did Midoriya place so highly? He did not use quirk once and relied on other people's in the majority of the events. Ida, Midoriya placed highly because he scored highly. He scored highly because he thought outside of the box. By working with Uraraka, he was able to match her score. Working with Bakugo, he was able to move fast and far under the power of a controlled explosion, which I must give credit to you, Bakugo, since you have such a fine control already, putting such power in yet not even singing his clothing. The soles of his shoes are burnt, but I did my best. Katsuki spoke off screen, and he scored high on grip strength by recognizing there was a better option in the form of shoji. His idea of cycling with Yaoyorozu again showed his ability to work with others. Midoriya scored highly because he has a lot of potential. Ida, able to recognize that physicality was not the only way to score in this test, instead putting his ego to one side and accepting the help he needed to accomplish a task, without the need for his own quirk. Regardless, Sensei, Midoriya should still have demonstrated his quirk. For what reason, Ida? So you could acknowledge his quirk and use that as the excuse as to why he beat your score? Or because you have the need to know? Because he knows of our quirks, it is only fair. Fair? Ida, here's a quick life lesson. Life is not fair. It is hardly ever going to be fair. Midoriya has had more obstacles than you realize and he has still been able to pull through and earn his position in this school. However, if you must know, I have already cleared it with both him and Nezu to tell you, Midoriya Izuku is quirkless and he will continue to be so until he passing. If he ever dies, that is, boy is stubborn to a fault, petty too. Well, no extra cookie for you then. Izuku folded his arms, getting a chuckle from Nezu at his joke. Aizawa was in fact getting extra cookies, because he seemed fierce in his defense of the Griant. But then he surely shouldn't be here. Heroics is a dangerous profession, and with his disability. You have a problem with Izuku's quirklessness? Shoji was the first to step in. Well? HM? Is that quirkism I hear? Hitoshi stepped up to the plate too. I guess I better run and be a villain with my brainwashing. I mean, it's only logical, right? Izuku nodded. The lessons with Aizawa were clearly paying off. Let's get one thing clear extra. Katsuki growled with small explosions popping between his fingers, his rage on clear display. You got a problem with Dakairi, you're going to have a problem with me. To insult a man you hardly know, such madness should only be found in the darkest of man's heart. Tokoyami shook his head. He has already proven to Dark Shadow and myself his abilities are beyond our scope. Even Koda was shaking his head in disappointment. Ida Tenya, quirklessness is not a disability. Whoever told you that was wrong? Very wrong. I fight without a quirk. Does that mean I should quit heroics? I know, sensei. Hitoshi is going to be fighting without a quirk, as is Yaoyorozu, Koda, Kaminari, Aoyama, Ojiro, Sato, Hagakure and Mineta. That's 9 students, nearly half of all students in your class. Never mind the students in Class 1B. Should they all give up now? No, sensei, but they do possess a quirk that can. Ida, a quirk is nothing more than a tool in a person's arsenal. To rely solely on that would be to limit yourself to one method of operation. What if you are stuck indoors, in a cramped environment, unable to use your quirk? That is highly. The majority of battles actually happen indoors, Ida. So actually your quirk would be more of a hindrance indoors than Midoriya's quirklessness outside due to your over-reliance on it. The daio ended. Thoughts? I'm hugging all of them and Aizawa is getting free coffee for a week. He hummed before shaking his head. Oh, you mean on Ida? His attitude is a problem. Otherwise it's the same over-reliance. Maybe show him the MLF and expose him to what they do. His current train of thought is rather close to their distinctive ideology. Perhaps getting him to point out the flaws there will highlight the flaws in his own argument. Any final words? He is the younger brother of Tensei and wishes to one day take the mantle of Ingenium too. He embodies Ingenium to a fault, but he misses the mark for Tensei Ida. Nezu quickly wrote something down and smiled. Next, Ochako Uraraka. He quickly made his way back through the halls as both classes were released for lunch. The Green Tea Coffee family naturally gravitated towards each other as Katsuki met with Izuku. How'd it go? The blonde was first to speak in the larger group around them. Brilliantly, we went over my analysis of yesterday and watched some of the footage of the apprehension tests. Yeah, we finally got round to that today. Itsuka rolled her eyes in mock annoyance. Izuku kissed her forehead. You did brilliantly. He put one arm around her before pulling Momo into his other, as did you yesterday. Matching his kiss to Itsuka, he held them both to his sides. As for the rest of you, lunch is on me for the week. Not that I'm complaining. Juroda lifted an eyebrow as he and Komori walked hand in hand. But why? Well, Class A jumping to defend my quirklessness from Ida, and Class B for not killing Monoma when he tried bad-mouthing Class A. Momo huffed. Did he really do that? Unfortunately, Shoji nodded his head. He does not seem to realize the quirkist nature of his statements. He seems almost annoyed that we didn't agree with him. A narrow-minded worldview. Nezu and I already discussed how to combat it. That being said, go and grab your lunches while I find us a table. Taking out his wallet, he gave it to Katsuki. As I said before, lunch is on me. I'll get a table before grabbing mine. Leaving before they could object, Izuku found the biggest table he could and calmly sat down at on end, using his bag to block the other side. Alone. A voice sneered. Did they? Screw off, Monoma. Izuku folded his arms in his seat, leaning his head back. If I wanted your opinion, I'd go looking for it in the bin. Move, we of Class B want the large table too? No, because my friends are already sat here. I'm just here to make sure assholes like you don't steal it. We are superior. That's funny, I don't remember asking and I just can't be bothered to care. Move, Monoma growled forcefully. Make me be. His hand reflexively caught the fist aimed for his face. Just because he'd gone out as Jade Less, didn't mean the reactions weren't there anymore. Tilting his hand, he bent Monoma's wrist backwards as he climbed from his seat. Now I said screw off, either do as I've asked or I force you to. What could a quirkless waste like? How's your nose doing again? A cold, cruel smirk. Strong enough for me to break in a punch again? Or can I really hit you this time? Monoma huffed. What's going on here? Itsuka spoke behind him. Looking over his shoulder, he saw everyone had their trays of lunch food. Monoma, what are you? None of your business who work. Izuku's hand gripped his throat. I'd choose your next words very, very carefully, boy, because I'm sure you're aware of how thin the ice preventing you from swimming in it is. A snarl. Be grateful I've still got patience enough to not press charges yet. Press? Charges? Monoma, what did you do? A boy with a green mohawk and mandibles questioned. Oh, you know, some libel, slander, harassment of Momo and Itsuka, stuff that could be described as corporate espionage which is highly illegal. Izuku shrugged. I thought he wouldn't at least told you about how he views the quirkless. We only thought having lunch together would let us get to know each other better. A stout boy with faded blue hair shook his head. We hardly know a thing about Monoma. Well, I'm sure that your classmates behind me would happily fill you all in if you want to join us for lunch. The table is large enough for us all, Monoma excluded obviously since he can't be civil around me and my coworkers. You dare. Try me, his eyes narrowed at the blonde, who huffed and turned to walk away. Come on guys, we don't need them. He made it several paces before realizing no one was with. We want to hear what they have to say. A boy that looked to be made of shadows and silvery hair shook his head. The much larger group began to get seated as Monoma growled ferally at Izuku before storming away. Obviously he was last, going to get his own lunch before returning to his seat. Just before he could begin eating, however, an alarm began blaring. People began panicking and yelling, the upperclassmen quickly forming a rabble charging for the exit. Oh, I've had enough for today. Climbing onto his table, he cupped his hands around his mouth. Hey! It was drowned by the screaming of the crowd. Taking a deep breath, he tried again. I. Everyone froze. Before you go panicking like a group of goddamn toddlers, how about you try figure out what F caused you to run around like some headless chickens? Pointing to the window, he continued, if anyone can see out of the window, why not tell the rest of them what's going on? It's just the press. See? You are students and you're not some bloody siege group. Now how about you act like it and line up in an organized manner so that you can leave without actually killing the people you've been trampling? On cue, there were several groans of pain, along with many bewildered looks at the floor. Izuku Midoriya, could you please make your way to the teacher's lounge? Nezu spoke over the PA system. Now that a first year has had to re-educate you on your behavior, how about you act like the adults you are? Climbing down from his table, he quickly grabbed a handful of food, putting it in his mouth as he left the room. Aizawa and Nezu had been waiting for him at the teacher's lounge. Together the three ended up walking down to the front gate, or rather, the hollow remains of the gate. Maijima was already on the scene with Ishiyama, both crouching at where the gate should have been. Already Izuku had a sinking feeling in his gut. There was a noticeable gray line on the outside edge of the barrier deploy opening. Izuku gulped as they reached the gate. It was highly unlikely, right? Right. It was totally destroyed, Ishiyama noted. The press aren't able to do something so destructive, especially not with cameras on them. It wasn't destroyed, Ken. I'm finding tons of rust particles. It didn't break down, it was decayed at an alarmingly fast rate. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath as he crouched by the dust, brushing through it with his own hand, a sick feeling rising up into his throat as his heart rate soared. His whole existence froze when he found a small yellow note. We got recordings of a figure, clad in black. He stuck something to the door and then it just disappeared. Nezu, is Class 1A going to the USJ at some point? Izuku picked up the note with trembling hands and began reading it. The week after next, All Might will be a sighting in the teaching. Why? Well, forgive me, I'm just going into catatonic shock right now. No, it can't be true. Reading the note again, he resisted the urge to throw up what little lunch he had. I know exactly who did it. How? The problem is he's been missing for over a year almost. Looking back to where he found the note, was a very familiar pair of artist gloves. Izuku wanted to be sick, his face drained so much he had no blood left to lose in it. Handing the note over to Nezu, the words were forever scorched into his mind, into his memory. Schedule attack duty. Don't want to hurt anyone. All Might target. The warning made his skin crawl, but the writing on the other side was far, far worse. Hurting me. Torture. Please help. Izuku fell back from his heels and just stared at the dust while his vision began getting blurry. Tamura, I'll save you. No matter what. To say Izuku zoned out would be an understatement. For the next day and a half, he could only think of the note and how he'd save Tamura. His heart was in his feet from guilt. Katsuki was ready to fight whoever the moment Izuku told him about the note. Green Tea Coffee were all made aware of the situation. Everyone was, the Himuras, Pops, Kai, Shoji, Hitoshi, the entire UA branch staff, even Kaneki when he visited the street cafe since he'd known Tamura well from his time in the cafe. Everyone knew Izuku would be hit the hardest, falling into an echo routine where conversation was just the same series of noises from him as he did things automatically while his mind wandered. He didn't even react as Toshinori burst into the room with a cry of, "I am coming through the door," like a normal person. In what was probably the most abnormal way of walking through a door. He didn't join in on the class chatter as they all were excited to finally have a hero lesson. He didn't even bother outing All Might for deviating from the lesson plan and making them fight each other instead of the quirk training lesson the Greenette had seen Aizawa give him. The only thing to bring him from his stupor was Momo gently taking his hand in hers, getting him to look over at her. "We'll save him." "I know we will," he whispered, "because I don't know what I'll do if we don't." A small noise of concern as she brought him into a hug. "Everything's going to be fine, all right? You're going to do what you always do and save the people asking for help." I have to save him. I have to Momo. I let him down once before, I'm not going to do it again. Together they moved with the class to grab the cases containing their hero suits. Everyone else seemed excited to see their suits. He'd already had his on when he was going out at Jade before the academic year started. Lugging his case along, he walked with Momo, slowly becoming less and less numb. Idly he noted the strain on Ida's face he was trying to hide as the Bluenet did his best to subtly hurry to the changing rooms. "I know how you feel about it, Izuku. I do. Tamura was a favorite customer. You were trying to help him like you helped Kai, but something went wrong. You thought Tamura had disappeared. Now he's back and he's called for help. It's worrying. You're worried about him. You want to rescue him, I know. And I know you will save him. Bose, that's what you do, Izuku. Look at everyone else you've helped. Just look at Shoto," said bicolored boy saluted as he walked. He wasn't part of the staff at Green Tea Coffee, but he was still kept up to date with the latest goings-on. "Things are going to be all right, Izu, I promise." "Is everything all right, Midoriya?" They both turned to see a purplet walking next to them. "Everything's fine, Jiru." Mina came to their rescue, jumping onto Izuku's back. "He's just been a bit stressed from the break-in on Tuesday. Just lucky it's Friday, I guess." "Mina, is there a reason you've jumped on my boyfriend's back?" Momo raised an eyebrow. Apparently a polyamorous relationship helped with jealousy. Who knew? "Not really, just don't want to walk all that way. Plus they are right next door to each other, so it's not like it's far out of his way." She gripped the handle of her costumes case in both hands in front of his neck, locking her ankles together around his waist. "Plus his back is like, super comfy. Must be all the muscle he's got back here." "Don't break him at least." Momo shook her head with a smile, not letting go of his hand. "Suka may have a thing to say about it." "Suka?" Jiru tilted her head. "Their girlfriend, it's Suka in Class B," Mina smirked. "They have a kind of menage a trois going on," a head roll. "I mean back at the cafe they're always so lovey-dovey." If you want to join in, all you have to do is ask. Both Izuku and Momo spoke at the same time, making the pink woman go several shades darker as she blushed. Jars sputtered. So, you're some kind of womanizer, are you? He sighed and rolled his eyes. If that means you don't comment on what makes us happy, then yes. Okay, maybe he'd been a bit cold, but there was no way he'd let another Monoma twist their relationship. Nope, he was nipping that in the bud right now. Momo shook her head. No, Izu is not a womanizer, thank you, Jair. He makes both Itsu and I happy, dividing his attention to make sure neither of us feel left out. It goes the same with myself and Itsu. We make it work because we all love each other. Currently it's also exclusive because no one expresses interest in all three of us. Instead focusing on solely one person, Izuku shook his head, and that doesn't fly with any of us. I happen to be the worst offender in that regard, as many high-class suitors try and capture my attention, more so now that I've, come out about my bisexuality. So if someone had a crush on all three of you and you all liked them? We'd certainly try, Momo nodded. Izuku is unsure about it because he doesn't want a person to feel left out, but he already does all the little things that make us feel appreciated. You should have seen him last year, Jai. Mina grinned. He spent ages learning high-fat recipes for Yamamo's quirk and these weird hand signs from Naruto so help Itsuka get more coordinated with her hands. He was jostled in her excitement. Go on, Midori, show her your jutsus. Sighing as she giggled, Izuku lifted his hands, one holding Momo's while the other carried his case. I can't, Mina. I've already got my hands full. Well, anyway, he's always doing the little things, Mina pouted, like making sure their favorite shampoos don't run out, or running them a bath if the cafe's been busy. Sometimes he even takes Eri out in the evenings so they have a chance to relax. Eri? Their adopted daughter, Shoto, finally joined in their conversation, standing the other side of Momo. When they were, I want to say 16. Yeah, a year before the investigation about Endeavor, so yeah, we'd all be 16, right? Izuku nodded with a smile. Yeah, 16. This shy Hisaki boss rocks up to Izuku's cafe, spins the story about how his absentee dad was a high-ranking Yakuza member and how the boss's granddaughter is in danger. After some evidence, Izuku takes her in. Fast forward a few days and the new boss shows up. He's trying to use Eri for his plans. Izuku of course plays dumb and keeps Eri safe. Skip to a year later and both bosses left the shy Hisaki, reunite with Eri and get jobs working in Izuku's cafe. The new doctor is one of them actually. After talking to Izuku regularly for like a year, his worldviews shifted. Now he's already a rising star in the medical field. Wait, Chisaki was Yakuza? It's not a time he talks fondly of. Izuku shook his head. He's wanted to help the world, but his misophobia was an issue, until he met the Yakuza. Interacting with them led him to believe quirks were a disease and he was planning on doing some pretty bad things that to the effect the Yakuza had on his mental state. Once he began visiting my cafe, we started talking about issues like what it meant to be a hero, helping for the sake of being kind. After I had him doing a daily good deed, his mental state improved and slowly he began facing the misophobia. Honestly, to say I'm proud at this point would be an understatement. It took him 5 years to completely go from leader of the shy Hisaki to a renowned neurosurgeon. I understand being proud, I mean anyone would be, Jairu mumbled. That's pretty incredible. It took ages to help him, but it was all worth it to see him happy now. Before he couldn't leave without a mask and gloves on his face. Now he only wears them for surgery. Slowly Mina climbed off his back as they reached the changing rooms. See you out on the field. His uniform was simple, like he'd always had it. Black pants, coupled with a dark green shirt under a black trench coat. The belt around his waist held an assortment of tools, along with several blades and firearms, of course rubber pellets and dulled blades until he had clearance to use actual weapons. Aizawa had suggested the substitutes for training in the meantime. His mask covered the lower half of his face, hooking over his ears and magnetically locking in place around the back of his head. It contained an air filter, noise cancellation, and a communicator. On his forehead rested a pair of goggles that were honestly a marvel, a complete spectral pair of lenses, letting him see anything from X-ray to infrared waves, on-board computer to aid him in real-time analysis, and a connection to the hero database so he could identify heroes and villains and how to work with against them. There were also recording and live feed capabilities for surveillance, and it connected to the digital keyboard on the inside of his left sleeve. On each wrist was his signature wrist-mounted grappling devices, beefed up to F, thanks to UA's support department getting a crack at them. His black combat boots had high-power magnetic discs in the bottom so he could fight on top of cars, trucks, trains and planes as well as sticking to most walls. They also had a repulsion blast he could use for a second mid-air jump or add a boost to his regular jumps. Adjusted his sleeves one more time, he pulled on his fingerless gloves. As he stepped into the sunlight, shielded his eyes from the harsh glare before pulling his goggles down and allowing them to adjust to the exposure so he could see. Now you all look the part of heroes, you young zygotes, but being ready to walk the catwalk is only half the battle. Now you must learn how to walk the walk. This battle training will have you fighting 2-on-2, but thanks to our additional hero, we'll have 1 3-on-2 match. Izuku groaned quietly as All Might pulled out a notepad and read from a script. Now the fighting arena is going to be indoors today and the villains have a bomb that the heroes must find. Most of these pairs will be random, except I've been asked today to make sure young Midoriya and young Ito work together today. So you two will be going last, young Midoriya? Izuku lowered his hand. Can we also be the team that fights the team of 3 sensei? Of course, young Midoriya, I like your drive. Now on to the lots to decide the rest of the teams. Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder. Are you simply insane, Midoriya? A 3-on? I know what I'm doing, Ida, relax. Shrugging him off, Izuku remained cold. Wait, a voice spoke up. Your outfit looks familiar, Midoriya. They turned to the invisible Toru Hagakure. Do you know the Vigilante Jade? Of course I know him. He nodded, grinning behind his mask. He is me. You are a vigilante too. Do you have no? Want to know the funny part about me being Jade, Hagakure? Interrupting the brunette's tirade before it could begin, he tried locking eyes with the invisible woman. Sure, what? A quirkless man can't be a vigilante by law, so really anything I do is classified as a civic duty. A smug shrug as Ida quickly fell silent. It's awesome, hardly any laws are made with a person like me in mind. I can be absolved of everything short of murder according to law. Even then it's a gray zone depending on how I do it. Should we be worried? Denki Kaminari chuckled. Nah. Ijiro shook his head. Midoriya is as manly as they come, running his own business while saving people and doing his civil service. I hope I don't have to go against him, that's for sure. And our team of 3 is Katsuki Bakugo, Ijiro Kirishima and Mina Ishido. Ah man, guess I spoke too soon, huh? He chuckled. You're going down, Dikairu. Bring it on, cats. Izuku planted a fist into his hand, cracking his knuckles. Momo had been partnered up with the short purplet man. Minoru Mineta, if his memory served, and while a bit on the pervy side, Izuku had yet to see anything really creepy from him. It was all just glances to the women's rears or chests. Was it impolite? Yes. Could he stop? Again yes. Did it mean that Izuku inherently hated him? No, not really. All Mineta needed was a talking to, something to just draw out that little bit of respect. He was still a teen after all, so it wasn't unheard of for a guy to try sneak a peek. Watching their match against Kaminari and Ojiro, Izuku noted his distaste for the poorly designed costume. While the Green Tea Coffee students had had theirs designed by Power Loader and built by UA for ease and speed, the other students had their designs sent off the third-party creators. Nezu would want to know that one company gave a student a piece of equipment that looked like a literal diaper. It was probably meant to look like a bowl since his hair looked like a bunch of grapes, but it just wasn't working like that. During the mock battle, Mineta and Momo were the heroes. Mineta made no perverse comments to Momo and listened to her plan intently. His eyes didn't wander from the plan they were making on high ground, and he seemed to be taking his role seriously. Once the buzzer sounded, Momo had darted into the building, while Mineta moved around the alley to the back, strategically throwing the purple orbs on the ground and jumping off them. He continued to create the improvised bounce pads on the walls either side of the alley until he reached the roof. I'm on the top, making my way down now. First floor clear, was Momo's response. The rest of the class could listen in thanks to the earpieces being on the same frequencies as the main console in the viewing area. Izuku watched in admiration and analysis as they moved towards the middle of the building. The bomb has to be on the 4th floor. Use your quirk to move around the outside of the building and see if you can find it. On it, the purple hero climbed out of a window, using the ball to turn the building into a rock-climbing wall while Momo crept around the corridors. Her costume had faced a serious change. The original design was a leotard with a section in the front and back removed, along with an armored skirt that held an encyclopedia of complex atomic structures for her quirk. Power Loader had taken it as an insult to design work and an affront to humanity, instead making a full-body self-repairing nanomesh weave that she could tear off at any point for larger objects. The encyclopedia was gone. Instead, a small bracelet with a screen on her inner right arm took its place. The skirt got to stay, but only because it protected her hips and upper legs. The original design for the leotard was used as the coloring scheme for the new suit, now with a red-eye mask and her hair let down out of the ponytail. Izuku nearly suggested she get a cowl added to keep her hair out of her way and keep the mask, but she was already so much happier with the new costume. As she found the room with the bomb in it, she tore part of the suit off her arm, the lights shining as a rubber board erupted in front of her. Kaminari grinned and slammed his hands to the floor. Indiscriminate shock. 500,000 volts. Lightning erupted from the point of contact as Momo hurriedly put the board down and stood on top of it, careful to not touch the floor at all. As the lightning calmed down, Ojiro jumped from his position on top of the bomb, landing ready to fight. Kaminari was out of action as he kept his thumbs up and just going, "Wee," as he walked mindlessly around the room. Momo shot a bow staff from her hand and began using it to fight Ojiro and his tail. Izuku grinned as he saw the conspiratorial smirk on her face and looked away from the attention-capturing fight. He and Katsuki were the only two to look at the other feed, that showed Mineta, sitting on one of his ball outside the window, Slol creating a long chain of purple ball. As Tay fight went on inside, they watched him try to reach the bomb with the pole, falling short and pulling it back with a frown, only to add, "More on and try again." Once it did stick to the bomb, he tried pulling it back, but after realizing it had no effect, stuck the other end to the top of the window frame. Izuku had to give him points for creativity as he shimmied along the chain upside down, eventually planting a hand on the bomb. The hero team wins. All Might signaled the end of the match. Both teams come back for analysis of the fight. "Young Ojiro, if you could help young Kaminari back please." Izuku clapped along with the class as the teams returned. "All right, Midoriya, due to your inherent nature, I suggest you take a back seat to this. Avoid as much confrontation as possible, remaining out of it entirely if posse dash." Check, check. Do we have a 20 on the bomb's location, or are we going in blind? Scanners show it's in the far side of the building. We can't pinpoint which level it's on though, Jade. That's enough information for me, thanks. Izuku grinned as he looked to Ida. Most heroes actually have a guy in the chair for them, giving them information in real time. Even All Might did at once. A guy called David Shield, before he opened Eye Island anyway. Darting to the building, Izuku looked over his shoulder. "Try keep up, Gonzales." Rounding a corner, he heard the telltale explosions of Katsuki charging at him. "I got you, Dikairu." Izuku grabbed the hand swinging for him. "You always lead with a left hook, Cats." Judo flipping the blonde, both men were grinning madly as he leapt backwards, readying the capture tape. "Oh, it's on now." Katsuki threw up a smokescreen with his explosions before charging forwards at high speeds. Twisting his body, Izuku reacted as fast as he could to Katsuki's sudden change of direction as the blonde charged over his head. Knocked off balance by an explosion behind him, Izuku stumbled into a roll and let Katsuki trip over him, snagging his ankle with some tape. Katsuki Bakugo has been eliminated. "God damn it, Dikite, at least let me have a little fun." "Sorry, Cats, I'll make it up to you in a spare later." Yeah, kick butt, Dikairu." Katsuki shook his head before leaving the building, heading for the observation room. Izuku found himself frowning as he raced up the flights of stairs. He had to be faster, stronger, better if he was going to save Tamura. Whatever BSRD had him needed to be sorry for what they did, and Izuku needed to be powerful enough to do it. His friend was hurting, and here he was playing heroes and villains like school kids. Kicking a door down, he found the floor covered in a thin film of whatever acid Mina made, the Pinkette smiling teasingly at him from the bomb. "Wanna try your luck? Some of the floor's been weakened enough that a single step will drop you into the room below. Think you're fast enough to find the right path? Thanks Bakugo for distracting you long enough for us to finish this." Suddenly tackled from behind, Izuku and Eijiro crashed to the floor and knocked through it. The redhead had activated his quirk on his arms, so they broke the ground instead of Izuku's face. "Bye-bye, hero," Mina called. Izuku looked up and fired a cord up, latching onto the floor ceiling, causing it to crumble with them as it broke under the combined weight of two men. It began to cause the entire floor to crumble, getting a yelp from Mina as she fell too. After he and Eijiro hit the floor, the greenette was free to move, dashing forwards to catch the Pinkette before she hit the floor and was hurt by the falling rubble. Some captured tape around her wrist as he let her down, and it was only him and Eijiro left. Ida had yet to actually appear, probably still searching the lower floors by the book. Taking a deep breath, Izuku took stock of the situation. One unbreakable team getting to his feet, ready to fight, the papier-mâché bombs still on the remaining ground above them, an ever-shrinking timer meaning he didn't have much time to win. "So, bossman," Eijiro grinned as his whole body sparked, becoming a lot sharper. "Fancy your luck? Against you?" "Not really," he chuckled, "but firing a wire randomly behind me and getting to the bomb on sheer chance?" "Yup." The man stopped as a cord attached to the wall. "See ya," suddenly yanked away. He grinned as Eijiro leapt for him, only to miss by microseconds. The bomb flew by him as well as he stuck to the wall by the soles of his boots. "Ah well, at least I can." "Hold on," Eijiro yelled, running at the wall and jumping, his hardened feet crating the wall and allowing him the chance to sprint up it. "Just try get it now." The redhead charged through the flooring that held the bomb up, causing it to finally fall. Challenge accepted. Izuku leapt for it, firing a cord into the middle of the ceiling and swinging down. His feet planted on the side of the bomb and he quickly detached the wire and before fixing it to the bomb, a neat feature that Power Loader had suggested, leaving him free to fight while it supported possible debris. A new load of wire swiveled round the bracelet and into place as All Might announced. "The hero team wins." Izuku stood atop the sideways bomb as if were a pirate ship suspended in midair, with a bit of stylish flair too. "Man, that really was a one-sided fight." Eijiro fell back to the floor as Izuku lowered himself down. "Are you not going to?" He pointed at the wire and the suspended bomb. "No, the cleanup bots will get to the support department where they'll check the wire for any tearing before reinstalling it on the suit when they get it back." "Dude, Midori, you were so badass," swinging in to shake off Kiri and swooping in to save the heart-throb villainess, Mina teased, putting an arm to her forehead in mock faintness. And zooming off to the wall before catching a falling bomb, it's straight out of a comic book. "Thanks, Mina, but it's really not that amazing. I was just reacting to everything you guys were doing." "Are you kidding me? You wiped the floor with us, dude." Bakugo decided to try play distraction while we finished up the trap, but when you took him out so quickly we had to improvise. "Yeah, you did great for what you had to work with. I mean, a bit of polish and that was a genuine trap right there," he praised them. "And good thinking with your quirk there, Eijiro, breaking the ground so I didn't, meaning I'd be dazed instead of concussed. Well, you did say the best battles are won without fighting, so I figured using styles to minimize the fighting would work just as well." "Good thinking. See, already using your head, Eijiro." As they arrived back at the observation room, they found Aizawa waiting with all might, an unnerving smile on his face. "Izuku, good job on your first hero lesson. Your practical experience is already showing in spades." "Well, I had some good partners to work with." A rather downtrodden Ito was stood at the side of the class. "Now, let's go over what both teams did well and where they could improve. What did Midoriya do?" I rushed in. Izuku shook his head, criticizing himself already. "I didn't let my partner know of my plan and went into a fight where the odds were already stacked against me. At least on the surface anyway." Shoto raised his hand. Izuku radioed into his guy in the chair to try and get information. Once he had all information possible, he was able to act while his partner remained both unsure and inactive. Instead of drawing out a fight, He was able to quickly and effectively take me out of the running. Katsuki folded his arms. After using information he had prior to the fight, he was able to predict my attacks and out-maneuver me. Keeping in mind his information, Midoriya was able to reduce the amount of time he spent looking for the bomb, gaining back the time his first battle had taken. Jiraiya spoke up. He stopped paying attention to his surroundings when he found the room, allowing Kirishima to attack him from behind, but he quickly learned from that and remained aware of the entire room, enough to save Mina when the trap went sideways. Well, an accurate critique to be sure. Now what about young Ida? He remained impassive through the entire mission, ignoring the information his partner had requested and instead searching the entirety of each floor, costing him valuable time, not noticing the tape around Bakugo's ankle and almost instigating a fight with a captured person. On top of that, he tried to prevent his partner from even being an aid to the mission by asking him to sit out. Shoji lifted 3 hands. Even after hearing the crashing of rubble, Ida continued searching the close half of the second floor when his partner and quarry were all on the 3rd and 4th floors. Had it been a Junin situation, he would have endangered his life, the life of his partner, and possibly any civilians because he did not react to the sound of destruction. And the villain team? Aizawa folded his arms. Bakugo recognized the danger their opponent posed and tried to buy his team time since he knew they had little in the way of preparation time, a self-sacrificing plan that could have resulted in success, except he fell into a habit when entering the fight. Hagakure jumped up and down since nobody could see her arm. He did change up when he realized Midoriya knew his moves, but again he used a plan of attack that was clearly a habitual shift. Katsuki only grunted in acknowledgement. Learning to improvise is an important skill, Aizawa nodded, and trying to get it is always difficult. Mina and Kirishima had a good trap, but they took too long deciding on what to do, which resulted in them losing prep time. Sato offered. They underestimated the experience of their opponent and that gave them several blind spots. However, Izuku has admitted to having 2 years of practical experience. Hitoshi lifted his hand lazily. They were outmatched from the beginning, but they still tried their best. Correct, young Shinsou. Despite the disparity in their skills, both young Kirishima and young Mina tried their hardest against young Izuku. That requires true courage, and even though they lost, they should be proud of the effort and thought they put into the exercise. Ida, I hope this has opened your eyes. When All Might dismisses the class, I want you to come with me. We need to have a conversation. Understood, sensei. Oh, and Midoriya, after Monoma's incident at the beginning of the week, the teachers have been in discussion. As of this morning he was expelled. The students in his class were made aware of the situation. None of them hold it against you. Sekijiro wanted me to let you know the class is surprised by your patience. Well, those who didn't know you beforehand. Who's Monoma? What happened with him? Uraraka stepped forwards. Nothing, it's no concern anymore. Izuku waved a hand dismissively. It's all solved and dealt with now, so don't worry about it. Slowly walking away he smiled. You can call the class now All Might. Lessons over? Back in the changing rooms, Izuku noticed a small hole in the wall. Jiraiya, he whispered, I know you can hear me. If you see the hole too, put a jack through it. One of her jacks quickly darted through the hole. Izuku pursed his lips, taking his shirt off before continuing. Get Momo to make a rod of concrete, about 2 foot long, small enough to fit in the hole. The jack flicked up and down before disappearing back into the gap. Was that Jiraiya's jack just now? Mineta leant into Izuku. There a hole in the wall? Yes, there is, but we're just about to repair it. The purplet shook his head. What? Just look at this. He reached behind his ear and pulled out a small purple ball. My hair is my quirk, so the longer I grow it out, the bigger the ball. For some reason it can still be cut and acts like hair unless I pull them off myself. Weird side effect of my quirk. Izuku made a mental note for his analysis. I don't know who'd drill a hole like that, but even I know it's wrong, and I know I'm no paragon of celibacy, but I mean, come on dude. The hole was plugged perfectly by the purple orb. I keep the hair behind my ears really short in case of finds like this. Half the shelves in my room at home needed to be held together when I was repairing them. A quick sigh. I know I'm not subtle with my glances, but I gotta have something memorable about me. I mean, look, I'm barely 5 foot and my outfit is ridiculous. Izuku hummed as he put his uniform on again. Take it to Power Loader. Trust me, it's an insult to actual support mechanics everywhere. As for the height, guys don't stop growing until we're 21, so just eat healthy and work out. You'd be surprised at how quickly you gain height. Wait, really? That's it? Yeah, dude? I work out every day, early riser and such, but just fit it in where you can 10 sit-ups, 10 push-ups, plank for a while, maybe go on a run as well. Instead of eating a chocolate bar, try something fruity. I remember I had a habit of eating an entire can of pear halves when I started working out. Just stuff like that and a good sleep cycle. You'll feel better about yourself, and I had a few growth spurts in the beginning. Seriously? I mean, I also have a sheep metabolism, so I can generally eat what I want, but I have to eat a lot more of the healthy stuff too since most of it doesn't get absorbed. Downside is I'm always hungry. Adjusting his tie, he shook his head. I can tell by looking at you, Mineta. You're not a bad guy and I don't want you to be one. Get a grip on those impulses, start healthier routines and they'll fade to black in the back of your mind. In fact, Izuku hummed. Do you want a job, Mineta? Where's this coming from? I run the cafe Green Tea Coffee. It's got shop on UA grounds. There's also one on the high street if that'd be better for you. But if you work there, we could put you on stock duty. So you'd be lifting heavy things and walking a lot. You'd be working with Hitoshi and Shoji too, so it's not like you'd be on your own. You're offering me a job to help me improve myself. It's what he did with the rest of us, Hitoshi gumbled. You should talk to Shoto for the real scope of what he's done. You don't have to say yes, Mineta. I'll give you time to. No, thank you, but I'd like the job, please. There's nothing to think about. All right, well then, come with me after school's over and we'll get the paperwork sorted. Would you also be wanting one of the apartments above the cafe? You offer housing too? Yes, but there's a few details I'd need to bring up when we get to the cafe. You'd get a 2LDK to yourself. People take turns to buying the groceries for everyone with a pot everyone contributes to. A list it passed around the night before for people to pass on what they need. Plus a few of the guys work out in the morning together. You could join in if it helped you. Whoa, really, Midoriya? You'd go so far to help me? It's not far, Mineta, plus I get an employee out of it, so you could say it's in my interest to hire you. You just get a ton of benefits from it. He tapped the side of his nose. Again, it's optional. Say no if you want to. Are you kidding? Why would I pass up on an opportunity like this, Midoriya? Of course, I'd like to move in as soon as possible. Does next weekend work? We won't give a shift until after that time as well. Why, yeah, sure, that works fine for me. You sure do like to do things fast, Midoriya. Why waste time dancing around it when I can cut straight to the point? Izuku shrugged with a smile as they all finished changing. Mineta charged off ahead, bounding for the classroom to get lessons done as soon as possible. Izuku lugged his bag over his shoulder and joined with the other guys walking back. Falling into conversation was easy with the group as they walked in step to the classroom. Checking the clock, Izuku dropped his bag under Momo's desk and kissed her temple. Right, I got a jet to the business course. We're getting to the interviewing stage of their practice applications. Best ones get spots working the cafe during the day. Your judgment hasn't been wrong yet, so just don't be too cruel. She grabbed his tie and pulled his head down to kiss his cheek. See you when school's over. I'll be waiting outside for you and, Suka. Katsuki put an arm out to stop him before smirking. Give them hell, Dikairu. Like I wouldn't, cats. Sharing a fist bump, the men grinned madly before the greenette swapped his lanyard to teacher coloring and walked down the corridors. He was going to show UA just who he was before he left with 2 licenses. The business course was going to be his beach. The hero course was no sweat. He was going to leave UA with a warning to the world not to F with him. But first he was going to save Tamura. Class A was sat on the bus on their way to the USJ at long last. Everyone was excited, except for a single individual. Izuku found himself nearly vibrating with worry as he went over his plans for the attack he and Aizawa knew was happening. The moment they lost contact with the main campus, teachers and heroes would move in on his situation. Police would be notified to bring several transport vans along with several legions of quirk-dampening cuffs. He wasn't consumed by it, however, able to partake in the conversations going around. Say, Midoriya, why did you become Jade anyway? Tiu Azui asked, a finger to the corner of her mouth. Surely it wasn't just for fun, right? No, actually, I made a name as Jade because for a year I toyed with the idea of being a hero. For a very long time Katsuki and 2 others were the only ones who said I could do it if I tried. Our neighborhood was an MLF nest. so almost everyone and their kid wanted me dead, because I am quirkless. When I was setting up Green Tea Coffee, Katsuki once told me about Eraserhead and how he fights without a quirk boosting his abilities. For a year I pondered it and eventually I decided to try it. Only a night out jumping around, going for thugs. That same night I met Dobby, Crawler, Popstep and Knuckduster. We formed the Six. Together we revolved patrol nights. They use their quirks as little as possible. Knuckleduster is quirkless as well, but he used to be the hero o'clock until his quirk was stolen. He sighed. After the first night I began working with it. That vigilante group that caught the human trafficking ring a few nights later? It was our debut capture mission, something with high stakes. Normally we just take down the thugs acting up, little things the heroes and police are too stretched to combat. Even if you are aiding the law, it makes no sense to break it like a rogue. Ida folded his arms, some lingering distaste. Didn't Crawler work with Ingenium at one point? Impossible, Tensei would never. No, he has. I believe Tensei gave Crawler tips to better control his speed. I've also worked with Crawler. A few years ago, he helped me take down a villain that was wrapped up in a massive investigation. The Villain Factory, right? Crawler told me about it in brief. It's how he and Popstep finally got together. Is that right? You heard nothing from me. Izuku immediately realized his mistake. You heard absolutely nothing. You know Koichi has an underground license, right? After he made so much difference we got him to sit an exam and he's an underground. The reason he keeps up the vigilante idea is because he gets better connections and has an easier time investigating the underworld. Kahuzo has a provisional too. Izuku blinked once, twice. Those motherfuckers. He barked out, startling everyone on the bus. I give them a roof, a flexible job, and they stabbed me in the back before I even turned around. He looked to Aizawa. Do you know how many times Dobby or Vampire could have used their quirk if Crawler gave them clearance? The whole reason I'm getting my license was to give those two permission when necessary. He folded his arms and smoldered as Aizawa chuckled, which put the entirety of the class on edge. It took several seconds for him to stop and the class to relax. At least you've got a flashy image, dude. Ijiro grinned. First quirkless pro in history. That's an incredible title. Izuku tilted his head. I'm not here for titles or fame though. I just want to help people. Classic nerd. Katsuki grunted. Izuku just rolled his eyes and smiled. 13 was waiting for them, outside of the USJ. Uraraka was fangirling over the space-themed hero while they tried explaining the dangers of rescue missions. Inside the USJ was 6 different zones: ruins, landslide, mountain, conflagration, flood, and downpour. Going in that order clockwise from the entrance. Izuku made sure his weapons were loaded with rubber and stun bullets, and that his blades were dull enough to not cut but strong enough to not break. Izuku, because of your pre-existing experience and as Nezu's personal student, you'll be with Aizawa and All Might in the observation room, if you 3 want to go ahead while I prep the rest of the class. Alright, sliding the magazine into one handgun, he flipped the release as the slide clicked into place and his thumb pulled the hammer back and the safety off. Momo grabbed his wrist as he slid it into a holster. Be careful, she whispered. Trust her to know something was off about the whole thing. I always am, he smiled. I promise to come back without a GSW this time. Kissing her cheek, he joined up with All Might and Aizawa as the 3 walked into the arena. You know how risky this is, right? Toshinori muttered. I know you are confident in your skills, Izuku. Toshinori, being a hero is always going to be dangerous. Tapping the man's good side, he shook his head. Why should I avoid it just because I can't fight harder? That just means I have to fight smarter. There's a very real chance one of us won't be leaving here, Aizawa spoke in a low tone. I acknowledge and accept that risk, whatever happens next. Izuku, thank you for helping me open my eyes. All Might, you've been an entertaining colleague. I know I may not leave this battle alive, especially since they are targeting me. Izuku, if that happens, I want you to leave me behind. The legacy dies with me. Thank you for teaching me lessons I never thought to learn. Aizawa, it's been an honor to mold the next generation alongside you. Having the highest chance of death out of the 3 of us, Aizawa, it's truly been a blessing to work with you and serve you in my cafe. If I am to die, please take care of them and tell Eri her papa is sorry. All Might, as a fan I will never get over meeting and working with you. as a student and co-worker, I'm humbled that you felt you have learned something from me." The massive door closed behind them, separating them from the outside world. Their communicators buzzed as they switched to a local frequency for the trio since their outside connection was being cut. "However, I do not plan on allowing either of you to die today, and I plan to leave with more than we arrived." A purple misty portal opened up to allow a small ton of thugs and small-time criminals into the central plaza. Standing at the top of the stairs with a pro either side, Izuku smirked as confusion was slowly spread amongst the group below them. "That being said, if it's to happen, today is a good day to die." With a battle cry, all three began charging down the stairs to fight. Another goon fell to a blow to the head. His guns weren't lethal, but they were effective. Ducking under a punch, he swiveled on his heel to unleash a roundhouse kick. Aizawa had been launched through a portal on their charge and radioed in that he was working his way through the zones. Izuku had already chucked a taped-up taser into the flood zone. It was on a constant on state until the battery died in an hour or two, meaning the thugs in there were already going to be out of it. Nezu had authorized lethal force but asked it be kept to a minimum, so a minimum it was kept to. Leaping up onto the fist of a mutant quirk criminal, he planted a foot in their face and kicked off. Power buzzed through his boots as he flipped in the air, waiting until he was head height to jump again, the shockwave knocking out those closest and dazing those behind them. Rotating in the air, he continued to aim and fire his twin pistols. Personal lessons from Snipe on a gun range were very effective. The benefit of being a vigilante at UA? Nezu insisted he was fully trained in all forms of combat before school even started, including firearms. Landing on another thug's chest, he pistol-whipped them in the face and jumped off again. As he looked around, he found the villain responsible for the teleporting. The goggles couldn't identify them, and Izuku frowned behind his mask. "Tomura should be here. Where was he?" Landing again, he spun around quickly, unleashing a hail of rubber bullets before using yet another criminal as a springboard. Scanning the area around the teleporter, he detected a life sign behind the villain. Grit. Changing directions, Izuku continued to bounce through the horde of criminals trying to be villains. Seeing the sky-blue hair, he locked up and grit his teeth. Over the noise, he could hear a voice trembling. "Can't lose, have to win, gotta win, can't lose, not again." Tomura was scratching his neck again, a bad nervous tic they tried to help him get over. "Kill the hero." The order came under an angry pretense, but he could feel the fear and sadness hidden under the mask. It had been his once after all. Stowing his guns, he landed in a handstand and kicked both legs out, spinning on his hands. Creating a sufficient space, he pushed off again and landed on a criminal's shoulders. Instead of waiting for them to fall, he kicked their temple and began running along the heads as a pathway. "No, no, no." Tomura screamed as Izuku tackled him, and they disappeared into the thicket behind him. Rolling along the floor, Izuku let him go and slid to a stop. "Why can't, don't stop me." "Easy, easy." Izuku raised both hands. No. I have to win here. He'll do it again. It hurts so much." "No." Tomura tried charging him. Tomura. Pushing the faded blueonette back. Izuku pulled off his mask. Hey. It's me, it's Izuku, I'm here, it's me." Everything stopped for a moment. "It's me, I'm here, I got you." "Izuku?" No, this has to be it." "No, Tomura, it's really me, I swear it to you. Green Tea Coffee is still running, we have a UA branch. Listen, it's me." Gritting his teeth, Izuku lifted a forearm to his mouth, biting into it. He didn't stop until he tasted blood. "Look, see?" Crimson dripped down his arm. If were an illusion I wouldn't bleed, would I?" "Nor would you, but you're already bleeding from the neck." Oh God." Tomura's voice sounded strangled. You have to get out of here, he'll kill us both." "No one's killing either of us today, Tomura. I swear right now, no matter what, we're both leaving with a heartbeat." "Why you here?" Izuku smiled and put a hand into his pocket, pulling out a pair of drawing gloves. "I got your message. I couldn't leave someone I care about high and dry, could I?" Handing them to Tomura, he smiled softly. "Work with me here and we can get out together. I promise, I'm not letting you go this time. You got it?" I got it." "Good, take this. It's loaded with rubber bullets. won't kill but definitely going to sting, aim for the forehead for knockout shots. WWE need to go for Kurogiri. Izuku was going to assume that was the teleporter's name. He's got a physical body under the mist but it's hard to reach. It's fine, we'll figure something out, let's move, stick with me, keep a hand on my shoulder whenever we're running, alright? Why, you mean it? We can get out of here. Yeah, and when we do, we'll figure out how to get control of your quirk, alright Tamura? Tenko. What? Tamura Shigaraki is a name he gave to me. If we really are escaping, my name is Tenko. They ran together out of the thicket, Izuku putting his mask back on as they emerged. Then let's get out of here, Tenko. They stopped against the group, Kurogiri sighed. Sensei told me this may happen. Tamura, I'm disappointed. My name's not Tamura, it's Tenko, and I'm not your little pawn anymore. Very well, Nomu, the hand on his shoulder tightened. Cease fighting, All Might. And kill Tamura Shigaraki. They stood back to back, both holding a gun up to the surrounding villains. Tenko, I know it sounds like a bad idea, but you need to take a glove off. They took turns firing as the other grabbed a magazine from his belt and reloaded. That things isn't staying down, even a taser round to its brain doesn't keep it still for longer than a minute. It's got advanced regen, it's impossible to kill, it's designed to be the symbol of destruction, an anti-all might. It's not the only one either, Izuku groaned. Luckily it's the only one they wanted to bring here. Wonderful move. They ran away as the screeching creature leapt at them again. The greenette could tell his partner was flagging. While his aim was oddly incredible, the signs of starvation and injury were prevalent, from heaving breaths to shaking arms. It's also got shock absorption and super strength. It can take All Might's punches, since he's weaker now. He said All Might should die to this thing is his current state. Izuku's eyes widened. They didn't know Chisaki healed All Might. All Might. Izuku screamed, back before we talked. The number one looked over to him. I asked what you'd do if a villain absorbed your punches? Punch it harder. Somehow he got the message, regaining his signature grin as he dashed towards the boys. Izuku grabbed Tenko and dragged him back slightly. Alright, Tenko, listen, we're going to do a triple strike here. All Might's going to keep it still. When he does, use me as a springboard. I'll duck so you can jump on my shoulders. I'm going to take this taser and jam between that FS eyes and you're going to dust its brain, alright? I can't, Izuku. It's a person. Well, if it's a person, it's most certainly in pain and we need to keep it down for long enough that the cavalry arrives. Izuku checked his watch, which shouldn't be long now. So do you have any suggestions? Send it up and away. If All Might can punch it hard enough while you fry the brain, it'll forget what orders it's been given, and if Kurogiri doesn't know the codes, he can't get the fucker back. They watched the blonde hero enter a punching competition with the Nomu. Izuku looked to Tenko and took a deep breath. Pulling some cord from the launcher, he handed the end to him. Hold on to that, wrap it around your wrist if you can, do not let it go. Dashing forwards, he heard the zipping of the cord, All Might, going up. He watched the hero adjust his posture, giving him a perfect ramp to the Nomu's head. Uppercut. Plus ultra. Flipping in mid-air, Izuku lodged his taser into the Nomu's exposed brain, causing the body to spasm as All Might delivered a powerful blow to its chin lower beak. Getting caught on its back as it began leaving the ground, Izuku lifted his fingers from the firing button for his grappler. Immediately the cord tightened and Tenko was pulled from the ground, where a portal was opening up beneath him. HHA! Izuku called out in adrenaline-fueled excitement. Sliding back down to fall off the Nomu as it rose, he crashed onto a criminal, knocking them out as they hit the concrete flooring. Kurogiri didn't realize the greenette had fallen behind him. It matters not, you defeated the one Nomu, All Might, we shall return and you will know defeat. Come Tamura, it is time to. I'm not going with you, even if I have to claw my way out of here, I'm not going back. Nonsense, you have no more shots to fire, your new allies are tired and one is still around the area, what do you Kurogiri spasmed, as electricity arced around his body. What I have is a taser, he grinned as the smoking form fell to the ground. So, who wants to go? Wisely, the criminals around him remained silent and unmoving. There was a loud whirring noise as the large doors began opening again, heroes and police rushing inside. Making his way over to Tamura, Izuku began to be aware of just how many injuries running from the Nomu gave him. We did it, Tenko. They slung an arm around each other to support the other, both grinning madly despite only now realizing just how badly they were beaten. You're safe now. All Might caught both boys as they fell. My everything hurts, Tenko groaned lightly. You get used to it? Really? No. Izuku let out a single agony-filled breath. Kai was going to have his head on a plate. They both came to on hospital beds, hooked up to heart monitors as Recovery Girl and Kai stood over them. Momo and Itsuka were stood the other side of his bed, eyeing him worryingly. Ah, you're both up, wonderful. Kai stepped away from the beds. We have a lot of good news with a little bit of bad news. Bad news first. Izuku eased himself into a sitting position. What's happened? Well, currently UA and the police don't know what to do with Tenko. He'd be an incredibly aid in figuring out who the hell attacked the USJ, but they don't know how to. Hey Tenko, want a job? A slight groan. Welcome aboard. You're now a member of Green Tea Coffee, under my protection as well as UA's, and you live on UA grounds. There, bad news, sorted Kai. Should have known, but anyway, good news. Police recovered the Nomu and it's been compliant ever since. There's also been no attempt to break it out. Both men nodded in acceptance. Better news. Tenko, catch. Whoa, wait. He caught the small object in his bare hand, his eyes scrunched up as he gingerly held it for 1-2 seconds. His eyes opened as he stared at his hand, turning it to show the object still intact, completely undamaged. We took scans to make sure all your internals were all right. Imagine our surprise when we found out Tenko here had signs of brain damage that healed incorrectly. We don't know how old it was, but it was in the part of your brain that controls the quirk. Kai grinned widely. So we performed some emergency surgery, opened up your head, and I rewrote your brain into the correct healed state. But I've always had a problem with my quirk, ever since it came in, Kai hummed while Recovery Girl frowned. Tenko, did your parents ever hurt you? My mother didn't, but my dad got angry whenever I said I wanted to be a hero. It's entirely plausible the abuse led to the growth being interfered with and resulting in the incomplete formation of your quirk, meaning it remained at the uncontrollable formation stage. Essentially, that part of your brain was still akin to that of a 4-year-old's as the quirk was forming. Tenko still stared at his hand in shock. You mean? Congratulations, Tenko. Kai offered a hand to him. You have complete control of your quirk. Gingerly, Tenko shook the young doctor's hand, eyes widening and mouth agape in renewed shock and relief. Now he rounded on Izuku, you were still recovering from a surgery last week. Granted, I did it and there wasn't anything like stitches, but your body was still healing from the bullet that was occupying it for 2 years. Charging into battle like that was straight up moronic, and what, you were okay with dying? All Might, Eraserhead, and I each exchanged final words before we began fighting. Yes, as an insurance in case one of us actually did die. Fortunately no one did. You had a broken rib, shattered arm, lacerations I can't even begin to describe. One toe bone was missing. It had been powered that badly. Honestly, you're lucky that your body was all in one place so I could rewrite your entire being. You've both been out since yesterday afternoon. Did we really spend that long in the horde? The heroes and police weren't expecting a sudden alert. Even the teachers didn't think you three would wander in ahead of schedule. Everything went according to plan, thank you very much. You had over 100 hairline fractures on 50 different bones. Was that part of the plan? Itsuka raised an eyebrow suspiciously. The heroes arrived when I planned they would. I got Tenko out in the way I had planned. We avoided losing each other and every walked out alive. You two were carried by All Might. Momo shook her head. Semantics. They all turned as a door opened. Nezu walked into the room and climbed onto his bed. Greetings, you must be Tenko, correct? Yeah, who are you? My name is Nezu and I am the principal of this university. I have a few questions and suggestions on what we do next. Tenko, now, did you receive an education? I can read and write kanji, basic maths and sciences. Otherwise it's just manipulation and knowing what other people are going to be thinking or doing. Nezu made a small noise. Alright, well, you can do some online learning for a few weeks and gain a high school diploma. After that I'd suggest joining one of UA's courses as a 3rd year. All we need to do is catch you up academically and I suspect that won't be too difficult. You taking him on? We'll have different lessons to Izuku, but solely to make sure Tenko can catch up to his peers. The big three should be a great help in catching him up in that respect. I'm not going to be a hero. Tenko folded his arms, the greenette sighed. How about we don't make that decision right now, Tenko? If you change your mind while studying and living with us you might regret, so how about we just wait until we get to that bridge, alright? Sure, if you think that's a good idea, I'll go with you, Izuku. Wonderful, that actually solves the situation rather quickly. I shall leave you both to rest now. The chimera nodded and began to walk away. Kai hummed quietly. Well, you're going to be on painkillers for another hour just to make sure the rewrite hasn't left any lingering pain. It does sometimes, so I'd rather keep you in for now. Understood, Kai. Izuku nodded. Get comfy, Tenko will be here a while. Tashinori. Izuku walked into the street cafe office. Where is he? Touya unfazingly looked up from the paperwork. Should be in the back with Ueo. Before you go though, I need a signature, giving us permission to knock a few walls down and such, then we can will Cementos and Power Loader in to get everything done in a few hours, plus the new deliveries we'll be getting for herbal brews, so Mom has her corner. Izuku rolled his eyes and read the contracts. No, this one. No, there's a bunch of hidden costs with this business. Throwing the paper away, he picked up another and quickly scanned the text. This one should do. Signing everything quickly, he walked out of the office towards the stockroom door. Pausing momentarily to greet Kaneki and Toga. We heard about the attack on the USJ. Is everyone alright? Yeah, the school got wind of it before it happened. The class waited outside while a few heroes went in and cleared the place out. Izuku smiled with a light head shake. All Might was there. It was surreal, I'll say that much. Ijiro's fine. Toga, he asked me to pass along a message if I saw you. The schoolwork has been swamping him recently, since we all have to do catch-up studying cause the USJ was cancelled and all. That's fine, so long as I know Rock for Brains is alive. Mom and Dad won't worry. She nodded gently. You're not just here for pleasantries though, are you? No part of the attack force turned out to be a prisoner. They were torturing the poor BSTRD, and we think Tashinori may know them. Tashinori did know them, he just didn't realize he knew them. So I'm just stealing him from the store to visit them in UA for the evening. Sounds like a nice gesture. Well, we won't keep you then, Izuku. Go be a hero again. Kaneki grinned, rolling his eyes good-naturedly. Sharing a grin, he bid the couple goodbye and walked into the stockroom. Ueo, where's Tashinori? Tall and scrawny is over there. He's moving a few boxes from DLVY to front and center for when Touya's gonna need them. Thanks. Oh, and just randomly, if we could get your quirk back, would you? No, whatever you're thinking of trying, it'd be a no. As a hero I was more than just my quirk. But nobody realized, as I am, people respect my ideals more than anything, so I'd prefer to be how I am. Why? Oh, no reason, a theory came into my head and I just figured I ask in case we needed to test the theory. Alright, well, G-luck, boss. Thanks, Ueo. Keep up the good work. Maybe take tomorrow off? You have been working hard lately. Might do. Sounds like a treat right now anyway, he joked as the greenette walked away. Tashinori was in fact lifting boxes down from a high shelf and moving them into a more accessible location, while his true form, as they dubbed it, was leaner. Anyone who'd seen All Might up close for an extended PRD would be able to tell it was him. Tashinori. Izuku, what can I do for you? I need you to come with me for it's about a few days ago. Putting down the box, he nodded. Lead the way. Together they quickly moved onto the street and began heading for the police station. Izuku spoke quietly. They found the Nomu and it tested for several quirks, as Tenko said. Eri wanted to try and help, so with Kai's oversight, she rewound the Noma back to before it was screwed around with. It was a regular street thug. Someone reported missing several months ago actually. Guy was in so much pain he passed clean out when Eri stopped. Kai ran some tests and the guy's completely normal again. Except he's got some serious PTSD. Tsukachi wanted to talk to you about it. They reached the police station and walked straight in. The officers let them pass until they reached an office. He's here, Izuku announced as they entered the room. Ah, good. Tashinori, I have some files I need All Might to go over. I know I shouldn't really be giving them to a civilian, but we can't get hold of All Might right now, so you're our best bet. It was an obvious lie, one all three men knew, except it was more for the precinct in case anyone was within earshot. You got it, detective. I'll get these to him. Anything else? No, everything's there. Alright, see you around. Bye. See ya later, Tsukachi. Izuku closed the door and quickly began leading Toshinori through the crowd outside again. Where are we going now, Izuku? There's someone you really need to meet. What? Who on? It doesn't, look, I can't explain it, but you need to trust me right now. I know this person is going to be good for you, for both of you. Tenko wasn't as sly as he thought he was. He'd let his last name slip by accident while they'd been in the hospital, and Izuku had done a quick search on the internet and found some rather concerning relations. Of course, Nezu was happy to do a double check, and it came back double positive, meaning there was no way Izuku was wrong. Not this time. The duo marched onto UA grounds, making a beeline for the café. Izuku, I'm afraid I must really ask for an answer. Again, Toshinori, it's difficult to put into words, or at least, it is right now, but I need you to really work with me here, alright? Please, this is going to help you a lot. Despite the odd looks from others on the grounds, Izuku remained steadfast and flat-faced, practically dragging the man behind him. As they closed in on the café, he could feel Toshinori's panic and briefly stopped. Look, you are the number one, he hissed at the clammy blonde. If there was a danger here or a trap, Nezu would have put me away already. If it was someone that was going to hurt you, I would have put them down already. Now man up and come with me. Resuming the march, he felt less resistance from Toshinori as they pushed through the front doors. Tenko had his back to the door but began welcoming them as he turned. Welcome to Green Tea Coffee. My name is Tenko Shimura. What can I owe? His face fell as he saw Toshinori, easily identifying the number one hero. Once the last name registered to the hero, his mouth fell agape and his eyes grew to dinner plates. At that moment in time, two voices said the same two words, in two very different ways. It's you!